Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Job transfer for all. I've tasted all kinds of strange beasts, and I'm omnipotent. Chapter 61. Rumble. The train leaves the city. Driving high in the sky. Flying through the clouds is like flying on an airplane. Shu Han looked down. On the endless plain, many people are killing monsters and leveling up. Far away, an endless forest is gradually enlarging. The train started going downhill. Finally, it slowly stopped at a small platform. Get off the train. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees. Noisy sounds reached my ears. Shu Han turned around and looked. It is a small town. A wooden sign several meters large stood on the edge of the town. There were several large blood-red characters written on the wooden sign. Maple Leaf Town. Shu Han's eyes fell on Maple Leaf Town. It is said to be a town, but in fact it is not even as good as a village. You can see from one end of the town to the other. The front and back are no more than 100 meters. All are one-story cabins. It looked tattered and had claw marks from strange beasts everywhere. What these towns sell are some food or medicine. There are also many people setting up stalls selling equipment. Shu Han walked around and lost interest in continuing. Walk straight towards the dark forest. Go into the dark forest. The sky seemed to grow gloomy. The dense leaves almost completely block the sunlight. Walking in it is like night. No wonder this place is called Mirkwood. Shu Han secretly cursed. He walked alone in the dark forest. At this time, he suddenly felt a cold murderous aura coming from the grass on the left. There is a strange beast. Shu Han calmly stopped and waited for the other party to make the first move. Click. Branches were broken. Shu Han turned back sharply. I saw a skeleton emerging from the grass. The skeleton's dark eyes were burning with blue flames. It held a rusty machete stained with dark red blood. In this dark environment, suddenly encountered such a skeleton. If it were a newcomer, he would probably be scared to death. However, apart from being a little surprised, Shu Han did not show any fear. He used the Eye of Delusion to view the skeleton's information. Name: Skeleton Warrior. Race: Undead. Level: 25. Skill 1. Undead Body LV.1. Passive skill: Skeleton Warrior is immune to fear and poisoning. Skill 2. Fire of the Undead LV.1. Attach the fire of the undead to the machete to increase the power of the machete, lasting 10 seconds. When attacking the enemy, it ignores all defenses, and the cooling time is 1 minute. Skill 3. Body Assembly LV.1. The Skeleton Warrior's body can still be reassembled after being disrupted, recovering 50% of its health, cooling time, 10 minutes. Shu Han rubbed his chin. Interesting. It's actually an undead beast. Undead alien beasts are a special category. They are dead people or alien beasts that have been resurrected and returned to the battlefield. They know no pain or fear. Just follow orders. It has rough skin and thick flesh and can restore life. It's very tricky to deal with. Only by using light attribute skills can it be easily solved. The skeleton warrior walked towards Shu Han brandishing a machete. When its bones are walking, they are constantly rubbing, making a harsh, crunching sound. Although it is not slow anymore. But in Shu Han's eyes, there is no difference from crawling like a turtle. Wind blade. He waved casually. 3 light blades shot straight towards the skeleton warrior. Ding ding ding. With the crisp sound of 3 gold and iron collisions. The skeleton warrior froze. The blood bar didn't drop much. Shu Han narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy's defense is not low. The skeleton warrior let out a low roar. The pale skeletal claws thrust into the eye sockets. Then he pulled it out. There was a blue flame attached to his claws. The flame kept beating, but it had no temperature. On the contrary, it caused the surrounding temperature to drop a lot. It roared and slapped the soul fire on the machete. The machete instantly turned blue. It pounced on Shu Han brandishing its machete. The knife fell. Shu Han's figure is on one side. The machete struck almost against his clothes. Laugh. The fire of the soul touches the blades of grass on the ground. The blades of grass immediately burst into flames. It was reduced to ashes almost instantly. Shadowless flash. Shu Han instantly turned into an afterimage and came behind the skeleton warrior. His right hand has turned into a dark dragon claw. The dragon claw aimed at the back of the skeleton warrior's head and slapped it hard. Click. The hard head is like paper in front of the dragon claws. It was easily broken into countless pieces and scattered all over the place. A ghostly fire was exposed in the air. The next second, the ghost fire went out. The skeleton instantly dispersed and hit the ground. Easy to solve. Shu Han clapped his hands. Pick up a skeleton warrior's bone. Try the ability to devour everything. Devour all things. You can swallow inedible beasts to gain attributes and skills. This bone cannot be eaten, so it can only devour all things. He had a thought in his mind. The palm of his hand suddenly turned into a dark whirlpool. The bone was swallowed up by the dark whirlpool. A system prompt sounded. The host swallowed the second-level skeleton warrior for the first time and gained 30 points of strength and 30 points of constitution. The host acquires the skills of the skeleton warrior, the body of the undead. Shu Han felt happy, although the attributes are not given much. But it gives a very good skill. He opens the properties panel. Name: Shu Han. Race: human. Occupation: SSS level Great Gourmet, first level. Level: 20. Power: 1272. Physique: 1129. Agility: 620. Spirit: 219. Physical resistance: 10%. Magic resistance: 10%. Physical penetration: 10%. Magic penetration: 10. Cooling reduction: 10%. Life steal: 10%. Skills: Eye of Deception LV.2, Dragon Claw LV.2, Ghost Eye Confusion LV.1, Spider Silk Ejection LV.1, Damage Devouring LV.2, Exploding Fireball LV.1, Mental Illusion LV.1, Explosion Fist LV.1, Quick Recovery LV.1, Shadowless Flash LV.1, Wind Blade LV.1, Lightning Chain LV.1, Devouring Everything LV.1, Undead Body LV.1. He clicked on the undead body to see the specific effects. Undead Body LV.1. Passive skill: immune to fear and poisoning. Fear and poisoning are huge threats to humans. It can instantly disintegrate human beings' will to fight. However, undead creatures are not affected by these effects. Even if all their teammates are wiped out, they will not feel any fear and only know how to obey orders. Immune to fear and poisoning. It will have significant effects when dealing with this type of strange beasts in the future. Wait a minute, if I become undead, will it have any impact on my body? The body of the undead seems to rot. Shu Han was shocked. He quickly checked his body carefully. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, in addition to the skin becoming whiter, the muscles becoming firmer, and the figure becoming better, there aren't any other bad changes. Shu Han continued to walk deeper. I also met several skeleton warriors along the way. Without exception, they all had their heads blown off and died. Shu Han glanced at the experience bar. The experience bar only increased a little. Upgrading here is too slow. You need to find a higher level exotic beast. He sped up and ran towards the depths of the dark forest. Just as he was walking through the woods, a blue fireball roared towards him. Shu Han narrowed his eyes slightly. He paused and pointed his right hand at the branch beside him, spit out spider silk. Spider silk spurted out and wrapped around the branches. Pull hard. Like a nimble ape, he easily swung to the branch next to him. Boom! A faint blue fireball fell on the branches. The branch was instantly ignited and turned into a blue fire, burning blazingly. This faint blue fire not only does not make people feel hot, but also adds a bit of chill. Shu Han lowered his head and looked towards the direction of the fireball. I saw a skeleton wearing a large black robe standing among the trees. The skeleton's eye sockets were burning with blue flames. It seems to be a bit stronger than the skeleton warrior's flame. Shu Han used the Eye of Delirium to check the attributes of this black-robed skeleton. Name: Skeleton Wizard Elite. Race: Undead. Level: 30. Skill 1. Undead Body LV.1. Passive skill: Skeleton Warrior is immune to fear and poisoning. Skill 2. Undead Fireball LV.1. Summons an undead fireball and shoots at the enemy. If hit by the undead fireball, the whole body will burn. It needs to be dispelled by light magic. The cooling time is 15 seconds. Skill 3. Slowing Curse LV.1. Release a curse on the enemy, greatly weakening the enemy's movement speed and attack speed, lasting 5 seconds, cooling time 1 minute. Skill 4. Fear LV.1 putting the enemy into a state of fear, losing any attack ability and only knowing how to escape, lasting 1 to 3 seconds, cooling time 1 minute. Shu Han raised his eyebrows. It's strange to encounter an elite. It is also a legal profession. From the looks of it, he's not much stronger than the skeleton warrior. The skeleton wizard stared at Shu Han and raised his staff. A ball of faint blue fire gathered at the top of the staff. Shu Han raised his hand. Fiery fireballs gathered in the palm of his hand. Boom! 2 fireballs blasted out at the same time and collided in midair. The sky was filled with smoke and dust. The skeleton wizard raised his head, his blue eyes staring at the smoke. Bang! The smoke suddenly opened a big hole. A figure rushed out from it. Attack the skeleton wizard directly. The skeleton wizard raised his hand. A ball of dark light quickly struck Shu Han. Shu Han couldn't dodge. The body was submerged by the pitch-black ball of light. He suddenly felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. The body became extremely heavy and fell heavily to the ground. Is this the slowing curse? Shu Han struggled to open his legs. Movement speed has been reduced by at least 90%. For others, it may be very fatal. When the movement speed is reduced so much, it becomes a living target. All it takes is one undead fireball to take away your life. However, Shu Han did not panic at all. It's almost time to fix it. Shadowless flash. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When it appears again, he has arrived behind the necromancer. The dragon's claws slowly grabbed towards the head of the undead wizard. The necromancer obviously didn't expect Shu Han to have such a trick. It immediately raised its staff. A terrifying grimace let out bursts of sinister laughter and quickly flew towards Shu Han. Shu Han couldn't dodge at all and could only let the ghost face crash into his body. The grimace disappeared. Shu Han only felt a chill in his body, but didn't feel much. He reacted immediately. This should be another skill of the necromancer. Fear. It will make people lose the ability to fight and only know how to run away. But the necromancer will never know. Shu Han has the body of the undead. Immune to all fear. The speed of the dragon's claws did not slow down, and it still grabbed the undead wizard's head. Boom! The necromancer's skeletal head turned into pieces and scattered on the ground. The fire of the soul is gradually fading. The body fell heavily to the ground. It didn't figure it out until it died. Why is this human being immune to fear? Shu Han glanced at it. A dark book fell next to the necromancer. His eyes lit up. Skill book. The explosion rate of this thing is 1 in 10 million. Even the most common skill book can be sold for millions if taken out. He stepped forward and picked up the skill book. View the skill book attributes. Name, Fear, Quality, Silver Leve. Introduction. Put the enemy into a state of fear, lose any attack ability, and only know how to run away, lasting 1 to 3 seconds, cooling time 1 minute. Use restrictions. Legal professions. For a mage, this is definitely a magical skill. There is no mage who is not afraid of close quarters. If you have this skill, when the enemy is approaching, use fear to make the opponent run away and away from you. Buy yourself time to release your magic. If you take it out and sell it, it will fetch at least over 10 million. He put the skill book into the space ring and picked up the bones of the necromancer. Use Devour of all things. Bones are devoured. A system prompt sounded. The host swallowed the second-level skeleton wizard for the first time and gained 80 points of spirit. Shu Han opened the properties panel and glanced at it. Mental strength reached 299. He had a thought in his mind. A bursting fireball appeared in the palm of his hand. The bursting fireball was larger than before, almost the size of a car tire. The color of the flame also gradually transitions from the original light yellow to orange. The power has increased a lot. Mental power affects the power of all magic skills. His mental power is comparable to a level 30 magician. And this was even when he wasn't wearing any spiritual equipment. At this time, the system sound came again. The body of the undead is mutating. Shu Han's eyes lit up. Good luck. It actually caused the skill to mutate. After a few minutes, the system prompt sounded again. The body of the undead has successfully mutated into the body of darkness. Shu Han immediately opened the skill panel to check. Body of Darkness LV.1. Absorb all negative states and convert them into health points. Shu Han's eyes widened in surprise. Is there such an operation? He thought that it was outrageous enough that the original undead body was immune to fear and poison. Unexpectedly, after the mutation, he became even more perverted. Absorb all negative status and convert it into health points. Negative states include not only fear and poison. There are also curses, dizziness, silence, paralysis, etc. That is to say, these skills will be ineffective against him from now on. When facing professionals or alien beasts with these skills, others can only avoid the edge temporarily. But he can stand there and be beaten. Shu Han grinned. This skill is good, although there is no attack bonus. But it is definitely one of the top auxiliary skills. He didn't even expect it. Mutation can actually mutate such exaggerated skills. This time I really made a lot of money. Shu Han continued walking towards the depths of the dark forest. Go deeper and deeper. All I encountered were skeleton wizards. With the body of darkness. The skeleton wizard's slowing curse poses no threat to him. One punch directly hit his head. Kill it. The experience bar has increased a lot. Level 21 is not far away. Shu Han felt the difficulty of upgrading. He kills elite monsters by leapfrogging, and his upgrade speed is so slow. Not to mention everyone else. The higher the level, it often takes several days or even a month to upgrade. At this time, the advantages of powerful combat professions are revealed. Shu Han killed nearly 20 skeleton wizards in a row. 2 pieces of bronze-level equipment were harvested. Put the equipment into the space ring. I sold it after I got back. He looked up to the sky. The light filtering through the gaps in the leaves becomes increasingly scarce. The sky is also getting darker. It's getting dark. Shu Han is preparing to return to Maple Leaf Town to rest. The combat effectiveness of the alien beasts at night will increase, but the experience gained will remain the same. Not a good deal. Rumble. Just when he was about to go back. Suddenly a loud noise was heard in the distance. Even the earth was shaking slightly. What happened? Shu Han was stunned. He turned sharply and looked back. It seemed like something was coming out of the earth. It doesn't seem far. Go over and have a look. Shu Han raised his hand. Spider silk spray. Tangled around the branches, it swung towards the direction of the sound. In the woods in the distance. There was a red-haired woman sitting on a branch. Her eyes were like flames, bright red. The eyes are slightly curved, like crescent moons. She was wearing light armor, showing off her graceful figure. The light armor skirt only covers the thighs. 2 snow-white thighs were exposed, dangling under the branches. He held a notebook and pen in his hand and kept writing and drawing. With an excited smile on his face. We finally completed the collection of information on the skeleton wizard. Next, there's the skeleton warlord. If I can complete this and submit the research paper, I will definitely be promoted to a second-level researcher. At that time, I will be the youngest second-level researcher in history. Ha 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 ha. Rumble. At this time, there was a violent vibration on the ground. It was as if something had broken out of the ground. The woman suddenly turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. The excitement in his eyes, which were like the scorching sun, became even more obvious. This movement must be the skeleton warrior coming out. Hey, wait for me. Little darling, it's up to you for my sister to be promoted to a second-level researcher. She jumped. Like a light bird, it landed steadily on the ground. Then it turned into a red afterimage and rushed towards the direction where the movement came from. After a while, Shu Han's vision suddenly widened. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned for a moment. Bones. Endless. Bones everywhere. They were all human corpses. The place is like a desolate cemetery. In the center of the cemetery, a skeleton giant nearly 5 meters tall was wandering around holding a giant sword. The soul fire in its eye sockets is different from other skeleton warriors. It's blood red. The blood red soul fire kept beating, as if it contained terrifying murderous intent. Shu Han used the Eye of Delirium to check the attributes of this big skeleton. Name: Skeleton Warlord, Gold Level Leader. Race: Undead. Level: 35. Skill 1. Undead Body LV.10. Passive Skill: The Skeleton Warrior is immune to fear and poisoning. Skill 2. Furious Sweep LV.5. Swinging the giant sword towards the enemy, causing fan damage, cooling time 4 minutes. Skill 3. Summoning the undead LV.10. When the skeleton warrior's life drops to half, it will summon skeleton warriors and skeleton wizards to form an army to attack the enemy. Cooling time is 10 minutes. Skill 4. Skeleton Combination LV.1. When the undead warrior's health drops to 1/3, it will pick up the surrounding bones and cast them on itself to restore its health. Cooling time is 20 minutes. Skill 5. Curse of Weakness LV.1. Undead War will cast a curse on the enemy, causing the enemy to fall into a weak state, weakening all attributes by 50%, lasting 5 seconds, and the cooling time is 2 minutes. Weakness. Soul Fire in the Head. Shu Han's eyes widened in surprise. There is actually a gold-level leader hidden in this place. If it weren't for the skeleton warlord causing the commotion just now, he wouldn't have discovered this cemetery either. Except for the earth-splitting Tiger King. This was the first time he encountered a gold-level leader. The combat power of gold-level bosses far exceeds that of silver-level bosses. At the same level, it takes at least 100 people, with perfect cooperation, to solve it. But Shu Han was a little moved. This is a gold-level leader. Maybe some good stuff will come out. If you miss this, you will regret it. Try it first, and if it doesn't work, quit. Anyway, this guy's speed is definitely not as fast as mine. Shu Han was thinking carefully and quietly approached the skeleton warrior. When he came to a position 100 meters away from the skeleton warrior, the skeleton warrior turned his head suddenly and looked at Shu Han. The soul fire in his eyes beat violently several times. Found. Shu Han simply stopped pretending. His speed suddenly increased and he turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior raised his sword and struck Shu Han suddenly with the sound of howling wind. Boom! The sword hit the ground. A big hole was opened in the ground instantly. Many bones were smashed into pieces. However, Shu Han had already arrived behind the skeleton warrior. Dragon Claw. His right hand turned into a dark dragon claw. With the sound of howling wind, it suddenly grabbed the skeleton warrior's leg bone. Ding! Dragon claws collided with bones. There was a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing. It only left a shallow mark on the leg bone. The skeleton warrior's health bar dropped a bit. The skeleton warrior looked down at the short human below. It reached out and grabbed Shu Han directly. Exploding fireball. Shu Han raised his palm. The blazing fireball condensed almost instantly and shot towards the skeleton warrior. Boom! The fireball exploded. Several bones in the skeleton warrior's hand were blown off. In its eye sockets, the blood-red soul fire beat violently several times. Although it feels no pain. But what Shu Han did still made it angry. It raised the heavy sword again and slashed down on Shu Han's head. Boom! The heavy sword fell. Hundreds of white bones splashed up. However, Shu Han was nowhere to be seen. The skeleton warrior turned his head around, and his soul fire seemed to be full of doubts. It's weird. Where did that human go? Its skull was turned 180 degrees. I saw Shu Han grabbing his ribs and climbing to the top of his head. In the woods on the side, several pairs of eyes were watching Shu Han and the skeleton warrior. A middle-aged man with a bloody spider tattooed on his face raised a disdainful smile. This kid is quite interesting. He actually dares to challenge the skeleton warrior alone. I really don't know how to write the word death. A dwarf who was only 1.3 meters tall next to him nodded and agreed. Yes, this skeleton warrior is a gold-level leader. And it can also summon skeleton warriors and skeleton wizards, which are very difficult to deal with. Even if a team of 50 people came to hunt it, it would be impossible to capture it. A man with a coxcomb haircut and a bow and arrow in his hand whispered, "Brother, let's go. What are you looking at here? Anyway, this kid will be beaten to a pulp sooner or later by the skeleton warrior." The man with the spider tattoo on his face glanced at him impatiently. "I can watch a show to relieve my stress, can't I? If you want to talk too much here, if you don't want to see me, get out of here." The coxcomb-headed man shut up and did not dare to speak. The dwarf seemed to have discovered a new world and patted the boss. "Brother, look. The skeleton warlord couldn't kill this kid with 2 swords. And this kid even climbed on top of the skeleton warrior." The man with the spider tattoo sneered, "What's this? The skeleton warlord can make countless mistakes, but as long as he is hit by one knife, this kid will definitely die." Just watch, I saw it with my own eyes when the skeleton warlord cut a level 50 knight in two with one strike. Is this kid a piece of shit? Everyone's eyes fell on Shu Han. They were all looking forward to that bloody scene. Shu Han grabbed the skeleton warrior's ribs. With a strong effort on his arms, his body suddenly jumped upwards. It has reached the neck of the skeleton warrior. Dragon Claw. Shu Han growled. His right hand turned into a dragon claw and slammed into the skull warrior's head. Bang! A small hole was opened in the skull warrior's head. The blood volume also dropped a little. The skeleton warrior roared. It reached out angrily and grabbed Shu Han. Shu Han jumped up and landed firmly on the ground. Then he kicked the skeleton warrior's leg bone again. Click! With a crisp sound, there was an undetectable crack in the leg bone. The soul fire in the skeleton warrior's eyes suddenly became strong. Like a furious flame, burning brightly. It raised its sword and swept towards Shu Han. Sweeping rage. The big sword came to Shu Han in an instant with terrifying energy. When the people with spider tattoo saw this, they all had cruel smiles on their faces. It's over. No one can survive the sweep of the fury. I thought this kid would be able to perform well, but in the end he was hacked to death with a big sword. Shu Han thought. A dark vortex appeared in front of him. Devouring damage. The long sword fell into the black whirlpool. The black vortex fluctuated slightly for a few times before returning to calm. But Shu Han stood there unscathed. The eyes of the people with spider tattoos suddenly widened. How did this kid do it? He was able to block the furious sweep. It seems, he summoned that black thing. It's probably some top-notch equipment. Hee, this kid is still a kid from a rich family. Brother, let's kill this kid later and grab that thing, shall we? Well, that's exactly what I meant. Everyone looked at Shu Han with greed in their eyes. If they had this thing, wouldn't it be much easier to fight leader-level beasts? Shu Han still doesn't know what a few people think. He waved his palm violently. A terrifying strong wind surged out from the black whirlpool and struck at the skeleton warrior. There was no way to avoid the huge body of the skeleton warrior. The energy hit it head-on, and the terrifying force knocked it back several steps. There are more cracks in the bones of the body. It looked up sharply. The fire of the soul beats. Shu Han was not defeated for several rounds in a row. It grew angrier. The bone-white palm slowly raised. A dark light brewed in its palm. The man with the spider tattoo's eyes lit up and he explained to his subordinates. It's the skeleton warlord's weakness curse. Those who are cursed will have all attributes reduced by 50%. There was a heavy shielded warrior before, who could resist the skeleton warrior without dying even after 5 blows. After being cursed with weakness, he was chopped into pieces with one knife, including his shield. Several other people took a breath of cold air. This is too perverted. Yes, if you are cursed with weakness, who else can withstand the skeleton warrior? Okay, this time, this kid is dead. Everyone looked at Shu Han as if they were looking at a dead person. Roar! The skeleton warrior roared. The dark light in his hand was thrown towards Shu Han. Shu Han did not dodge or evade, and faced the curse of weakness head-on. The curse of weakness enters the body. He first felt a chill all over his body, and then the cold feeling completely disappeared. There are no changes to the properties either. Really? The body of darkness is immune to all curses. Shu Han grinned, raised his middle finger, and made a gesture that everyone knows. The man with the spider tattoo and others were completely stunned. Wait a minute, this kid seems to be fine, brother. Is he a monster? No, this kid may have equipment to resist the curse. As expected of a kid from a rich family, he has such top-notch equipment. It seems that he is here just to deal with the skeleton warrior. Several people became more determined. Must kill Shu Han to explode the equipment. Although the skeleton warrior couldn't understand Shu Han's gestures, he was angered by Shu Han's smile. Roar! It growled angrily. The ground shook with a rumbling sound. Immediately afterwards, skeleton warriors armed with machetes crawled out of the ground. The blue soul fire ignited their eye sockets, full of weird atmosphere. And behind the skeleton warrior, there are also several skeleton wizards wearing black robes and holding staffs. When the man with the spider tattoo saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank. The skeleton warlord was angered and summoned so many skeleton warriors and skeleton wizards. This kid is really capable of seeking death. It's not easy to deal with now. Even if he is killed by the skeleton warrior, the equipment will not be picked up if it falls inside. Shu Han's eyes swept over the many skeleton warriors. With an understatement on his face, do you think you can hurt me by summoning so many wastes? He stamped his foot violently. The body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the skeleton warrior. The first skeleton warrior raised his hand to chop. Shu Han was like a flexible loach, already wandering behind it. Blow its head off with one fist. The fire of the soul quickly fades. The body fell limply to the ground. Shu Han followed suit. Just a few breaths of time. All the skeleton warriors fell to the ground and were easily eliminated. And Shu Han's level has also been raised to level 21. The soul fire in the skeleton warrior's eyes jumped a few times. Wielding his big sword, he slashed at Shu Han with a sharp slash. Shu Han tapped his toes. He raised his hand. Spider silk spray. Snow-white spider silk is wrapped around the neck of the skeleton warrior. His body was like a big pendulum, swinging towards the skeleton warrior. Landing firmly on the skeleton warrior's shoulders. Explosive punch. He clenched his fist and punched the skeleton warrior on the head. Click. The skull warrior's head made a crisp sound. There was a dent in his head. Spider web-like cracks spread in all directions. Shu Han's eyes narrowed. There's drama. All in one go. He clenched his fists and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Dragon claw. His right hand instantly turned into a dark dragon claw. The tips of the claws exuded an icy cold light. Die. He growled. The dragon's claw hit the crack with a bang. A big hole was opened in the bone instantly. The blood-red soul fire was exposed in front of Shu Han. Roar. The skeleton warrior felt threatened and roared angrily. The bone-white palm grabbed Shu Han. He pinched it and threw Shu Han away. Boom. Shu Han slammed into a big tree, knocking down several trees. The sky was filled with smoke and dust. The skeleton warrior stared in the direction of the smoke and held his sword in front of him. What Shu Han did just now made it feel extremely threatened. If the fire of the soul goes out, it will completely die out. The angry dragon spreads its wings. A low roar sounded. Boom. The smoke and dust burst open. A red dragon roared and flew towards the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior is facing a powerful enemy. It raised its sword and slashed at the angry dragon. Ding! The angry dragon was easily split in half. The angry dragon's fang fell to the ground, and a gap was cut on the dagger. The man with the spider tattoo shook his head. This kid is still too young. It's obviously useless to attack him head-on. Several others nodded. With such an obvious trick, the skeleton warrior will not be fooled. This kid's weapons have also been knocked off. This time he really has nothing to do. Be prepared to retreat in case the skeleton warlord finds us. We won't be able to leave by then. Yes, several people packed up their things and prepared to retreat. Sudden, the dwarf looked shocked and said, "Wait, brother, look at it." The man with the spider tattoo frowned and looked at the battlefield. He was suddenly stunned. I saw a tiger lying behind the skeleton warrior. It's the cub. The little cub growled and raised his claws. The claws exuded an earth yellow light and poked straight into the hole behind the skeleton warrior's head. Boom. The hole that was originally only the size of a thumb was broken again under this claw. It suddenly reached the size of a fist. The blood-red soul fire is exposed in the air. Shu Han slowly walked out of the smoke with a smile on his face. Everything he did just now was just to give the little boy a chance to do something. The skeleton warlord roared. Its elbow bumped back. The little kid was knocked out and slid several meters away while wiping the ground. Shu Han narrowed his eyes slightly and shouted loudly, "Little brat, hold him back." Roar. The little boy understood. The pair of golden tiger eyes stared at the skeleton warrior. Tiger palm slammed the ground. The ground burst open. Several streaks of gravel shot towards the skeleton warrior like flying knives. The skeleton warrior casually slapped the rubble. The gravel was easily smashed into powder. However, a figure has arrived behind the skeleton warrior. How does your soul fire compare with my explosive fireball? The low voice was like the death sentence. Shu Han raised his palm upward, holding a fireball half the size of a man. The fireball is orange-red. The scorching heat caused the surrounding air to twist. This is the limit of what he can achieve. He stuffed the explosive fireball into the skull warrior's head. Boom! Scorching flames rushed out from its 7 orifices. The blood-red soul fire was swallowed up completely in an instant. The skeleton warrior slowly smashed its huge body to the ground. The health bar is completely cleared. The few people hiding in the dark were stunned. It took him a while to come back to his senses. This kid really killed the skeleton warrior. Did I read that correctly? The skeleton warrior who easily wiped out a group of 50 people was actually killed by this kid, 1 man and 1 beast. Who is this kid? This kid is probably a child of a big family, otherwise how could he have so much good equipment? Brother, do we still want to take action? All eyes turned to the man with the spider tattoo. The man with the spider tattoo gritted his teeth and nodded, nonsense. Otherwise, why are we waiting here for so long? Wait first, wait until he relaxes his vigilance, and then take action. Several others nodded. Shu Han looked at the corpse of the skeleton warrior and breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed to be having an easy time. In fact, the nerves are still tight. Although this skeleton warrior is not as powerful as the earth-splitting Tiger King. But it's still quite stressful to deal with it alone. The little boy ran to Shu Han and rubbed Shu Han's shoulder affectionately. Shu Han patted the little kid on the head. Compared to before, the little cub seemed to have grown in size, reaching the height of his shoulders. At this growth rate, it won't be long before he is bigger than others. Maybe you can even sit on the cub by then. It's very cool just thinking about it. He patted the little cub's head affectionately. Well done. If it weren't for you, it would have taken a lot of effort to deal with this guy. How about I go back and prepare some barbecue for you? The little kid's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. You should go in and take a rest first. Shu Han summoned a magic circle and took the little cub back into the pet space. He opened the little boy's properties panel and took a look. Name: Earth-splitting tiger cub 10 1/millionth Titan tiger bloodline. Race: Tiger clan. Level: 16. Power: 800. Physique: 850. Agility: 770. Spirit: 200. Skills: Earth-shaking claw LV.2, Tiger roar LV.1, Sandstorm LV.1, Rock collapse LV.2, Earthquake LV.1. Shu Han was a little surprised. The kid's level has actually been raised from level 10 to level 16. Among them, not only the skeleton warriors contributed a lot of experience. There are also experiences offered by pet spaces. The attributes have improved a lot, almost reaching the level of his master. Shu Han sighed. It truly is a strange beast that possesses some of the blood of the Titan tiger. Growing up too fast. Putting away the cub, he turned his attention to the corpse of the skeleton warrior. Next to the corpse, a total of 3 items dropped. A large sword stained with blood. A tattered piece of armor. A pair of still tattered wrist guards. Shu Han's heart sank. Your luck can't be so bad, right? Are these 3 items all bronze level equipment? That would be a big loss. Shu Han stepped forward to pick up the sword and took a look at its attributes. Great Sword of Wrongful Souls. Quality: Gold level. Strength plus 160. Physique plus 50. Skill 1. Soul Seizing. The wrong soul great sword absorbs the enemy's soul to cause damage, and restores its own health. Cooling time is 3 minutes. Skill 2. Furious Sweep. Swing the giant sword towards the enemy, causing fan damage. Cooling time is 4 minutes. Skeleton Warrior Set. 1/3 1-piece set can strengthen the skills of this equipment by 10%, 2-piece set can strengthen 2 skills by 10%, and 3-piece set can strengthen all skills of the set by 10%. Introduction. A great sword stained with countless blood. With it, you can make your enemies frightened. Equipment requirements. Level 30. Shu Han's eyes lit up. This seemingly worn-out sword is actually still gold level. It also comes with a skeleton warrior skill, Furious Sweep. It's simply a warrior's magical skill. And it's also a skeleton warrior suit. Although the suit effect is not that outstanding. But with the 3-piece set, the power of all skills is increased by 10%, and the effect is still very good. Shu Han turned his head and looked at the tattered armor and wrist guards. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. Presumably, these 2 pieces of equipment wouldn't be too bad. He picked up the armor and checked its properties. Wrongful Soul Armor. Quality: Gold level. Strength plus 100. Physique plus 150. Skill 1. Possession by the wrongful souls summons the wrongful souls in the armor to resist damage for yourself. The more wrongful souls there are, the more damage you can resist. The wrongful souls will dissipate after being summoned once, and the cooling time is 1 minute. Skill 2. Netherworld erosion disperses death energy, corrodes nearby enemies, the damage can be stacked 3 times, the death energy lasts for 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 5 minutes. Skeleton Warrior Set 1/3 1-piece set can strengthen the skills of this equipment by 10%, 2-piece set can strengthen 2 skills by 10%, and 3-piece set can strengthen all skills of the set by 10%. Introduction. The armor with many innocent souls attached to it is a powerful armor for the Skeleton Warrior. Equipment requirements. Level 30. This armor is also an artifact for warriors. Can summon the souls of enemies to protect themselves from harm. It can save lives at critical moments. As for the death energy damage, it is also a very good damage skill. He looked at the last bracer. Wristbands of wrongful souls. Quality. Gold level. Strength plus 100. Physique plus 50. Skill 1. Curse of weakness. Cast a curse on the enemy, causing the enemy to fall into a weak state, weakening all attributes by 50%, lasting 3 seconds, cooling time 2 minutes. Skill 2. Soul Eating Hand can absorb the soul of the weak and kill them directly, cooling time is 4 minutes. Skeleton Warrior Set 1/3 1-piece set can strengthen the skills of this equipment by 10%, 2-piece set can strengthen 2 skills by 10%, and 3-piece set can strengthen all skills of the set by 10%. Introduction. A wrist guard with many innocent souls attached to it, and with the curse of the Skeleton Warrior. Equipment requirements. Level 30. Sure enough, it's a 3-piece set. It's just that the usage requirements are too high. It cannot be equipped until level 30. Although Shu Han really wanted to use it. But when he reaches level 30, he will definitely be able to get better equipment. This kind of gold level suit is probably no longer popular. After much thought, he decided to sell the Skeleton Warrior suit. At least it could sell for millions. With money, you can buy some exotic animal meat or other things you need. He put the 3 pieces of equipment into the space ring. Then he looked at the corpse of the Skeleton Warrior. He casually picked up the bones of the Skeleton Warrior. Devouring of all things opens. The Skeleton Warrior's bones were devoured. A system prompt sounded. The host swallowed the 2nd-level Skeleton Warrior for the first time and gained 100 points of strength and 100 points of constitution. Shu Han felt happy. Open the properties panel. Name: Shu Han. Race: human. Occupation: SSS level gourmet. Level: 21. Power: 1362. Physique: 1219. Agility: 640. Spirit: 339. Physical resistance: 10%. Magic resistance: 10%. Physical penetration: 10%. Magic penetration: 10%. Cooling reduction: 10%. Life steal: 10%. The level has reached level 21. Each attribute has been increased by 20 points. It has doubled than before. Shu Han was looking forward to it. If you continue to level up, can your attribute points increase even more with each level you level up? The system beep sounded again. The host acquires the skill of the Skeleton Warlord, summoning the undead. Shu Han felt happy. Got skills again. He opened the skills panel. Really? One more skill. Summoning the undead LV.1, summons a Skeleton Warrior. The Skeleton Warrior's attributes are 10% of the users and the cooling time is 5 minutes. This is one of the Skeleton Warrior's signature skills. With just one move, dozens of Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Wizards appeared. If he hadn't been immune to the curse, he might have been hampered by the Skeleton Wizard's slowing curse. Although currently only one Skeleton Warrior can be summoned. But it's enough. Shu Han clapped his hands easily. This trip has been very rewarding. Shu Han stood up and prepared to leave. Several people in the woods suddenly became anxious when they saw this. Brother, this guy is leaving, let's do it quickly. Yes, if you don't do anything, he will run away. From the look on that kid's face, those pieces of equipment are definitely good stuff. It's not just equipment. Did you notice that what this kid is wearing should be a piece of space equipment? That's right, I watched him put those pieces of equipment in with my own eyes. If this space equipment were sold on the market, it would cost at least tens of millions. I'll make a fortune this time. The man with the spider tattoo nodded, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You guys block his way. I will sneak attack from behind, and I must kill him with one blow. Several people dispersed one after another. It formed a fan shape and surrounded Shu Han. Waiting for Shu Han to approach. Shu Han walked a few steps, but suddenly stopped. Those who are hiding inside, please come out. Those people were stunned. Looking at each other. This kid actually discovered us. Whispered the dwarf. Then just do it. The coxcomb-headed man gritted his teeth and said. The words fell. Several people walked straight out of the woods and stood in front of Shu Han. The dwarf sneered and said, Brother, you are so skilled. You can kill the skeleton warrior alone. Brothers have taken a liking to the skeleton warlord and some of the equipment in your hands. If you take it out yourself, it will save us the trouble of hurting the piece. Ah, Shu Han narrowed his eyes slightly. Just wanted to speak. Then a piercing scream was heard. The scream was like a sharp weapon scratching against the glass, sharp and harsh. He subconsciously covered his ears. It felt like my eardrums were about to be punctured. Shu Han turned around and looked. A fiery red silhouette came flying from a distance. Come to the skeleton warrior. She held the body of the skeleton warrior with tears in her eyes. His voice was choked with sobs. Skeleton warrior. My skeleton warrior. Why did you just leave? I haven't even taken a good look at you. Why did you leave? Shu Han looked at the woman in front of him with confusion. Who is this person? Why is she so sad that the skeleton warrior is dead? Could she be from the Church of the Abyss? Shu Han felt wary and stared at the woman. The woman stood up, wiped away her tears, grabbed Shu Han's collar, and said through gritted teeth, Did you do it? It's all your fault for killing the skeleton warrior. My research subject is gone. You have to compensate me. Shu Han was confused. Research subject? What research subject? He has never heard of anyone studying exotic beasts. The woman nodded. I am from the Alien Beast Research Institute. This skeleton warrior is the subject of my research. Now that it's gone, it will take at least more than a month to wait for it to be refreshed. How can you compensate me? Several people nearby looked at each other and took a breath. This girl is actually from the Alien Beast Research Institute. This kid is so unlucky to encounter such a tough situation. Then should we still grab it? What a steal. Didn't you see that this kid was targeted by the lunatics from the Alien Beast Research Institute? Are you willing to kill yourself if you snatch someone from them? The woman raised her eyebrows, turned to stare at the people and said, What are you whispering about? Who are you calling crazy? Those people were trembling with fear. He quickly apologized and explained with a smile. No, beauty, you are busy, so we won't disturb you. Yeah, we made an appointment to have a drink at Maple Leaf Bar. Beauty, you're busy, let's go first. After saying that, several people slipped away in a hurry. The woman stared at Shu Han and said, Tell me, how can I compensate for my losses? Shu Han said, I have a question, where is the Alien Beast Research Institute? The woman snorted coldly. You don't know this. The Alien Beast Research Institute is affiliated to Longguo University and is a branch of Longguo University. Specializes in studying information about strange beasts. For example, the habits of alien beasts that you studied in high school, as well as some basic information about alien beasts, all came from our research. Shu Han suddenly realized. He thought he could check these things by himself. It turns out that it was all developed bit by bit through research by others. He did remember that in the Gourmet Illustrated book, as long as it was a devoured strange beast, there was detailed information. He thought for a moment and then said, Since your purpose is to get information about the skeleton warrior, what if I give you the information directly? The woman was stunned. You gave me information. Have you ever observed the skeleton warrior? Shu Han frowned and said, Do you want it? The woman looked Shu Han up and down, her eyes full of suspicion. Shu Han continued, If you don't want it, then you can continue to wait for 1 month. A trace of struggle flashed across the woman's face. She finally nodded. Then tell me what you know. But don't try to hide it from me. I still have some general information about the skeleton warrior. If the information you tell me is seriously inconsistent with what I have in hand, see how I deal with you. The woman raised her fist, her face full of threats. After saying that, she loosened her hand and put Shu Han down. Shu Han said, "I'll go to the side to tidy up, but don't peek." Although the woman was a little confused, she still nodded. Shu Han walked into the woods to make sure that the woman could not be seen. Then I opened the gourmet illustrated book and found the skeleton warrior. The information in the gourmet guide is very detailed. Not only the skills and weaknesses of the skeleton warriors are included. Even the skeleton warrior's life experience and habits are written in great detail. Shu Han rubbed his chin and went through the skeleton warrior's information, then closed the gourmet guide and walked out. The woman clasped her hands on her chest, stared at Shu Han impatiently and said, "Can we talk this time?" Shu Han nodded and poured out the contents of the gourmet illustrated book like beans. Skeleton Warlord, Gold Level Leader, Level 35. The skills are Furious Sweep, Undead Body, Curse of Weakness, Summoning the Undead. The expression on the woman's face gradually changed from suspicion to surprise. Detailed. It's so detailed. He was actually able to tell every skill of the skeleton warlord, as well as the skill information. Had he really observed the skeleton warrior carefully? Shu Han continued. This cemetery was once the tomb of the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior and the skeleton wizard were both his subordinates. Due to the catastrophe in the past, the skeleton war will resurrect from the cemetery and wander here. This time, the woman's expression completely changed. She has also heard about the origins of some skeleton warriors. However, that information comes from some ancient books. Now they are all sealed in the database of the Alien Beast Research Institute. How did he know? Okay, I've said everything, you can go. Shu Han said helplessly. Wait a minute. The woman looked Shu Han up and down and asked, "You should be a student of Long University, right? It looks like a stranger. Are you interested in transferring to the Alien Beast Research Institute? As long as you are willing to turn around, I will tell your dean." Shu Han was speechless. No need, I'm not interested. After saying that, he quickly rushed towards Maple Leaf Town. The woman looked at Shu Han with shining eyes. This guy is a good candidate to be a researcher. We must find a way to get him. If it doesn't work, just ask the teacher to come out. Sneeze. Shu Han sneezed. He didn't know yet that he was being remembered. More than an hour later, Shu Han returned to Maple Leaf Town. Maple Leaf Town is brightly lit at night. There was noise from various bars. There was even a fight between a few drunk people. Shu Han randomly found a hotel to stay and rest. The next day, continued to go out and fight monsters to level up. However, most of the people encountered were skeleton warriors and skeleton wizards. Going deeper, he finally discovered a new strange beast. Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Mage. The Skeleton Knight is riding a skeleton horse. Even in the forest, the running speed is not slow at all. Cooperate with the Skeleton Mage. It's twice as difficult to deal with. But it's not difficult for Shu Han to deal with him. Use Shadowless Flash to cut to the back row and easily kill the Necromancer. There is no Necromancer output. The threat of the Undead Knight is reduced a lot. After devouring the Undead Knight and Undead Mage, his attributes have improved again. Name, Shu Han. Race, Human. Occupation, SSS Level Gourmet. Level, 21. Power, 1412. Physique, 1269. Agility, 640. Spirit, 399. Both strength and physique have been increased by 50 points. As for the spirit, it has been improved by 60 points. The progress of the illustrated book has also become 65/75. Eat 10 more kinds of exotic animal meat to complete the illustration mission. But Shu Han was more curious. What kind of special rewards will the gourmet picture book give you when reaching 100 types? The fourth day, Shu Han sorted out the things in his hands. A skeleton warrior set. 2 pieces of silver equipment exploded by the skeleton knight. Knight's plate armor and knight's lance. There are also 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Shu Han made an estimate. The market price of this skeleton warrior suit is at least 3 million. Those 2 pieces of silver level knight equipment can only be sold for about 100,000 yuan. As for bronze level equipment, it is worthless. If you're lucky, you might get 10,000 or 20,000. Bad luck, maybe only a few thousand. Level 10 or 20 bronze and silver level equipment may cost tens of thousands. But the price of bronze and silver level equipment of level 30 or 40 is much lower. After all, the higher the level, the stronger the professional becomes. The higher the level of equipment you pursue. In addition, there is a most valuable thing. Fierce Skills Book. Shu Han packed up his equipment and took the aerial track back to the capital. He did not get off at Longguo University Station. Instead, he continued to sit forward for 5 stops. This is the largest trading market in the southern district of Beijing. Get off the train. Looking down from the platform. Looking around, there is a huge square that is almost endless. Many people were sitting on the ground, with various equipment or materials in front of them. There are even some alien cubs in cages. In the middle of the square is a tall building with dozens of floors. It says Sungnam Trading Market. Shu Han walked down the stairs. There were shouts and shouts. Silver level dagger, come and take a look. The best gold level staff. The price is affordable and fair, and you can be honest with anyone. I'm looking for shield warrior equipment. I need gold level or above, so bring me the price. Shu Han's eyes swept over these stalls. The attributes of these equipment can be viewed. However, most of them are silver level equipment or bronze level equipment. For Shu Han, there was no attraction at all. He randomly found an empty seat and sat down. Lay out the equipment piece by piece. Then make the equipment attribute settings public. Then he sat leisurely on a folding chair, closed his eyes and took a nap. Hey, young man, how do you sell your equipment? It was put up not long ago. Then a warrior with a sword and shield came over and asked. Shu Han opened his eyes and pointed at the price tag in front of the equipment. The swordsman glanced at the skeleton warrior suit. His eyes widened suddenly. 100 million. You're selling these 3 pieces of equipment for 5 million. Robbery. If you mark prices randomly, I will go to the exchange to sue you. The soldier pointed at Shu Han and shouted. The trading market not only governs transactions, but is also responsible for handling transaction disputes. If you have any transaction disputes, you can go to the trading market to request settlement. Shu Han curled his lips. Let's take a look at the equipment attributes first. The soldier said with disdain. These 3 pieces of equipment of yours look shabby. What good things can they be? He checked the properties of the great sword. When he saw the terrifying attribute bonuses and accompanying skills, eyes widened. He shouted out loud, "Skeleton warrior suit." His roar immediately attracted many people around him. They all came over and looked at the things in front of Shu Han's stall with curiosity. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, it's actually a skeleton warrior suit. It's a gold level suit. When you take this set out, its quality is comparable to 3 platinum level items. 5 million is really not expensive. A platinum level small item costs more than 1 million, and a better one costs more than 2 million. Brother, I want this suit for 5 million. What do you want? I was here first. Sell it to me for 5 million. I'll pay 5.1 million. You fools are still involved. Then I'll offer you 5.2 million. I am 5,300,000. Watching a group of people trying their best to raise the price. A smile appeared on Shu Han's face. This is the effect he wants. Prices keep rising. Soon it reached 7 million. At this time, many people no longer dared to speak. 7 million, this is a huge amount of money. Even some third-level masters will take a year or 2 to earn it. 8 million, I want it. A deep voice came from behind. A muscular man wearing armor and standing 2 meters tall pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. After the strong man came in, he stood aside and looked behind him respectfully. A man wearing a dark purple robe and holding a staff walked slowly over. An aura full of destruction emanated from him. When the people around him saw this, they immediately started talking. Isn't this Lei Hongguang from Longguo University? I didn't expect that he would actually come today. This rich young man has made a bid. We'd better save our money. We can't get this one at all. The rich young man took action. It seems that he has made some moves recently. Lei Hongguang looked at Shu Han. How about 8 million? Shu Han looked at him and said lightly, if no one else bids, it will be yours. The 2-meter-tall strong man's eyes turned cold. Boy, do you know who this is? Dare you speak like that? Shu Han glanced at the strong man. This thing belongs to me. If you want to buy it, you must follow my rules. Otherwise, get out. You. The strong man clenched his fists, stared at Shu Han, and was ready to take action. Lei Hongguang stretched out his hand to stop him. His face darkened and he whispered, Iwatora, have you forgotten what I said? Iwatora was startled and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, boss. He glared at Shu Han fiercely and stopped talking. Lei Hongguang smiled apologetically and said, I'm really sorry, brother. Iwatora's personality is a little impatient, so don't take it to heart. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lei Hongguang. If you have any good equipment in the future, you can sell it all to me. I will charge you a high price and I will never treat you badly. Shu Han narrowed his eyes slightly. Lei Hongguang. Why does this name sound familiar? A bit similar to Lei Hongyang. He nodded slightly. 8 million, this skeleton warrior suit is yours. Lei Hongguang smiled slightly, nodded and said, brother, you are so refreshing. He handed over a bank card and paid 8 million directly. Look at the payment notice. Shu Han nodded slightly and signaled Lei Hongguang to take away the skeleton warrior suit. Lei Hongguang clasped his fists and said, thank you brother. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. My Thunder God Society is quite famous in the capital. After that, he turned around and planned to leave. However, Yi Yanyu said, boss, there seems to be a skill book there. Lei Hongguang turned to look at the skill book in the corner. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Shu Han actually had a skill book here. Generally speaking, this is a skill book. Most professionals will choose to sell on the exchange market. On the one hand, the price is guaranteed. On the other hand, it is not easy to be targeted by interested parties. It has happened many times before. Someone set up a stall to sell skill books, but was targeted. After the man closed the stall and went back, the other party took the opportunity to snatch it. He didn't expect Shu Han to be so bold. Brother, what skill is this skill book? Lei Hongguang asked curiously. See for yourself. Shu Han said casually. Lei Hongguang stepped forward and picked up the skill book and took a look. His eyes suddenly widened. People nearby also came over. When they see the attributes of the skill book, everyone's eyes widened. Dear me, it's actually a control skill. This skill is simply magical. It can save lives at critical moments. This skill is common to all professions, and the price is probably very exaggerated. You can't buy it without 7 or 8 million. Skills can retain their value much better than equipment. Everyone was talking a lot. Looking at the skill book, his eyes were full of envy. Lei Hongguang asked, brother, how much does this skill book cost? 10 million, Shu Han said lightly. Lei Hongguang's eyes lit up and he said directly, I want this skill book. Having said that, he didn't wait for Shu Han to regret it. Just take out your bank card and transfer money. Got 10 million. The funds in Shu Han's hands suddenly reached a terrifying 18 million. This asset cannot be achieved even by some level 4 masters. The few remaining pieces of equipment sold out quickly. Shu Han closed the stall and left under the envious eyes of everyone. But he didn't leave. Instead, he wandered around the market. The eyes of delusion are opened. His eyes swept over the many pieces of equipment. It's just that the equipment doesn't catch his eye at all. They were all bronze and silver level equipment, which was of no help to him at all. Shu Han. A crisp voice sounded behind Shu Han. Shu Han turned around and looked. I saw a woman wearing a white swordsman's robe with a long sword hanging on her waist standing behind her. It's Xia Ling. Next to Xia Ling stood a woman wearing a white gauze skirt. The woman's black hair hung down on her shoulders. The eyes are filled with autumn water and full of tenderness. There was a faint smile on his face. If Xia Ling is a heroic female swordsman, that girl is the fairy who came to the world. Let me introduce you. This person's name is Qin Xuanyi. He is from the second high school. Here, we can be considered fellow villagers. Xia Ling introduced with a smile. Shu Han was stunned. Qin Xuanyi. The name sounds familiar. Sudden, his mind recalled what Uncle Scarface had said to him. Apparently, the scar-faced uncle's daughter is named Qin Xuanyi. He didn't expect that. The scar-faced uncle looks so fierce, but his daughter looks so gentle. Qin Xuanyi stretched out his jade hand and said with a smile, hello, nice to meet you. Shu Han nodded, stretched out his hand and shook it gently. Qin Shuani's hand was as soft as a bone, with a little warmth. Very comfortable to hold. Seeing Shu Han didn't let go, Qin Shuani's pretty face turned slightly red, neither accepting it nor accepting it. Xiaoling coughed dryly. Shu Han, why are you here? Shu Han was stunned and came to his senses. Embarrassed, he took back his hand and said, take a stroll and see if there is anything you need. Xiaoling smiled and said, then let's go shopping together. By the way, let's get familiar with it first. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. We can still help each other then. Shu Han looked confused. Help each other? Isn't it just an opening ceremony for new students? Still need to help each other? Xiaoling and Qin Shuani both looked at Shu Han with puzzled faces. You do not know. Xiaoling stared at Shu Han and asked. Shu Han shook his head. Qin Shuani spoke slowly. After the freshmen of Longguo University start school, everyone has to enter a secret realm to undergo training for 3 days. After 3 days, credits will be given based on killing strange beasts. This is everyone's basic credits. Shu Han nodded suddenly. There is such a thing. I have been immersed in leveling before, so it's no wonder I don't know these rules. Xiaoling added. It seems that you can only choose a mentor after the secret realm is over. But this is also a two-way selection process. The instructor will watch the student's performance in the secret realm throughout the process. If they think you have excellent performance, the instructor will take the initiative to select you. Of course, you can also choose one of many mentors. However, I heard that one of the mentors seems to be from the Alien Beast Research Institute. Although she is the strongest, it is best not to choose her. Shu Han's heart moved. He thought of the strange woman he met a few days ago. That person also seemed to claim to be from the Alien Beast Research Institute. He asked, is this strange Beast Research Institute a very scary place? Xiaoling nodded solemnly. Dragon Kingdom University is divided into several colleges, such as the Magician Academy, the Warrior Academy, the Life Academy, etc. Among them, the one with the smallest number of people but the strongest strength is the Alien Beast Research Institute. With the current status of the Alien Beast Research Institute, it is even close to catching up with Longguo University itself. It's just that the scale is too small, so we can't go out independently. I heard that the people at the Alien Beast Research Institute are all lunatics. They are obsessed with studying the attributes and living habits of strange beasts. As great as they are, joining one of them puts your life at risk. After all, it is said that among the students led by that instructor, the casualty rate is as high as 80%. Shu Han nodded slightly. He doesn't have much interest in the Alien Beast Research Institute either. Let's talk about it then. The three of them chatted and wandered around. Qin Shuani's eyes fell on the stall nearby. There was a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Stopped unconsciously. What's wrong, Zanyi? Xiaoling asked curiously. Qin Shuani pointed to a black wooden flute on a stall not far away. I think that flute looks good, but I wonder what its properties are like. Then let's go over and take a look. Originally, I came out this time to buy some equipment and prepare for the secret realm. Xiaoling said with a smile. Shu Han nodded and said he had no objection. The three of them walked towards the stall together. Come to the stall. Qin Shuani pointed to the black wooden flute and asked, Boss, can you show me the properties of this flute? The stall owner is a fat man, and his eyes are almost blinded by the meat. He smiled honestly, scratched his head and said, yes, of course. He picked up the recorder. The properties panel of the wooden flute appears in front of you. Black wood grain flute. Quality. Gold level. Spirit plus 150. Skill 1. Lightness. Play the wooden flute to increase the movement speed and attack speed of yourself and surrounding teammates. Cooling time is 1 minute. Skill 2. Chill. Play the wooden flute. Condense the air into substance to attack the enemy. Cooling time is 1 minute. Introduction. A flute carefully crafted from black wood, the sound produced can enhance fighting spirit. Equipment requirements. Level 15. Qin Shuani's eyes lit up. There was deep love in his eyes. Xiaoling on the side also looked surprised. It's actually a gold-level wooden flute. It's just right. You can use it, Zanyi. Qin Shuani nodded slightly and asked softly, Boss, how much does this black wood grain flute cost? The boss said with a smile, Sister, if you sell this to others, it will cost at least 5 million. But you are beautiful, how about I give you a preferential price, 4 million? Qin Shuani bit her red lips. This time when she came to school, her father emptied his family's money. I even got some together with other uncles in the group. A total of 5 million was given. It would cost 4.5 million to buy this black wood grain flute. Then you can't buy anything else. But, seeing the terrifying attributes of the black wood grain flute, she was a little moved. As of now, her mental strength is only in her early 100s. This is still the case when various types of equipment are superimposed. And this black wood grain flute almost doubled her mental power. In the next secret realm, you should be able to get a good result. She hesitated for a moment. He nodded and said, I want it. With that said, she took out her bank card and was about to hand it over. But he was stopped by a hand. She turned around and looked. It was Shu Han. She was about to ask, but she saw Shu Han staring at the stall owner. You can keep this black wood grain flute for yourself. Let's go look elsewhere. Xiaoling and Qin Shuani looked at Shu Han in surprise. They didn't know why Shu Han suddenly said this. The smile on the fat boss's face disappeared instantly. He glared at Shu Han dissatisfied and said, Brother, I spent a lot of effort to get this black wood grain flute, killing a leader-level beast. Several of my brothers are injured and are waiting for the money for treatment. If you think it's expensive, then we can discuss it again. 4 million cannot be any less. Shu Han shook his head expressionlessly. A piece of bronze-level equipment is sold as gold-level equipment. Aren't you afraid of being caught by people in the trading market? Xiaoling and Qin Shuani's eyes widened suddenly. Shu Han, is this bronze-level equipment? Shu Han nodded slightly. A trace of panic flashed in the boss's eyes. Then he pretended to be calm and said, Brother, you are so unkind. Even if you can't afford it, you don't have to slander me like this, right? People around him also gathered around. They also stared at Shu Han dissatisfied. This young man seems to be a nice person, how could he do such a black-hearted thing? He actually said that other people's equipment is fake. That's right, I've shown you these attributes, how can they still be fake? Gold-level weapons can be sold for 4 million, which is not expensive anymore. This boss is very conscientious. You still ask for so much. I think this kind of person should be sent to the trading market to teach him how to behave. The stall owner looked at Shu Han with a proud smile on his face. Xiaoling gently tugged at Shu Han's clothes and whispered, Shu Han, why not forget it? Let's go somewhere else. Qin Shuani also nodded slightly, his eyes full of worry. If you are really sent to the trading market as a liar, then you can't enroll in school. Shu Han smiled. He stared at the fat man and said, Since you said this is true, do you dare to hand the black wood grain flute to someone else for a look? The fat man's face paled slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, Why? This is my equipment, you can only see it in my hand. At this time, a group of guards wearing standard armor came over. What are you doing here? The leading middle-aged man said with a frown. People around him stepped back. There was an expression on his face that he was watching a good show. This is the escort of the trading market, responsible for maintaining order and fairness in transactions. The fat man pointed at Shu Han and said, This man is a liar. He has to say that my black wood grain flute is bronze-level equipment. Look at it, everyone, the attributes are all displayed here. Can the attributes be faked? The onlookers nodded. Yes, I think this guy is a liar. He can't afford gold-level equipment and wants to hack it. You have 2 beauties with you, and you actually do something like this. Fortunately, these 2 beauties saw his true face. The captain of the escort team came to Shu Han, frowned and said, Is everything they said true? Then come with us. Say it. The 2 guards behind him stepped forward to take Shu Han away. Seeing this, Xiaoling hurriedly stopped in front of Shu Han. No, there must be a misunderstanding here. Shu Han is not such a person. Qin Shuani also nodded quickly, frowning, and kept bending down to apologize. I'm sorry, it was me who caused trouble. It has nothing to do with this friend of mine. If you want to punish me, then punish me. When the people around him saw this, they became even more furious. This kid did something wrong himself, and those 2 beauties still speak for him. Hurry up and arrest this person to prevent him from harming these two beauties. Two beauties will not have a good life following such poor people. Shu Han said calmly. The flute in his hand is just a bronze-level weapon. If it's true or false, you'll know if you take it over and take a look. The guard captain walked toward the fat man doubtfully, stretched out his hand and said, "Give me that flute. If what he said is false, I will give you justice." The fat man turned pale. A heavy cold sweat broke out on his head. He forced an awkward smile. "Forget it, sir, I won't care about this matter." The guard captain's voice suddenly rose. "Bring it here." The fat man trembled with fright. He gingerly handed the flute in his hand to the guard captain. "Guard captain, be gentle." The flute attribute panel appeared in front of everyone. Black wooden flute. Quality: bronze level. Spirit plus 20. Introduction: a flute made of ordinary black wood, which can produce pleasant tunes when played. Equipment requirements: level 10. See this properties panel. Everyone present widened their eyes. The fat man turned pale, turned around and wanted to run away. The guard captain waved his hand. Several members of the escort swarmed forward and pressed the fat man to the ground. Chapter 71. The fat man shouted that he was wronged. The escort members found a black wooden flute in his sleeve. That black wooden flute is the real black wooden flute. The fat man was taken away by members of the escort team. People around were talking a lot. That fool is actually a liar. I'm lucky that he looks so honest. Knowing people but not knowing their hearts, we almost made the mistake of blaming this young man. It's a good thing that this young man knows the goods and saw through the trick of the liar. It's no wonder that these two girls followed him. The guard captain bowed his head to Shu Han and said apologetically, "Sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Let's take him back now to investigate. He will definitely be punished." The escort escorted the fat man away. The crowd of onlookers also dispersed. Qin Shuani whispered, "Thank you, Shu Han. If you hadn't discovered it, I would have spent over 4 million on a bronze-level weapon." Shu Han waved his hand. "It's just a small matter." Originally he also believed that it was the black wood pattern flute. He subconsciously looked at it with his delusional eyes. But he discovered that the flute was actually a bronze-level weapon. The fat man hid the real black wood grain flute in his sleeve. When you want to display attributes, show the attributes of the black wood grain flute. Most people won't notice anything wrong. Just so fooled. The three of them continued to walk around the market. Shu Han bought some pet food. After counting, there are 12 kinds. 3 platinum-level pet foods. 9 gold-level pet foods. In total, it cost 12 million. The deposit I just earned was now only 3 million left. Feeding it to the little cub after you return should improve the little cub's strength. As for the equipment, Shu Han was not interested in anything. Even if it is a gold-level weapon, he doesn't like it. We can only wait and see in the secret realm, maybe there will be some high-level alien beast leaders. Xiaoling and Qin Shuani also bought some equipment each. They walked towards the station together. Shu Han looked around. See if there are any good ones. Sudden, his eyes rested on the iron cage on the stall next to him. There is a palm-sized bird in the iron cage. The bird's feathers were messy and it had several wounds on its body. It looked very miserable. However, its eyes were full of unyielding determination and fighting spirit. However, Shu Han stared at the bird, his eyes full of surprise. Name: Rapid Thunder Eagle Cub, 1/1000th of the bloodline of Sky-Breaking Thunder Eagle. Race: Bird Tribe. Grade 1. Strength: 4. Physique: 3. Agility: 10. Spirit: 1. Skill 1. Wind Claw LV.1 Inject wind attribute power into the claws to speed up the attack, with a 10% chance of causing double damage, cooling time 1 minute. Skill 2. Wind Blade LV.1 Use the rapid wind to turn into 3 sharp blades to attack the enemy, cooling time is 1 minute. Blood Purification Conditions. Silver Level Thunder Attribute Pet Food 1. Shu Han didn't expect it. This little guy actually has a trace of the blood of a mythical beast. Sky-Breaking Thunder Eagle. This is a top-level beast known for its speed. Lord of the Sky. Its combat effectiveness is not weaker than that of the Titan Tiger. Shu Han stepped forward and asked, "How can I sell this Thunder Eagle cub?" The stall owner is a bald middle-aged man. He glanced at Shu Han and said, 50,000. Xiaoling was shocked. 500,000. Why is it so expensive? The adult thunder eagle is only a third-level exotic beast, and the price of the cub is only between 100,000 and 200,000. Why do you want 500,000? Isn't this robbing people? The middle-aged man closed his eyes impatiently. If it's too expensive, don't buy it. Shu Han said bluntly, I will buy it. He took out his bank card and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at Shu Han in surprise. He took the bank card and scanned it. 500,000 has arrived. He picked up the iron cage and handed it to Shu Han, and took a deep look at the thunder eagle cub. It is very strong and never gives in no matter how badly it is injured. If it is properly cultivated, it will definitely surpass the average thunder eagle. Shu Han nodded slightly. He cursed secretly in his heart. Not only more than the ordinary thunder eagle. It can even become the legendary beast, the sky-breaking thunder eagle. See Shu Han carrying an iron cage. Xiaoling and Qin Xuanyi looked puzzled. Shu Han, if you spend 500,000 to buy a thunder eagle cub, isn't it a bit of a loss? Xiaoling grew up in the trading market. Be aware of the prices of various things. Shu Han shook his head, looked at the bird in the cage, and smiled. It's true, this little guy's strength is far from what we thought. Listen to Shu Han say this. Xiaoling said nothing more. The three of them walked towards the station together. Shu Han, a voice full of surprise sounded. Shu Han looked up. I saw two sisters, Shuiling Yao and Shui Shuilin, standing on the platform. Shuiling Yao quickly came to Shu Han. He smiled and said, what a coincidence, I see you here. She turned to look at Xiaoling and Qin Xuanyi, and asked with some uncertainty, are these two, your girlfriends? Qin Xuanyi blushed and shook her head quickly. We are just friends, we just met. Shuiling Yao breathed a sigh of relief quietly. He smiled and said, so that's it. She turned her head and took a deep look at Shu Han, and said, classmate Shu Han, do you still remember what you said? You want me to visit your dormitory. Shu Han was stunned. When did you say this? Shuiling Yao continued. I will take my sister to visit tonight. See you in the evening. After saying that, without waiting for Shu Han to refuse, she pulled Shui Shuilin and walked forward quickly. Shu Han was speechless. I also wanted to help the little cub purify the blood of the newly caught thunder eagle cub at night. Xiaoling looked at Shu Han with something wrong in her expression. Shu Han, don't you live in the boys' dormitory? How did they? Shu Han sighed helplessly. I told them about the dormitory allocation. Xiaoling and Qin Xuanyi's eyes widened in surprise. You were assigned to the A-level student dormitory. Xiaoling said in shock. Shu Han nodded. Then Zan Yi and I will also go visit, okay. Xiaoling took Qin Xuanyi's arm and said with a smile. Shu Han sighed and nodded. Now that the Shui sisters are here. It's no different than these two. The three of them took the aerial track back to Longguo University. Enter the school. Shu Han could clearly feel that it was much more lively than the previous few days. There were many people walking by wearing all kinds of equipment on the road. When Xiaoling and Qin Xuanyi walked on the road, the rate of turning back was as high as 300%. As for Shu Han beside him, he was reduced to the beauty's foil. Shu Han returned to the dormitory. Place the iron cage on the table. The thunder eagle cub stared at Shu Han reluctantly. Not willing to come out of the cage. Shu Han grinned. This little thing persisted. But no matter how strong you are, can you still stop your food offensive? He didn't care about the little guy, got up and came to the kitchen. He took out a large piece of exotic animal meat that he had saved and started grilling it. Soon, the smell of meat filled the whole house. The rich aroma of meat filled the whole room. Shu Han carried a piece of barbecue nearly half the size of a man to the living room and placed the barbecue in front of the iron cage. The thunder eagle cub stared intently at the piece of barbecue. The wings spread. I really want to eat, but I can't seem to save the face. He looked down at the bottom of the cage. Don't see. If you don't look at it, you won't want to eat it. Shu Han laughed dumbly. This little guy is quite tenacious. Since you won't eat it, I will eat it. Shu Han tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it. The thunder eagle cub quietly raised its head and glanced at the piece of meat. I'm almost drooling with greed. This piece of meat is so delicious. Shu Han smiled. As the little guy greedy. He tore off a piece of meat and threw it into the cage. The Thunder Eagle cub turned into a bolt of lightning and landed next to the barbecue. The beak pecked the barbecue a few times, and the mouth kept moving, and soon the small piece of barbecue was eaten cleanly. Then it turned its attention to Shu Han. He tilted his head, his eyes full of expectation and curiosity. Shu Han picked up a piece of barbecue and waved it in front of the Thunder Eagle cub. "Want to eat?" The Thunder Eagle cub nodded, and its little eyes seemed to be shining. Shu Han said with a smile, "If you want to eat it, you must first sign a contract with me and become my pet." At this time, he looked like a bad boy who used lollipops to trick children. The Thunder Eagle cub looked Shu Han up and down, seemingly hesitating. Seeing this Thunder Eagle baby, he still refused to give in. The smile on Shu Han's face faded. "Baby, I still can't cure you." He had a thought in his mind. A magic circle appeared beside him. A huge tiger appeared next to him. Roar! As soon as the little boy came out, he rubbed Shu Han's face affectionately. Licking Shu Han's face with his tongue. Licking his face with saliva. Shu Han held the kid by the back of his neck in disgust and lifted him to the side. The little boy looked aggrieved. Shu Han pointed to the large piece of barbecue. "This piece of meat is all for you." The little boy looked at the large piece of barbecue and his mouth was watering. It pounced on the barbecue, opened its mouth wide, and took a big bite. A large portion of the roast meat immediately went into its belly. The Thunder Eagle cub flapped its wings, but could only watch helplessly as the piece of barbecue went into the cub's belly. Shu Han looked at the Thunder Eagle cub and said with a smile, "Little guy, if you are willing to become my pet, you can also get the same treatment as it." "How?" The Thunder Eagle cub stopped moving and stood in the iron cage, tilting its head. "Look at the barbecue, look at Shu Han. Seems to be hesitating." Shu Han was not in a hurry and waited quietly. After a while, the Thunderhawk chick seemed to have made a decision. It stretched out its paw and tapped it lightly in midair. A mysterious magic circle appeared instantly. This magic circle seems to be a little different from Xiaozi's magic circle. The entire magic circle is dark purple, while the little one's magic circle is khaki. When the magic circle appears, there were bursts of muffled thunder in the room. The light bulb flickered on and off, and the circuits in the room were disturbed. Shu Han stretched out his hand and pressed it on the magic array. The body of the Thunder Eagle cub instantly submerged into the magic circle and disappeared. Shu Han felt that he had an extra spiritual connection. He had a thought in his mind. A magic circle appears in front of you. The light faded. The Thunder Eagle cub appeared in front of Shu Han. It fell on Shu Han's shoulder, staring at the remaining barbecue. Shu Han grinned and said, "Little boy, leave some for your brother." The little cub raised his head and glanced at the Thunder Eagle cub, and let out a low growl of dissatisfaction. "But it still lets out the meat." The Thunder Eagle cub happily jumped on the barbecue and pecked at the barbecue. The injuries on its body are also gradually recovering. Shu Han took out the pet food he bought and placed it on the floor. There are 3 types of platinum-level pet food and 9 types of gold-level pet food. The cub and the Thunder Eagle cub both cast greedy eyes. This pet food is very attractive to them. Since there are 2 pets, we can't call them cubs. We can't tell them apart. One is called Xiaohu and the other is Xiaoying. Their names are easy to remember. Shu Han made the decision and decided on the names of the 2 pets. He waved to Little Eagle. "Little Eagle, come here and purify your bloodline first." The little eagle flew to Shu Han's shoulder, staring intently at the 3 dark purple fruits below. This is gold-level pet food with lightning properties, electric berries. Shu Han picked up an electric berry and handed it to Xiaoying. The eagle's sharp beak pecked at the peel. The peel broke open and dark purple sap flowed out. The liquid was beating with electric light. It's completely inedible to humans. But for exotic animals, it is the best supplement. The little eagle greedily absorbed the electric berries. Just a few seconds, it absorbed all the electric berries, leaving only a layer of peel. "Bah!" the little eagle chirped. Electric light danced on its body. There were more and more electric lights, turning into an electric ball and wrapping it in it. Shu Han's eyes lit up. Kitty's bloodline has been purified. He waited eagerly. After a while, the electric light dispersed. A dark purple bird that was several times larger appeared in the living room. The original eaglet was only the size of a palm. However, The dark purple bird in front of him was almost the size of a child. Bah! The big bird chirped, landed on Shu Han's shoulder, and rubbed Shu Han's face affectionately. Shu Han felt happy. The little guy looks like his strength has improved a lot. He looked at the eaglet's attributes. Name: Lightning Eagle, 1 in 10 million, bloodline of sky-breaking thunder eagle. Race: bird tribe. Grade 1. Strength: 40. Physique: 30. Agility: 100. Spirit: 10. Skill 1. Thunder Claw LV.1. Inject thunder attribute power into the claws, and when the claws hit the enemy, there is a 10% chance of paralyzing the enemy for 0.5-3 seconds, cooling time is 1 minute. Skill 2. Lightning Strike LV.1. Summon thunder to attack the enemy with 10% probability of paralyzing the enemy, cooling time is 3 minutes. Blood purification conditions. Platinum level thunder attribute pet food 1. Shu Han's eyes lit up. Kitty's attributes have increased 10 times. And he completely awakened the lightning attribute. Acquired 2 lightning attribute skills. The power is several times stronger than the wind attribute. If Xiaoying's strength improves, he will definitely be as powerful as Xiaohu in the future. Moreover, if they could both be promoted to the bloodline of the legendary beasts. With 2 great beasts, who else in the world can stop him? Shu Han patted Xiaoying on the head. It's a pity that I don't have platinum level pet food with thunder properties. Otherwise, Xiaoying's bloodline can be purified again. Shu Han turned to look at Xiaohu. Baby, it's your turn this time. Shu Han pointed to the pet food on the ground. These are all yours. Xiaohu's eyes lit up. He pounced in front of the pet food and devoured it in big mouthfuls. The little tiger ate all the pet food. Shu Han opened Xiaohu's property panel. Name: Earth-splitting tiger cub, 5/1 millionth Titan tiger bloodline. Race: Tiger clan. Level: 20. Power: 900. Physique: 950. Agility: 850. Spirit: 230. Skills: Earth-shaking claw LV.2, Tiger roar LV.1, Sandstorm LV.1, Rock collapse LV.2, Earthquake LV.1. Blood purification conditions. Platinum level Earth attribute pet food *2. Xiaohu's level was directly upgraded to level 20. It can be considered a big improvement. Okay, little eagle, you go back and rest first. The magic circle opens. Recall the little eagle to the pet space. Then Shu Han took out the Tiger God Jade pendant and looked at Xiaohu. Baby, after eating so much of me, it's time to bleed. Xiaohu looked at Shu Han with confusion. Shu Han pulled out the angry dragon's fangs, and then grabbed the cub's claws. This claw was bigger than Shu Han's hand and felt heavy in his hand. Xiaohu tilted his head and looked at Shu Han doubtfully. Shu Han patted it on the head. What's wrong with learning? Have you learned how to be cute like a little eagle? As he spoke, he slashed the tiger's paw with a knife, and blood gushed out. Roar! Xiaohu growled in pain. But when it saw Shu Han's eyes, it immediately shut up and behaved like a big cat. Shu Han nodded with satisfaction. Place the Tiger God Jade pendant under the tiger's palm. Blood dripped on the Tiger God Jade pendant. The Tiger God Jade pendant bloomed with earthy yellow light. A low roar like that of an ancient beast came from the Tiger God Jade pendant. Shu Han felt goosebumps all over his body. A sense of crisis came over me. The little tiger on the side has hair all over his body. It jumped to the side and let out a low growl of warning. As the roar gradually dissipated, the fear in Shu Han's heart gradually dissipated. He was panting slightly, with cold sweat covering his forehead. Is this the aura of the Titan tiger? It is indeed a divine beast. He had no doubt. If the Titan beast's body is in front of him, with his own strength, he has no power to fight back. This is no longer powerful enough to describe it. He checked the properties of the Tiger God Jade pendant. The properties of the Tiger God Jade pendant have been greatly improved. Tiger God Jade pendant, seal 2/7. Quality: gold level. Strength plus 150. Agility plus 150. Skill 1. Shock passive skill. The wearer carries a ray of coercion from the Titan tiger, which makes the strange beasts feel fear, and all attributes are reduced by 20%. Skill 2. Soul of the Divine Tiger, passive skill. The Tiger God Jade pendant will protect the wearer's spirit. Once encountering a spiritual attack, it will defend and counterattack immediately. Introduction. A jade pendant made with a ray of blood from the Titan tiger, possessing the terrifying aura of the Titan tiger. Equipment requirements. Level 0. Unlock the second seal. The Tiger God Jade Pendant has reached the gold level. The improvement of strength and agility has been increased from the original 50 to 150. And there is an additional skill to protect the spirit. This skill is a magical skill. Psychic attacks can ignore defenses, cause horrific damage, and have many negative effects. However, there is the soul of the divine tiger. Don't even think about causing harm to him with any mental attacks. He looked at the soul ring. This soul ring is no longer of much help to him. But if you sell it, you can get a lot of money. The attribute of spiritual protection alone is worth millions. Shu Han patted Xiaohu's head happily. Thank you for your hard work, little guy. Go back and have a rest, and have a good exchange of feelings with your brother. A magic circle appears. Xiaohu was also taken back to the pet space. Shu Han cleaned the dormitory and sat down to rest. It's getting late. There was a knock on the door. Shu Han opened the door. Then he saw Shui Lingyao and Shui Shuilin standing at the door. Shui Lingyao smiled and waved, "Good evening." Shui Shuilin's pretty face turned red, and she said timidly, "Excuse me for disturbing you." Shu Han greeted the two of them to come in. Shui Shuilin looked at the luxurious villa, her eyes shining. Shui Lingyao's eyes were also full of surprise. It's truly an A-level student dormitory. Isn't it great? Huh, what smells so good? Shui Lingyao's nose twitched as she carefully discerned the fragrance in the air. It seems, it's the smell of barbecue. The smell of barbecue is too fragrant. Shui Lingyao turned to look at Shu Han and asked with shining eyes, "Shu Han, where did you buy this barbecue?" "I've been in the school cafeteria, but I've never smelled such delicious barbecue." Shu Han smiled. "I baked it myself." "You baked it yourself?" The two sisters Shui Lingyao and Shui Shuilin suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Shu Han in shock. Shu Han nodded. "Can you still cook?" Shui Lingyao looked at Shu Han with envy. Shu Han scratched his head. "Is it difficult?" Shui Shuilin whispered. "Sister cooked 84 times in total, set the kitchen on fire 56 times, burned through the pot 15 times, and burned things to charcoal 12 times. Shu Han's head was covered with black lines. "Is this the legendary kitchen killer?" Shui Lingyao's pretty face turned red and she glared at her sister fiercely. "Isn't there another one that succeeded?" "You don't know how difficult it is to cook. It's not easy to succeed even once." "Right." With the last word, she turned to look at Shu Han. It seemed that he wanted to get Shu Han's approval. Shu Han said silently, "Cooking is not difficult, I succeeded in one try." Shui Lingyao's face turned even redder. "Then can you teach me how to cook?" Shu Han was stunned. "You still want to learn to cook?" Shui Lingyao nodded heavily. "Don't worry, I'll be responsible for the ingredients. In addition, I can also pay for the tuition." Shu Han rubbed his chin. "She is responsible for the ingredients herself, which is good. Maybe she could get some high-grade exotic animal meat. You can also eat a little bit to unlock the gourmet illustration." As for tuition fees, Shu Han didn't care. Making money doesn't put much pressure on him. He nodded. "Okay." Shui Lingyao's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Thank you." Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Shu Han went to open the door again. Xiaoling and Qin Xuanyi were seen standing at the door. "Excuse me," Xiaoling said with a smile. Qin Xuanyi bowed slightly and said hello. When Shui Lingyao saw Xiaoling and Qin Xuanyi, her heart suddenly tightened. A sense of crisis arose in my heart. "Please come in." Shu Han invited the two people in. Xiaoling greeted the Shui sisters with a smile. "You two are also coming to visit Shu Han's dormitory?" Shui Lingyao said with a smile. Xiaoling nodded. "Yes, as fellow villagers, of course we have to visit each other. By the way, Shu Han, we also brought you a little gift." With that said, Xiaoling took out a small wallet and opened it. "Take out a fist-sized dark purple fruit. This fruit is covered with thunder and lightning." The lights in the room flickered on and off. Shu Han asked in confusion, "What is this?" Xiaoling said with a smile, "We saw that you bought a lot of pet food that day. Thinking of you and that little tiger. We just went and bought pet food. This is platinum level pet food, thunder fruit. Eating it will help the pet, and there is a chance that the thunder attribute pet will learn a new skill." Shu Han was stunned. Just right. To purify Kitty's blood again, he needs 1 platinum level pet food. This thunder fruit just makes Xiaoying's bloodline purify again. He took the thunder fruit, nodded and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, we are all fellow villagers, so we should help each other." Xiaoling smiled and waved her hands. Shui Lingyao's face changed slightly. She forgot to buy a gift. She tapped her jade bracelet. An ice blue dagger appeared in her palm. When the dagger appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees. "That's it," she said softly. Shui Shuilin on the side said quickly, "Sister, this is what Dad gave you." Shui Lingyao smiled, with a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Dad said that this dagger is for my sweetheart. Now that I have found my sweetheart, of course I have to give him a gift." Shui Shuilin glanced at Shu Han, her eyes full of surprise. "This sister of mine is the daughter of the Shui family of the Junhai headquarters. He is the object of countless young masters from rich families. The head of the Junhai General Palace also wants to marry the Shui family. If they were to know that his sister actually fell in love with an unknown boy from Donghai City. My jaw dropped for sure." Shui Lingyao stood up and said with a smile, "Shu Han, my sister and I came in a hurry today and picked a gift at random. I hope you don't dislike it." Shu Han glanced at the dagger. The entire body of the dagger was crystal blue and seemed to be filled with cold air. Like a natural carving from ice. The blade is hollow, and if it is penetrated, it will be an extremely terrifying blood groove. And on the hilt of the dagger, there is an ice blue gemstone inlaid. Ice blue edge. Quality: epic. Strength plus 300. Agility plus 400. Physical penetration plus 10%. Cooldown reduction plus 10%. Skill 1. Cold Front passive skill, attack with ice attribute damage, can freeze the enemy. Skill 2. Frost Invasion summons an ice storm to attack the enemy, with a 5% probability of freezing the enemy, and the cooling time is 5 minutes. Skill 3. Permanence passive skill, cannot be damaged. Introduction. A dagger made of thousands of years of ice, never melting or damaged. Equipment requirements. Level 20. Shu Han was stunned for a moment. Epic dagger. He originally thought it would be great to get a platinum level weapon. Unexpectedly, Shui Lingyao actually gave him an epic dagger. This attribute alone is much higher than that of platinum level weapons. Compared with it, my angry dragon's fang is far behind. Even Xia Ling and Qin Xuanyi looked at Shui Lingyao in surprise. Shu Han waved his hand and said, "No need, this gift is too expensive." Shui Lingyao shook her head firmly, "No. Let this be my apprenticeship ceremony." "Are you disgusted?" Looking at Shui Lingyao's big eyes that contained a hint of grievance. Shu Han hesitated for a moment. "Reach out and grab the dagger." "Okay, then I'll accept it." With this dagger, his combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Name: Shu Han. Race: human. Occupation: SSS level gourmet. Level: 21. Power: 1722. Physique: 1319. Agility: 1010. Spirit: 339. Physical resistance: 10%. Magic resistance: 10%. Physical penetration: 30%. Magic penetration: 10%. Cooling reduction: 10%. Life steal: 10%. Even agility has exceeded the 1000 mark. He felt his body become lighter, as if he could fly with just a slight jump. Physical penetration reaches 30%. This also means that those alien beasts with strong defenses are not that big of a problem for him. See Shu Han accept it. A happy smile appeared on Shui Lingyao's face. Xia Ling asked curiously, "What is the apprenticeship ceremony?" Shui Lingyao explained with a hint of pride, "I asked Master Shu Han to teach me how to cook." Xia Ling turned around and stared at Shu Han seriously. Suddenly he said, "Shu Han, I also want to learn to cook." Shu Han was stunned. Why do all these young ladies want to learn to cook? Isn't there always someone in charge at home on weekdays? Still need to do it yourself. Xia Ling bit her teeth lightly, looked at Shu Han with some anxiety, and said, "Aren't you willing?" Shu Han curled his lips. "If you want to learn, just do it yourself. But there are 2 prerequisites. First, it has to be when I am free, and second, I have to bring the ingredients myself." Xia Ling nodded hurriedly. She cast her eyes on Shui Lingyao and stuck out her tongue playfully. Shui Lingyao puffed her mouth slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiaoling actually learned the same method as her. So annoying. Master, can you make me a barbecue? Shui Lingyao said. Shu Han nodded. There is still a lot of alien meat left in the space ring. I can't eat much by myself. Why not take it out and eat it together? He went to the kitchen and took out a large piece of meat that he had saved before and started grilling it. Soon, the aroma of barbecue filled the air. The girls suddenly felt their stomachs growling with hunger. Even Qin Xuanyi, who had always been reserved, couldn't help but swallow slightly. More than an hour, the barbecue was just brought to the table. The aroma of grilled meat sprinkled with barbecue spices is fragrant. The women moved their index fingers. They didn't care about their image and ate heartily. Just over 20 minutes, a nearly 10-kilogram piece of barbecue was divided up by everyone. Xiaoling finally understood why Shui Lingyao wanted to worship Shu Han as her teacher. This barbecue is so fragrant and delicious. The girls said goodbye together and left Shu Han's dormitory. Walking on the trail outside, Xiaoling suddenly said, Shui Lingyao, do you like Shu Han? Shui Lingyao smiled noncommittally. Aren't you the same? Xiaoling snorted. Then, fair competition. Shui Lingyao smiled and nodded. Of course, but I'm not worried at all. Shu Han finally belongs to me. Even if I want to be with you, then I have to be the big one. Xiaoling clenched her fists. Humph. I want to be the big one. We'll see. So what if you look good? Shu Han doesn't like vases. Shui Lingyao chuckled and said, of course, I want to be the woman behind Shu Han, so I don't want to be a vase. Qin Xuanyi and Shui Shuilin looked at each other. They never expected that the two of them would say these words. She is clearly a top beauty who is sought after by thousands of people. Now they are actually fighting tit for tat for a boy. There was even a fight over size. If other boys knew about it, they would be jealous to death. The next day, central playground of Longguo University. Thousands of young people wearing various costumes gathered here. Shu Han was standing among the crowd, looking towards the podium. A group of formally dressed school leaders stepped onto the podium. The leader was a middle-aged man with gray hair wearing a mage's robe. Shu Han understood it. This middle-aged man with gray hair is the vice president of Longguo University. The bell trembles. It is said that he is a fire magician with terrifying power. Level 151. 7th level strong man. Surrounding Zhang Zhen are the heads of various colleges. A muscular man wearing heavy armor. A plump woman wearing a robe, smiling. A middle-aged man wearing a military uniform and looking calm and confident. An old man wearing a white coat, single-frame glasses, and a mustache. A woman wearing a black sneak suit with an indifferent expression. And a young girl wearing a short skirt and black stockings who looked like a primary school student. Both sides of the rostrum were filled with students and instructors watching the excitement. The students on the playground were all excited. School is finally about to start. I can be considered an official member of Longguo University. Don't be too happy too early. It is said that 10% of students will be expelled from the academy after the secret realm assessment. What the hell, really? It's so strict. I thought it was safe. It seems that there are not only punishments, but also rewards. I don't know what they are specifically. I think the reward given by Longguo University is definitely not an ordinary thing, right? That person on the stage is the vice dean, right? He looks like an ordinary old man, but he's still a 7th level magician. Everyone was discussing excitedly. Zhang Zhen's eyes slowly swept over everyone. The terrifying mental pressure was released. The originally noisy playground suddenly became quiet. Everyone felt like there was a big mountain on their shoulders. They feel a little out of breath. All of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhang Zhen. Several college leaders in the back were discussing in low voices. The woman in the mage's robe covered her mouth and chuckled. Zhang Yuan is doing the same thing again. The strong man in heavy armor nodded and said, of course you have to give these brats some power. Otherwise, I would really think that I am a genius and be arrogant. The man in military uniform nodded slightly. Yes, even if you are a genius, it is still important to maintain your original intention. The girl in short skirt and black stockings was playing with her mobile phone boredly, dragging her chin with one hand. It's so boring. The muscular man asked, Senior Yi Dai, why are you free to come here today? The girl was playing with her mobile phone and said without raising her head, "You are not my student yet. You have to let me take a look." Said she found a good candidate for studying strange beasts, probably among the freshmen. The magician woman asked curiously, "Did Qingyu mention it?" Yeti nodded slightly and yawned. "If she hadn't been discovered, I would have thrown her into the 7th floor of the alien beast tower and locked her up for 3 days. Everyone shuddered. On the 7th floor of the alien beast tower, there are all alien beasts of level 7 or above. Even if they go in, they may not be able to stay for half a day. This guy is so cruel to his students. But think about it. This student, Feng Qingyu, seems to have inherited the teacher's habits. Lead the students into the lair of the leader-level beast. The student casualty rate was as high as 80%. He is also a ruthless person. When the mental pressure spread to Shu Han suddenly felt his shoulders sink. Is this the pressure of the strong? He gritted his teeth and carried it on. At this time, a deep roar sounded from the tiger god jade pendant. The mental energy that was pressing down on his body instantly relaxed. Shu Han immediately recovered as before. He touched the tiger god jade pendant and his eyes lit up. Even if the tiger god is sealed, as the king of beasts, it does not allow anyone to step on its head. Zhang Zhen's eyes lingered on Shu Han for a moment, and a trace of undetectable surprise flashed in his eyes. He seemed to feel that the shadow of a fierce tiger appeared on Shu Han's body. It was just a shadow, but it made him feel a little scared. Funny little guy. It seems that there is a great little guy coming this time. Zhang Zhen murmured softly. The heads of the colleges also saw this scene, with a flash of surprise in their eyes. The woman in the magician's robe covered her mouth. Hey, that little guy can actually block Zongyuan's mental oppression. The muscular man nodded slightly. Although Zongyuan only revealed a hint of mental oppression, it is already difficult for these little guys to resist. It seems that this little guy has some abilities. The man in military uniform rubbed his chin and said with interest, with strong mental power, he might be suitable to be a commander. He should come to our Zanjiang Academy. The woman in the magician's robe whispered, "What? Then our magic academy does not need to recruit students." The woman in the sneak suit who had been silent until now said coldly, "Stop arguing and keep watching." Everyone then shut up and continued to look down the field. Zhang Zhen withdrew his mental pressure and slowly said, "Everyone, welcome to Longguo University." Everyone slowly looked up at Zhang Zhen. The contempt just now was no longer in his eyes. Some are just shocked. Everyone didn't dare to say a word and stared at Zhang Zhen blankly. Zhang Zhen continued, "Today is the opening ceremony of our school. Next, let me introduce to you the composition of the colleges on campus. First, there's the Warrior Academy. The Warrior Academy is mainly responsible for instructing melee-type professions. That is the dean of the Warrior Academy, Zheng Gang." The muscular man stood up and waved slightly to the audience. Everyone's eyes were filled with heat. Many people are warriors, swordsmen, or knights. Warrior Academy is naturally the best choice. Secondly, there is the War College. The Zan Academy cultivates tactical talents. Most of the senior commanders in the Dragon Kingdom's army come from the Zan Academy. This is the dean of the Zan College, Huang Junction. After Zhang Zhen's introduction, the man in military uniform stood up, put his fist on his chest, and gave a standard salute. The students' eyes lit up. "I want to enter the Zan Academy. I will be one of the top 10 generals in the future." "Fart, you're the only one who commands others. Are you just dreaming?" Everyone was talking a lot. Zhang Zhen continued to introduce Magic Academy, Assassin Academy, Technology Academy. Everyone in the audience has already thought about their choice. Finally, there is the Alien Beast Research Institute. The Alien Beast Research Institute is engaged in the research of alien beasts. All known information on alien beasts comes from the Alien Beast Research Institute. This is the director of the Alien Beast Research Institute, Yeti. Yeti raised her eyes slightly and glanced at everyone in the audience. Not even interested in saying hello. However, the students below were all dumbfounded. "Whose child is that little girl? Why are you sitting there? This little girl is dressed so hot. If she grows up, she will definitely be a beautiful woman who will captivate the whole country. Yes, this little girl is so cute. How nice would it be if I had a girlfriend like this?" What are you thinking about? With your appearance, you still want to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Everyone was talking a lot. The other deans turned to look at Yi Dai. Hear the discussion below. Yeti frowned slightly. A bunch of noisy things, so noisy. She turned to look at the students below. The eyes instantly turned dark purple. There are dots of light inside, like a universe of stars. The sky instantly turned pitch black. Dots of stars appeared in the sky. Many students' expressions changed drastically and they looked around in panic. Immediately afterwards, under the dark stars, Night Butterfly, which is hundreds of meters high, sits on the throne with its legs crossed, overlooking everyone below. A horrible sense of oppression pervaded everyone's hearts. It was as if death was staring at them. Those who talk too much shall die. Night Butterfly's cold voice echoed through the sky. Many students were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. There were even some who were timid and were so frightened that they peed their pants. Shu Han stood among the crowd with a solemn expression. He could feel a terrifying aura locking onto him from the sky. If you act rashly, a devastating blow will fall from the sky. Zhang Zhen said helplessly. Okay Yeti, don't go too far. Yeti snorted coldly and closed her palms. The sky returned to normal instantly. Only a group of students below were still frightened. Shu Han looked at Yi Dai on the stage. He also didn't expect that this seemingly weak little girl could actually explode with such terrifying strength. In the stands at this time, a red-haired woman wearing fiery red light armor was covering her mouth and snickering. How dare these little guys make the teacher angry? They really don't know how to write the word, death. I wonder if the little guy the first met that day is in there. A woman wearing a dark blue magic robe next to her said with a smile, Feng Qingyu, are you here too? I heard that you are also one of this year's mentors. I just don't know if any students would dare to choose you as their tutor. Several people nearby were laughing so hard. Feng Qingyu frowned slightly and said, what does it have to do with you? Every student I brought out is now at level 3 or even level 4. They are much more powerful than your students. The woman wearing a dark blue robe sneered. The students you lead have a full 80% casualty rate, who would dare to choose you? Isn't that seeking death? Feng Qingyu frowned slightly and turned to look at the playground. Zhang Zhen had no sympathy for the frightened students on the playground. He said with an indifferent expression, now, anyone who still has doubts about Dean Yeti's strength can raise their concerns. The whole place was silent. They don't want to die. Zhang Zhen continued. The introduction to the school is over. Next, there is one very important thing. It's the Secret Realm assessment. All students must go to the Secret Realm to participate in the assessment. The mentors will select you based on your performance. Whether you can get the choice of your favorite mentor depends on each person's performance. Those in the bottom 10% of the assessment scores will be directly expelled and sent to general professional universities. Everyone's expressions changed. This punishment is too severe. If you retreat to a general professional university, the future is bleak. Zhang Zhen continued. The 5th to 10th place in the assessment will be rewarded with a piece of gold level equipment. The 2nd to 4th place will each receive a piece of platinum level equipment. In addition, they will have a chance to enter the Alien Beast Tower. 1st place will be rewarded with an epic piece of equipment, and will also have the opportunity to enter the Alien Beast Tower. Hear this reward. Everyone present suddenly widened their eyes. What the hell? The 1st place will be rewarded with epic equipment. This is really a big deal. As expected of the Dragon Kingdom University, it's generous and easy to use, and it's epic equipment. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to compete for 1st place in front of so many people. It's more than a little difficult. It's simply an impossible task. I wish I could guarantee the bottom line. Everyone was talking a lot. Shu Han also felt a little moved in his heart. Epic equipment. Any one of them is worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. This move is really too generous. Zhang Zhen continued. Next, let's introduce the trial rules. The time is 24 hours. This secret realm is a large secret realm, covering an area of 1,000 square kilometers. The location where everyone is teleported is random and you need to explore it yourself. The highest level of the alien beasts inside is level 2, level 40. But there aren't many forests of 2nd level alien beasts, so don't worry. Kill a 1st level alien beast and get 1 point. Kill a 2nd level alien beast and get 10 points. Killing an ordinary leader level monster will get 50 points, a bronze leader level monster will get 100 points, a silver level monster will get 150 points, and so on. You can also compete with each other for points. When you enter the secret realm, you can check the map and rankings on the scoreboard. The top 50 people with the highest scores will be displayed on the leaderboard. Everyone was in an uproar. Doesn't this mean that they should grab the person with the highest score? If you enter a near-death state, you will be sent out of the secret realm and the trial will be deemed to be over. Next, distribute the scorers. Half an hour later, the secret realm will be officially opened. Having said that, someone soon came down to distribute wristbands. There is a small screen on the wristband that displays 0. Shu Han put the wristband on his hand and waited patiently. Half an hour passed quickly. Zhang Zhen came to the podium again. He spoke slowly. Everyone, prepare to enter the secret realm. The door to the secret realm is open. He gave the order. Mysterious runes lit up on the ground of the playground. A huge magic circle appeared in the center of the playground. The magic circle burst into brilliant light. Immediately, everyone disappeared. Shu Han felt his eyes darken. There was a severe feeling of weightlessness in the body. When he regained his sight, then he found himself in a primeval forest. All around are towering trees. The sun shines through the dense leaves and falls on the lawn, bringing some light. An earthy smell of grass penetrated his nose. Shu Han looked around. The whole forest was quiet, with only a slight sound of wind and insects. He clicked on the scorer. A virtual map appears in front of you. The maps are marked with 4 colors: blue, yellow, red, black. They represent simple, dangerous, very dangerous and extremely dangerous respectively. The leaderboard is on the right side of the map. There are already people on the list. Ranked first is Chow Chow. 3 points in hand. Behind is a row of 2-pointers and 1-pointers. It's fast enough. We have to hunt down the strange beasts quickly. There are only 24 hours in total, so no time is wasted. Shu Han looked around and discerned the direction. He is currently in the blue zone. They are all weak and strange beasts. He wasn't very interested. Since you want to kill, you have to find those high-level exotic beasts. Going east, there is a huge swamp. Over there is the red area, and in the center of the swamp is the black area. That is Shu Han's goal. That epic piece of equipment is decided. Just as he was getting ready to leave, a big black bear more than 2 meters tall appeared in front. He used the eye of deception to check the attributes of the black bear. Name: Powerful Bear. Race: Bear Tribe. Level: 15. Skill 1. Vigorous LV.1 explodes the potential in the body, greatly increases strength, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown time is 5 minutes. Skill 2. Shred LV.1 swinging claws to attack the enemy, with 20% armor penetration, cooling time 30 seconds. When the new students are teleported away, the originally quiet stands suddenly became lively. This year the school gave generous gifts. The first place was actually given an epic piece of equipment. The internal news I just received is that void rifts are appearing more and more frequently. The superiors have issued documents and major universities need to speed up the training of students. What the hell? Really or fake? Shish, keep your voice down. I also heard what others said. If this news is true, I'm afraid it won't be long before the situation will be much more serious than it is now. The Dragon Kingdom military headquarters has already taken action, please don't spread it casually. Feng Qingyu's eyes fell on the big screen in the playground, constantly looking for Shu Han's figure. And on the podium, Zhang Zhen also returned to his seat and sat down. Staring at the big screen in the playground, Shui Tianluo, the dean of the Academy of Magic, said, "Everyone, who do you think will be the champion this time?" Zhang Gang clasped his hands on his chest and said confidently, "Of course it's Chow Chow. This kid is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Nanhe province. He is an A-level professional with a huge axe. He can swing that axe very well. No one can compare." Huang Zhongshan shook his head and said, "A reckless man who only knows how to fight, what's there to brag about? The first place is definitely Hua Piao Wu. Even though she is a girl, she is an A-level professional spiritual puppet master. She can control more than a dozen puppets and her mental power is absolutely powerful. If she grows up in the future, she will most likely become the next female general." Gao Zhengguo, dean of the College of Science and Technology, adjusted his single-frame glasses with a look of helplessness. You can compete for the first place, and you have nothing to do with your life and career. Zheng Gang glanced at him. Do you still want to fight for the Institute of Science and Technology? You are the one with the most school funds every year. Gao Zhengguo glanced at Yeti quietly. Isn't the Institute of Alien Beasts the one with the most funds? Yeti looked at her phone and said without raising her head, my pension accounts for 70%. You want to be like me? Gao Zhengguo looked stern and shook his head quickly. Zhang Zhen spoke slowly. There is news. You should all know it, right? Everyone looked stern. They all nodded. Even Yi Dai, who was looking at his phone, frowned slightly and turned to look at Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen said solemnly, the void crack. 10 days ago, the beautiful country sent a large army to regain the old Copper Mountain. The result was when the attack reached the depths of Old Copper Mountain, a third-order void crack appeared. A powerful void demon walked out of it. With just one move, he defeated the leader of the beautiful country's army. In the end, it was the patron saint of the beautiful country who took action personally to defeat the void demon and reseal the void rift. Everyone's expressions changed. The leader of the beautiful country's army is at least a master of level 7 or above. Such a strong man was actually defeated with one move. So how strong does this void demon have to be? In the past, even the number of second-order void rifts that appeared was only a handful. Now, a third-order void crack has actually appeared. Huang Junction rubbed his chin and murmured. Further down, if 4th level or 5th level void cracks appear, wouldn't even the patron saints of various countries? Zhang Zhen nodded slightly. That's right, so the superiors issued orders and spared no resources. Nurturing students with potential. Otherwise, by the time the void rift gets stronger and stronger, it will be too late. Zhang Weixin, the dean of the Assassin Academy, slowly said, I wonder how far this class of students can grow. Level 15 exotic beast. Haven't encountered him for a long time. Shu Han sighed secretly in his heart. His figure flashed. It turned into an afterimage and quickly killed the powerful bear. Dolly Bear also discovered this uninvited guest. An angry growl came from its mouth. The huge body was like a high-speed train, rushing towards Shu Han. Clap it with one palm. Dragon claw, Shu Han thought. His right hand turned into a dark dragon claw and struck directly at the powerful bear. Click, only a crisp sound was heard. The strong bear's arms were twisted weirdly at 90 degrees. Its arm has been broken by Shu Han. Roar, Dolly Shang wailed and knelt on the ground. Shu Han looked indifferent and immediately came behind it. A slap slapped hard on the head. Click, head exploded. The body of the strong bear slowly fell. Solved easily. Level 15 monsters pose no threat to him. He glanced at the experience bar. The experience bar didn't move at all. Killing low-level beasts will not give you any experience. The watch screen changed from 0 to 1. He opened the leaderboard again. Chow Chow has reached 10 points. The second place is a man named Wang Mo. Also 10 points. Turn off the leaderboard. Shu Han rubbed his chin. We still have to find the second-level exotic beasts. Shu Han continued to move towards the swamp. Shui Lingyao was walking in the woods with her staff. She looked around cautiously, wary of sudden attacks by strange beasts. Rustling. There was a sudden noise in the grass on the left. She was shocked. He quickly turned around and looked. The next second, a mouse the size of a puppy burst out. Shui Lingyao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a gopher. Level 10 alien beast. It will not take the initiative to attack. It will only attack when its life is threatened. She was about to use her skills to end the gopher's life. But suddenly he discovered that this gopher was running towards him crazily. Etc. Something's wrong. Gophers are very timid and will just run away when they see people. But now, he was standing in front of the gopher. How could it dare to run towards me? And the gopher looked like he was frightened by something. He looked like he was running away in a panic. Could it be that? Her eyes fell on the grass behind. Nerves are frayed. Boom. The grass suddenly broke open. A giant green python as thick as a water tank rushed out, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the gopher in one mouthful. Then, the giant python slowly turned its head. The cold snake eyes stared at Shui Lingyao. The bright red snake vomits out again and again, and the air is filled with a fishy smell. Shui Lingyao's face turned pale. This is jade poisonous python. Judging from his body shape, he might be reaching level 20 soon. The green poisonous python opened its mouth. The dark green venom flew towards Shui Lingyao with a fishy smell. Shui Lingyao raised her staff. Condensed water shield. Pure water gushes out. A circular shield formed in front of her, protecting her within it. Laugh. The venom made a screeching sound when it came into contact with the water shield. Just the blink of an eye. The water shield was completely eroded. The moment the water shield disappears, several water balls roared towards the jade poison python. Bang bang bang. The water ball exploded and turned into water spray all over the sky. The jade poison python's huge body was knocked backwards. It roared angrily, "Look at your prey," only to find that the prey was gone. The prey actually ran away. Its eyes grew angrier. In the air, the scent of that human being is faintly discernible. It distinguished. The huge body quickly chased Shui Lingyao in the direction of his escape. Shui Lingyao's expression changed. When she heard the movement behind her, she gritted her teeth and ran forward with all her strength. Rumble. Wherever the jade poison python has passed, shrubs and grass were all crushed. When it saw Shui Lingyao, a hint of joy flashed in its eyes. Open your mouth. Another jet of dark green venom shot towards Shui Lingyao. Shui Lingyao hurriedly hid behind a big tree nearby. Laugh. The venom clings to the tree. A big hole was instantly eroded in the big tree, and it crashed down. Shui Lingyao opened the map and took a look. There is a pool directly ahead. She can exert her strongest fighting power next to the waterhole. She gritted her teeth and ran quickly towards the pool. The jade poisonous python chased while spitting out venom. Shui Lingyao ran hard. She felt exhausted, staggering steps. She has never been so embarrassed since she was a child. When you kill monsters and level up, you will be protected by your teammates. Shui Shuilin held a big sword in front of her, so no monster could get close to her. She just needs to feel free to release her magic. Who knew that when you reach the secret realm, you need to fight alone? This is such a loss for her. Looking at the giant python getting closer and closer behind, despair welled up in her heart. Could it be that he was going to be killed out of the secret realm by this green poisonous python? Then he won't score a single point and will definitely be kicked out of Longguo University. How could she have the nerve to go home? Strength is getting weaker and weaker. The body is getting heavier and heavier. She kicked a stone under her feet and fell forward suddenly. At this time, a figure quietly rushed out from the side and held him up. Shui Lingyao took a closer look. It's actually Xiaoling. Are you okay? Xiaoling frowned slightly and asked softly. Shui Lingyao nodded dully. Xiaoling helped him up and looked at the green poisonous python. How did you provoke such a monster? I'll attract hatred, and you kill it with magic. Shui Lingyao nodded. Xiaoling pulled out her long sword and turned into an afterimage to kill the jade poison python. One person and one python instantly formed a fighting group. Xiaoling's movements were as light as a flying bird, easily coping with the jade poison python's attack. Shui Lingyao held the staff tightly and recited the spell silently. Soon, water balls roared towards the jade poison python. The two joined forces. The green poisonous python was quickly killed. Shui Lingyao clicked on her watch. The score increased by 0.5. If two people join forces to kill monsters, the points will be equally divided. Xiaoling said. Thanks. Shui Lingyao said silently. Xiaoling walked to her side and asked. How are you? Are you hurt? Shui Lingyao shook her head. Xiaoling nodded. Since you are not injured, then set off quickly and continue killing strange beasts. If you waste any more time, you will be suppressed by others. Shui Lingyao raised her head in confusion. You want to come with me? Xiaoling stroked her forehead and hair. Of course, otherwise, why would I waste my time saving you? At least he is an acquaintance, which is better than finding a stranger to form a team with. But let's make an agreement first. If the equipment is released, if you need it, you can buy it at cost. The equipment you don't need will be sold after it is released. How about it? Shui Lingyao nodded and agreed. Xiaoling opened the map, pointed to the yellow area in the north and said, Next, let's go to the swamp in the north. There are some second-level beasts over there, as well as leader-level beasts. If you want to increase your points quickly, you can only take risks. Shui Lingyao nodded in agreement. The two set off and headed towards the northern swamp. Shu Han shuttled through the woods. At full speed, it almost turned into an afterimage. Half an hour passed. He stood on a branch and opened the map. We have entered the outside of the yellow zone. About 100 kilometers further, you can officially enter the red zone. By then, the number of second-level alien beasts will also increase significantly. There will even be many leader-level exotic beasts. He glanced at the leaderboard. Chow Chow, who ranks first in the rankings, has reached 134 points. The trail is also marked on the map. Also in the yellow zone, heading towards the red zone. Almost all the people in the 50 rankings are gathered in this yellow area. However, Shu Han had no intention of staying here. He closed the map and continued running forward. 100 kilometers is not a short journey. But for Shu Han, it was only a matter of 10 minutes. When he comes to the red zone, you can feel the faint smell of blood filling the air. Below is a swamp. The swamp not only hides strange animals, but also mire. Once you fall into it, it's basically life or death. Shu Han opened the map and took a look. Others are still hunting exotic beasts in the yellow zone. Only Chow Chow, Wang Mo and others ranked in the top 10 are gradually approaching the depths of the swamp in the red zone. That's it, Shu Han thought. A magic circle appeared. Then the little eagle appeared in the center of the magic circle. It flapped its wings, landed on Shu Han's shoulder, and rubbed it affectionately. You are responsible for keeping watch in the sky. If there is any movement, please send me a signal in time. Shu Han patted Xiaoying's head and said. Xiaoying nodded very humanely. Shu Han's eyes turned to the swamp below. A quick glance revealed the heads of 3 crocodiles, floating on the water. He opened his eyes to destroy delusion. His eyes were covered with a layer of pale gold. The attributes of the crocodile appeared before him. Name: Steel-toothed crocodile. Race: Crocodile tribe. Level: 23. Skill 1. Lurking LV.2. The steel-toothed crocodile will lurk underwater, waiting for prey to approach, and then launch a fatal blow. The damage caused will be increased by 20%, and the cooling time is 1 minute. Skill 2. Crush LV.1. The steel-toothed crocodile can easily crush steel with its sharp teeth, causing damage to equipment. Cooling time is 3 minutes. A mere level 23 beast. There is no threat. He jumped and fell straight from the tree. Boom. His right hand turned into a dragon's claw and struck directly at the head of one of the steel-toothed crocodiles. The head of the steel-toothed crocodile was flattened by this palm. The health bar is cleared instantly. The other 2 steel-toothed crocodiles saw their prey appear. The huge body rushed towards Shu Han quickly. Shu Han raised his palm. 3 arm-long wind blades appeared in front of him. The wind blade roared out and shot at one of the steel-toothed crocodiles. Then another fireball exploded towards another steel-toothed crocodile. Boom! Only a deafening loud noise was heard. The steel-toothed crocodile was blown to pieces, and its health bar bottomed out. Another steel-toothed crocodile was also cut open by the sharp wind blade with several deep wounds visible to the bone. It only takes a moment. The 2 steel-toothed crocodiles lost their fighting power. Shu Han's body flashed and he came to the steel-toothed crocodile. One punch. The steel-toothed crocodile was instantly photographed and turned into a meat pie. Others could only run away when they saw the 3-headed steel-toothed crocodile. In front of Shu Han, he couldn't even last half a minute. He checks the scoreboard. The score has reached 31 points. On the podium, the deans looked at the big screen. Next to the big screen, the ranking list has also come out. Ranked first is Chow Chow. It has reached 167 points. Second place Wang Mo followed closely, reaching 165 points. The third place is Hua Piaowu with 164 points. The top 10 people have similar scores. And he was still trying his best to move up. Zheng Gang clasped his hands on his chest with a proud smile on his face. How? This little guy Chow Chow is not weak. As long as he can continue to maintain this result, he will definitely be the first. Huang Junction smiled. Hua Piaowu's score is also closely pursued. Besides, she may not have used her full strength yet. Let's wait until the sprint stage. Shui Tianluo gently dragged his chin and said, By the way, I remember that this year's national champion is also in our school, right? It seems his name is Shu Han. Why doesn't he appear on the rankings? Zhang Gang said with disdain. So what if I'm the top pick in the country? That kid must just be lucky. Look, in the trial, even the top pick in the country will be beaten back to his original form. Several other deans also nodded. What Longguo University does not lack most is genius. Even if you are the top pick in the country, if you don't perform well enough, you will only become the laughingstock of others. I heard from Zhang Zukai that he was sure that he would directly give this little guy the status of an A-level student. If I let him know how this little guy performed in the trial, I wonder what he would think. Huang Zhengxian smiled and said. Zhang Zhen frowned slightly and said, Zhang Zukai doesn't know how to talk nonsense, and according to the news he reported, that kid is not simple. The other deans don't know. But Zhang Zhen knew it very well. This national champion is not only famous in the college entrance examination. What he did next also shocked him. Saved a city single-handedly. This kind of ability can no longer be described as a genius. Zhang Weixin suddenly said, the position at the bottom of the rankings has been changed. Zhang Gang said disdainfully, isn't it normal for the last name to change? Zhang Weixin said calmly, look at the name. Everyone looked at the last position on the ranking list. Shu Han. This name suddenly appeared in the 50th position. The points are 101. Huang Zhengxian nodded slightly. The score of the national champion has caught up. Interesting. Shui Tianluo said, look, this little guy's position is displayed. Everyone looked at the map. Only a point of light appeared in the red area. A huge red area. Only this point of light shines brightly. Like the bright moon hanging high in the sky, its light instantly covers everyone else. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of all the deans. Huang Zhengxian was a little surprised. He is actually in the red zone. It will take at least an hour to get from the blue zone to the red zone. Could it be that? He didn't say it out loud, but everyone knew it. Just an hour ago. I'm afraid Shu Han has been on his way and has no intention of killing strange beasts. Shui Tianluo said with great interest, this little guy is quite interesting. I'm afraid he was heading to the red zone from the beginning. Gao Zhengguo pushed up his glasses and said solemnly, look at his points, 101 points. It's very possible that he killed 10 second-level alien beasts and 1 first-level alien beast. His target is the second-level alien beast. Even Yi Dai, who had been looking at his phone, rarely raised his head and glanced at the rankings. The corners of Zhang Zhen's mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. Really? This year's national champion is a bit unusual. Shu Han shuttled through the swamp. The big tree next to it shook violently. A giant python suddenly bit into his body. Shu Han dodged to the side with an expressionless expression. The giant python hit the swamp with a boom and splashed mud all over the sky. Little eagle, kill it, Shu Han said. Bah! A long cry came from the sky. A bolt of thunder fell from the sky and hit the giant python accurately. The giant python let out a pitiful roar and kept twisting its body. Then, another afterimage fell from the sky. The sharp claws flashing with electric light landed on the giant python's head. Click! His head was instantly torn apart. The huge body fell to the ground with a crash, splashing mud all over the sky. Then the afterimage flew to Shu Han's shoulder, flapping its wings as if asking for credit. Shu Han patted Xiaoying's head and said with a smile, well done. He opened Kitty Hawk's properties panel. Name, Lightning Eagle, 1 in 10 million, bloodline of sky-breaking thunder eagle. Race, bird tribe. Level, 9. Power, 210. Physique, 230. Agility, 400. Spirit, 100. Skill 1. Thunder Claw LV.1. Inject thunder attribute power into the claws, and when the claws hit the enemy, there is a 10% chance of paralyzing the enemy for 0.5-3 seconds, cooling time is 1 minute. Skill 2. Lightning Strike LV.1. Summon thunder to attack the enemy with 10% probability of paralyzing the enemy, cooling time is 3 minutes. Skill 3. Eagle Strike LV.1. Turns into an afterimage and rushes towards the enemy, launching an attack on the enemy's vital points, causing double damage, cooling time is 5 minutes. Blood purification conditions. Platinum level thunder attribute pet food 1. Kitty's level increases very quickly. After killing a few second-level beasts, the little eagle was raised to level 9. You should be able to continue purifying blood for little eagle now, right? Shu Han murmured. Previously, he wanted to use thunder fruit to purify Xiaoying's bloodline. But Xiaoying's strength is too weak. Purifying the bloodline again would easily injure Xiaoying. Therefore, Shu Han could only upgrade it and then upgrade it. He glanced at the leaderboard. He has reached 40th place. 131 points. But soon, he was caught up by people from behind. He took out the thunder fruit and handed it to Xiaoying. Eat it. After purifying the blood, we will go to the black area to play. These second-level beasts are too weak, and the points increase is too slow. He wants to increase his points to a level that others will never be able to catch up with. If other people heard this, they would burst into tears on the spot. Brother, this speed is still slow. After traveling for an hour and killing monsters for 10 minutes, I was already on the ranking list. How does this make them feel embarrassed? The little eagle excitedly took the thunder fruit in its mouth and pecked it open. The dark purple slurry flashed with thunder, and was swallowed up by the little eagle. Bah! The little eagle chirped. Thunderbolts instantly enveloped all the eaglets, turning them into a huge electric ball with a diameter of more than 2 meters. And the diameter of this electric ball is still growing. It will take some time for Xiaoying to purify his blood. Shu Han randomly found a dead branch and sat down. A magic circle appears. Summoned Xiaohu. You can help me guard it. If anyone dares to come close to me, I'll bite him to death. I'll make a barbecue. Xiaohu's eyes lit up, he nodded repeatedly, and stood by with all his heart. Shu Han skillfully set up the barbecue grill, cut off a piece of snake meat and started grilling it. Soon, the aroma of barbecue permeated the swamp. In the surrounding woods and swamps, many strange beasts surrounded him one after another. They looked greedily at the barbecue in front of Shu Han. They are used to eating raw meat and never thought that barbecued meat tastes so delicious. Just as they were surrounding them. But he found a tiger sitting lazily in front of Shu Han. The tiger just glanced at them. They felt a great sense of crisis. After thinking for a moment, they left one after another, not daring to stay here any longer. Compared with eating, your own life is more important. Shu Han was too lazy to take action against these strange beasts. He threw a large piece of roasted snake meat to Xiaohu, tore off a large piece himself, and started chewing it. A system prompt sounded. The host takes the second-level alien scale python for the first time and gains 10 points of strength and 10 points of agility. Eating second-level alien beasts will only slightly increase his strength. We still have to find leader-level exotic beasts. When Shu Han finished eating, the thunder ball has also expanded to its limit. A full 4 meters in diameter. Shu Han could feel the powerful aura contained in it. Rumble. Muffled thunder came. The sky was covered with dark clouds at some point. Thunder beats in the dark clouds. Next moment, a bolt of lightning struck directly into the lightning ball. The thunder ball exploded instantly. An eagle with a wingspan of nearly 8 meters appeared in front of Shu Han. Bah! A long whistle sounded. When the surrounding beasts heard the long cry, they all lay on the ground and trembled. In the distance in the swamp, a strong man with a height of 2 meters and 4 meters wearing battle armor and holding a giant axe heard this loud and long cry. He split the alien beast in front of him in half with an axe, then turned to look in the direction of the sound, his eyes becoming solemn. This voice, is it a leader-level beast? It should be of a high level. You have to avoid it for a while. Not far from the strong man with the giant axe, a woman wearing a fiery red hanfu is sitting on a big rock. Her feet hung down naturally and swayed lightly. There was a smile on his lips. Watching several spirit puppets below fighting alien beasts. Heard a long cry in the distance. She tilted her head and looked at the long cry, frowning slightly. Such a scary sound. It should be a leader-level beast, right? It seems that we can't move in that direction. In the woods not far away, a slender young man holding 2 swords frowned slightly when he heard the long cry. Silently avoid this direction and walk towards the other side. Eagle, Shu Han shouted. The eagle lowered its head. Dark purple thunder flashed in its eyes, and the terrifying pressure was released without any hindrance. The next second, the lightning dissipated. The little eagle returned to its original size, flew to Shu Han's side, and rubbed Shu Han's head affectionately. His eyes were fixed on the piece of roasted snake meat. Shu Han laughed dumbly. He casually threw the roasted snake meat to Xiaoying. The little eagle swallowed it in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, still feeling a little unfinished. Shu Han checked Xiaoying's attributes. Name: Sky Thunder War Eagle, 1 millionth bloodline of Sky-breaking Sky Thunder Eagle. Race: Bird Tribe. Level: 13. Power: 650. Physique: 600. Agility: 700. Spirit: 150. Skill 1. Thunder Claw LV.3 Inject Thunder attribute power into the claws, and when the claws hit the enemy, there is a 20% chance of paralyzing the enemy for 0.5-3 seconds, with a cooling time of 1 minute. Skill 2. Lightning Strike LV.3 Summons thunder to attack the enemy with 20% probability of paralyzing the enemy, cooling time is 2 minutes. Skill 3. Eagle Strike LV.1 turns into an afterimage and rushes towards the enemy, launching an attack on the enemy's vital points, causing double damage, cooling time is 5 minutes. Skill 4. Thundercloud LV.1 summons a thundercloud, causing continuous thunder attacks to the enemy, with a 10% probability of paralyzing the enemy, cooling time 10 minutes. Blood Purification Conditions. Platinum Level Thunder Attribute Pet Food 5. Shu Han felt happy. Kitty's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved again. Not far away from Xiaohu. These attributes are comparable to those of leader-level beasts of the same level. Even more so. What a treasure. Just these 2 pets. What do others compare to him? Little eagle, you're getting bigger now, you should be able to let me sit on it, right? Shu Han said with some anticipation. Bah, the little eagle chirped. Its body suddenly grew larger. Shu Han put away the little tiger, jumped up, and landed on the back of the little eagle. The little eagle flapped its wings. The huge body rose into the sky, raising a gust of wind. Howling and flying into the distance. Looking down at the dense woods below, Shu Han felt excited. This is much cooler than flying. He sat on the back of the little eagle, and the strong wind was blocked by the little eagle and had no effect on him. It only takes a few minutes. He has already reached the black area. Just entered the black area. Shu Han felt that several powerful auras were locked on Xiaoying. It's a leader-level beast living here. Little eagle, come down and kill the strange beasts. Shu Han patted Xiaoying's back gently. The little eagle swooped down into the woods and landed firmly on the ground. As soon as it hit the ground shook violently. A huge centipede dozens of meters long burst out of the ground. The centipede's 1,000 legs are constantly moving. Like a train, those scarlet eyes stared at Shu Han and Xiaoying. Shu Han checked the properties of this centipede. Name: King Kong Centipede, Bronze Level Leader. Race: Zerg. Level: 25. Skill 1. Escape LV.1 The King Kong Centipede will burrow into the ground to recover its life, and then launch a surprise attack on the enemy, cooling time is 3 minutes. Skill 2. Sweep LV.1 The giant centipede sweeps towards the enemy with its huge body, causing area damage, cooling time is 1 minute. Skill 3. Steel Armor LV.1 Passive Skill Vajra Centipede's steel armor is hard and can reduce any damage by 20%. Shu Han grinned. Come on, little eagle, look at your current fighting ability and deal with this centipede. The little eagle chirped. A bolt of lightning struck directly at the head of the Vajra centipede. Boom! A big hole was instantly punched through the steel armor of the Vajra centipede. It exudes a burning smell. Hiss! Vajra centipede is painful to eat. The huge body crashed towards Xiaoying. The little eagle flapped its wings and flew into the air easily. The King Kong centipede hissed angrily, but could do nothing to the little eagle. Thick dark clouds gathered in the sky. The air seemed to become oppressive. Immediately afterwards, one after another thunder struck the Vajra centipede. Boom boom boom. Just a few breaths of time. Several large holes were punched into the body of the Vajra centipede. The strong carapace was easily shattered. It's scared. The huge body burrowed into the ground. Shu Han laughed. Want to run? It's not that easy. Frost attack. The ice blue edge waved. A gust of cold wind blew towards the Vajra centipede. The body of the King Kong centipede is covered with a layer of frost. The speed has also been reduced by half. The eagle's sharp claws were enveloped in thunder and lightning, and one claw clawed at the head of the diamond centipede. Chapter 81. On the podium, the deans looked at the big screen in the playground and discussed the performance of the students. Sudden, Shui Tianluo said, "Look at the rankings." Everyone looked puzzled and turned to look at the rankings. The rankings of Cao Cao and others all dropped one place. The one currently ranked first is Shu Han. 231 points. Cao Cao, who is in second place, currently has a score of 189. Zhang Gang's expression changed. What's going on? Why did this kid's score suddenly increase by 100 points? Gao Zhengguo adjusted his glasses and said thoughtfully, "Did this guy kill a leader-level beast?" Zhang Gang retorted, "Absolutely impossible. The combat power of the leader-level beasts in the secret realm is far beyond ordinary. Even a well-coordinated team will have to work hard to conquer it. How can he defeat a leader-level beast when he is alone?" Zhang Zhen interrupted, "What's the use of just guessing? Just take a look." As he spoke, he pressed a switch. The screen cut to Shu Han on the big screen. Shu Han is disposing of the body of the Vajra centipede. He skillfully cut off a large piece of meat and stuffed it into the space ring. Pick up the equipment on the ground and throw it into the space ring like trash. Then he continued walking deeper into the swamp. Everyone present was a little confused when they saw the Vajra centipede corpse on the ground. "Is this a diamond centipede?" Zhang Gang said with a frown. Gao Zhengguo nodded. Zhang Gang looked unbelieving. The King Kong centipede is a bronze-level leader. Not only does it have extremely strong defense, but its attack power can easily kill crispy skin in an instant. I don't think this kid is in the heavy armor profession. How can he defeat the Vajra centipede? Zhang Weixin said casually, "Just avoid its attack." Zhang Gang frowned and said, "To put it simply, this guy's nickname of millipede is not for nothing. The carapace is strong but not bulky. Every time it attacks, it's like thousands of sharp arrows attacking at the same time. Who can guarantee complete avoidance? Even you can't do it, right?" Zhang Weixin hesitated. Indeed, even her agility reaches thousands. It is impossible to dodge the attack of the King Kong centipede 100%. Huang Zhongshan rubbed his chin, his eyes shining. This kid is really a genius. If we can recruit him to our college's competition ranking this year will definitely improve a lot. While everyone was discussing, the number behind Shu Han's name rose again. Reached 331. Everyone looked at the numbers on the ranking list in stunned silence. It's gone up another 100. This kid killed another bronze-level alien beast leader. We really underestimated this guy. He is just going after these leader-level beasts. There was also a rare gleam in Zhang Zhen's eyes. I only hunt leader-level beasts, and this little guy is the first. Maybe the points record this year will be broken by him. At this time in the forest, Cao Cao swung his giant axe and killed a steel-toothed crocodile. He opened the rankings and took a look. When he saw Shu Han's score of 331, his face suddenly became ugly. His hand was holding the handle of the giant axe, and his palm was a little white. "Shu Han," a deep voice sounded. There was a fierce glint in his eyes. "It's not that easy to compete with me for first place." He carried the giant axe and quickly walked towards the black area. Wang Mo stood quietly in the woods holding a pair of swords. His eyes were fixed on the map, Shu Han's location. "Shu Han, very strong. But number 1, is mine." He turned off the map and rushed towards the woods like an agile cheetah. Same. There were many people in the forest running towards Shu Han's direction. At this time, in the forest, a 5-man team is hunting exotic beasts. It was the Shui sisters, Xiaoling and Qin Xuanyi. In addition, there is a priest wearing a white robe and holding a staff. It was Su Li. The 5 of them formed a perfect team. Shui Xuelin is responsible for resisting damage in the front row, while Xiaoling and Xueling Yao deal with damage. Qin Xuanyi and Su Li were undergoing treatment at the back of the team. The efficiency of the 5 people in hunting the strange beasts was not slow. The points also reached 100. "Look, Shu Han is number 1 on the ranking list," Su Li said suddenly. When everyone heard this, they opened the ranking list one after another. Really, Shu Han ranked first with a high score of 331, beating the others. The corners of Xueling Yao's mouth rose slightly. He is indeed the man he likes. At Longguo University, he can still surpass other geniuses. Xiaoling said with a smile. Then let's work hard too. Now the 5 of us can try to challenge the leader-level beast. Others nodded and headed towards the red area together. At this time, Shu Han was walking through the woods. He looked around, looking for traces of leader-level beasts. Even in the black area, boss-level beasts are not everywhere. Most of them are second-level exotic beasts. However, Shu Han didn't have any interest. Just leave it to Xiaoying and Xiaohu to practice. To deal with the second-level alien beasts, the 2 of them cooperate and can easily deal with it in just half a minute. Shu Han's points rose rapidly. He opened the rankings and took a look. In just half an hour, the points increased by another 60 points. Reached 391 points. As for the second place, it has become Wang Mo. 220 points. A full 141 points behind him. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place must be myself. But he looked at the map next to him. Several points of light were heading in his direction. It was Cao Cao, Wang Mo and others. It seems that he plans to solve himself and gain points. Shu Han closed the ranking list with a smile on his face. Come if you want, it doesn't matter how many people come. It's just to add points to yourself. Just when he was about to go deeper. But his eyes suddenly fell on a few yellow flowers nearby. He stopped and stared closely at the 3 yellow flowers. The eyes of delusion are opened. The attributes of these 3 flowers appear in front of you. Name: Earth Dragon Flower. Quality: Platinum level. Introduction. It is said that the flowers are watered by the blood of earth dragons and are of great benefit to earth-attributed beasts. It's actually platinum level pet food. This place actually has platinum level pet food, and there are 3 of them. Just in time, Xiaohu just needed 3 platinum level pet foods to purify his bloodline. If you eat this earth dragon flower, Xiaohu's bloodline will definitely be purified to a higher level again. The strength will become stronger. Thinking of this, Shu Han was moved. He walked quickly towards the earth dragon flower. 3 palm-sized earth dragon flowers sway gently, exuding a charming fragrance. Just when Shu Han came to the place 10 meters away from the earth dragon flower, the ground suddenly shook. Rumble. The ground cracked open. A large lizard tens of meters long emerged from the ground. Scarlet eyes stared closely at Shu Han, exuding an icy cold air. Shu Han stared at the big lizard in front of him. This large lizard is tens of meters long, with a high bulge on its back, as if it were stacked rocks. Like a hill, Shu Han opened the eye of deception. The eyes are covered with a light layer of gold. The attributes of the big lizard appear in front of you. Name: Rock Dragon. Race: Yulong Tribe. Level: 35. Skill 1. Dragon Scale LV.5. Passive skill: reduce all damage by 20%. Skill 2. Rock Collapse LV.3. Summons a rock to hit the enemy. If the rock is broken, it will turn into gravel and continue to attack the enemy, causing a lot of damage. Cooling time is 3 minutes. Skill 3. Tear Dragon Claw LV.3. Tear apart the enemy's defense, causing a lot of damage. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Skill 4. Dragon Power LV.1. Passive skill. The rock dragon has its own sub-dragon power, which reduces the attributes of other beasts by 20%. Skill 5. Rock Wall LV.3. Summons a rock wall to block damage. Cooling time 4 minutes. Skill 6. Rock Cage LV.4. Summon rocks into a cage to trap the enemy in it, then summon a rock gun to pierce the enemy. Cooling time is 5 minutes. Look at the attributes of the rock dragon. Shu Han frowned slightly. A level 35 gold level boss. He is almost invincible in this secret realm. I'm afraid that all other players combined may not be able to beat him. After all, the greater the level difference, the more severe the level suppression. If the difference is more than 10 levels, the probability of various negative states will be greatly reduced. Coupled with the amazing defensive dragon scales. Whether it's a physical attack or a magical attack, there is almost nothing you can do against this big guy. However, Shu Han stared at Yanlong with a calm expression. No matter what level of leader you are, I will order this earth dragon flower. Shu Han spoke slowly. The rock dragon roared, raised its claws, and slapped Shu Han fiercely. Shu Han jumped up and easily jumped onto one of the rock dragon's paws. The ice blue front cuts through the ice blue light. instantly left a trace of blood on the rock dragon's claws. Roar! The rock dragon roared angrily. The huge body was like a tank, crashing towards Shu Han. At this time, everyone is staring at the big screen in the playground. What was shown on the big screen was the battle between Shu Han and Yanlong. In the stands, many sophomores and juniors let out a burst of exclamations. Is this kid crazy? He actually challenged Rock Dragon to a duel. This is a gold-level leader. I still remember when we went to the Secret Realm for training, someone formed a team of 100 people to find trouble with the Rock Dragon. In the end, the team was completely wiped out by the Rock Dragon. This is too cruel. Nonsense. Even though Rock Dragon is a sub-dragon, its combat power far exceeds that of a gold-level leader of the same level. Coupled with the level suppression, it's impossible to defeat the freshman anyway. Feng Qingyu looked at Shu Han with burning eyes. She clenched her fists and murmured softly, "Yes. This is the student I want. If you are brave enough not to fear death, I will kill this student." Zhong Ling, the female mage wearing a dark blue robe on the side, sneered and said, "How dare such a brainless student ask for it? Yes, this personality is really similar to yours. A person dares to challenge the Rock Dragon. I really don't know how to write the word, death." Several instructors nearby also nodded in agreement. Whether the Rock Dragon's defense or attack power is top-notch in the Secret Realm, only the guy in the center of the Secret Realm can overwhelm it. This boy is very brave, but he is too reckless and does not consider the opponent's strength first when doing things. This is not acceptable. His journey to the Secret Realm ends here. He is such an ambitious guy. Feng Qingyu frowned slightly. Those fiery red eyes stared at Shu Han closely, but they were full of determination. She had a premonition in her heart. Shu Han can definitely defeat Yanlong. In the Secret Realm, Shu Han and Yanlong were having a good fight. A few minutes passed. The Rock Dragon's health bar dropped by 1/10. And Shu Han's body was also covered with mud. I just received a few claws from the Rock Dragon. Fortunately, his physique was strong enough, and the Rock Dragon's attack failed to cause any substantial damage. Shu Han stared at Yanlong closely, frowning slightly. His gaze crossed the Rock Dragon and landed on the Earth Dragon flower behind. He also knew that the Rock Dragon had strong defense. Although it can be worn to death, it is a waste of time. His target is just Delonghua. But he tried several times to rely on speed to capture the Earth Dragon flower. But whenever he gets close, Yanlong notices it and immediately returns to defense, unable to get close to Earth Dragon flower. We have to find a way. Shu Han waved his hand. Xiaohu appeared next to him. He issued an order. "Little tiger, find a way to attract this guy's attention and blind his eyes." Xiaohu growled. He rushed toward the Rock Dragon vigorously. The wind howled. The dust rose up all over the sky and moved toward the Rock Dragon. The Rock Dragon's sight was blocked by the sandstorm. It looked around vigilantly, wary of Shu Han's attack. Frost attack. The howling cold wind blew from the other side, mixing with the sandstorm. The Rock Dragon was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. Rumble. There were bursts of thunder in the sky. One after another, thunder struck from the sky. Rocks flew from the back of the Rock Dragon. However, its health bar only dropped a little. In the stands, everyone shook their heads. Although Shu Han has a lot of tricks, this Rock Dragon has rough skin and thick flesh, so it can't draw much blood at all. Instead of wasting time with the Rock Dragon, it is better to find other strange beasts. The score will increase faster. Shu Han has no idea what is more important. Is he scraping the Rock Dragon? There's no harm at all. The Rock Dragon is like a small mountain, standing motionless in the sandstorm. Shu Han grinned and turned his head to look in the direction of Delonghua. Faintly visible through the howling sandstorm, a skeleton warrior wearing worn-out armor has arrived next to Earth Dragon flower. The pale skeletal palm slowly stretched out, grabbed 3 Earth Dragon flowers, and pulled them off. Got it. The smile on Shu Han's face became even brighter. This is his real plan. He, Xiaohu, and Xiaoying attacked from the front to attract the Rock Dragon's attention. The summoned undead warrior quietly went to pick the Earth Dragon flowers. The undead warriors have no breath of life and are blocked by sandstorms. Yanlong didn't realize that his treasure had been stolen by Shu Han. It was looking at Shu Han with disdain, seeming to be mocking Shu Han for not overestimating his abilities. The skeleton warrior returned to Shu Han and handed the earth dragon flower to Shu Han. Shu Han threw it to Xiaohu casually. The little tiger opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the earth dragon flowers. The next second, the ground shook. Pieces of rocks rose up, wrapping the little tiger and turning into a huge rock ball. The size of this rock ball continues to grow. Shu Han felt happy. Xiaohu's bloodline can finally be purified again. One step closer to the Titan tiger. The sandstorm gradually dissipated. Yanlong suddenly felt that something was wrong. It glanced back. Suddenly, I discovered that all 3 earth dragon flowers were missing. Roar! It roared angrily, staring at Shu Han with both eyes. It was this human who stole the earth dragon flower. The huge body suddenly rushed towards Shu Han. Shu Han waved his hand. The little eagle fell from the sky. Carrying the roaring thunder, it hit the rock dragon directly. The rock dragon raised its claws and stamped it fiercely. Boom! The ground cracked instantly. A thick rock wall rose up from the ground, blocking him in front of him. Thunder fell on the rock wall. A small hole was opened in the rock wall. The little eagle retreated with one strike and quickly flew to Shu Han's head. Shu Han jumped up and landed firmly on Xiaoying's head. The little eagle flapped its wings and quickly flew towards the sky. The rock dragon roared angrily. Its paws slammed the ground. A boulder that was as big as an adult floated on its own and shot toward the eagle like a cannonball. Bah! The little eagle chirped. A bolt of thunder fell from the sky and struck the boulder. The boulder instantly exploded into countless rubbles, which fell to the ground like rain. The rock dragon's eyes are about to spit fire. It wants to tear this human into pieces. However, it cannot fly. Even long-range attack methods are very limited. There is nothing that can be done to Shu Han in the sky. It turned to look at the huge rock ball. Anger filled its heart. It swung its body and rushed towards the rock ball. At this time, on the rostrum, the deans were a little confused when they saw this scene. Zhang Gang frowned and said, "Is this kid a beast master?" Zhang Zhen shook his head. His occupation cannot be detected and is still unknown. Shui Tianluo said in surprise, "Since he is not a beast master, then why can he control 2 pets?" Everyone was also very curious. Professions other than beast masters can only contract 1 pet. This is common sense. But Shu Han could actually order 2 strange beasts to fight for him. This is simply a fantasy. Gao Zhengguo said. Rather than him being able to contract 2 pets, what I'm more curious about is that his pets seem to be evolving. Zhang Zhen turned to look at Yi Dai. I have to ask Yi Dai about this matter. Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Dai. Yi Dai rarely took his eyes away from his mobile phone. She stared at the rock ball on the big screen, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. To be precise, this is blood purification. Everyone was stunned. Blood purification. Even they have never heard of this concept. Yi Dai slowly said, to put it simply, some weak and exotic beasts contain the blood of their ancestors, but the blood is extremely weak, so it has no impact on their strength. Bloodline purification means continuously amplifying the bloodline of one's ancestors. The thicker the ancestor's bloodline, the greater the improvement in strength. When the bloodline is purified to a certain level, it can even become a legendary mythical beast. Zhang Zhen stared at Yeti. Your Alien Beast Research Institute is currently doing research on blood purification. Yeti nodded slightly. Zhang Zhen continued to ask, what did you find? Yeti held her chin with one hand and said expressionlessly, currently, only 3 strange beasts have been found to contain the blood of their ancestors. They are iron-horned sheep, containing 1/1000th of the blood of a sheep-horned devil. Silver snake contains 1/1000th of the sky dragon's blood. The iron-clawed pangolin contains 1/1000th of the blood of the lava beast king. How is the purification progress? The purification of iron-horned sheep and iron-clawed pangolin failed, and their bodies exploded and died. Silver snake was successfully purified, and its bloodline concentration reached 1 part in 100 billion. Its strength increased greatly, but since then, there has been no improvement. Yi Dai's tone did not waver at all. Zhang Zhen frowned. It is quite difficult to purify this blood. Yeti nodded. This is something that goes against the laws of biological growth. Our research is conducted with absolute rigor. And this little guy can actually purify the blood of alien beasts casually. It seems that he has his own method. If it can be obtained and mass-produced, the strength of many pets can be improved by several levels. Zhang Zhen shook his head and said, this is his secret and an opportunity. Unless he is willing, he must not ask more questions. Yi Dai was noncommittal. He continued to take out his phone and read a romance novel. The rock dragon swung its tail and hit the rock ball hard. The rock ball shook violently. A slight crack appeared on it. Shu Han frowned slightly. This guy wanted to destroy Xiaohu's process of purifying his bloodline. He patted Xiaoying on the head. Go help Xiaohu. The little eagle swooped down towards the rock dragon. Its claws are filled with thunder and lightning, carrying terrifying destructive power. Boom! Both claws landed on the back of the rock dragon. Debris flew. However, the rock dragon's health bar did not move at all. Shu Han jumped up and landed on the rock dragon's back. His right hand turned into a sharp dragon claw and stabbed straight at the rock dragon's back. Laugh! The sharp dragon claws instantly pierced the rock dragon's back. Blood flowed. Roar! Yanlong roared angrily and swung his body wildly, trying to throw Shu Han off. However, the dragon's claw was firmly embedded in the wound, and no matter how it swung, it could not fall off. At this time, there was a click sound from the rock ball. A crack opened down the middle. Immediately, countless cracks spread like spider webs throughout the entire stone ball. A terrifying pressure spread out from the rock ball. When Shu Han saw this, he felt happy. Xiaohu is almost done. Roar! An angry roar echoed throughout the area. The rock ball exploded. A tiger as big as a hill stood in front of Shu Han. The size of this tiger is not much smaller than the rock dragon. The golden tiger eyes contained cold murderous intent, staring closely at the rock dragon. Shu Han immediately checked Xiaohu's attribute panel. Name: Mountain Suppressing Giant Tiger, 10/100,000th Titan Tiger Bloodline. Race: Tiger Clan. Level: 21. Power: 1300. Physique: 1350. Agility: 1050. Spirit: 430. Skill 1. Earth-Shaking Claw LV.1 Inject Earth attribute power into the claws, greatly increasing the destructive power of the claws, increasing armor penetration by 20%, and having a 1% chance of breaking the enemy's armor. Cooldown time 1 minute. Skill 2. Tiger Roar LV.1 The earth-shattering tiger roars, frightening the surrounding weak beasts and causing them to fall into fear. Powerful beasts are not affected. Cooling time is 5 minutes. Skill 3. Destruction of Sandstorm LV.1 Raises a burst of sandstorm, causes a lot of damage to the enemy, and makes the enemy completely lose sight, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown time is 10 minutes. Skill 4. Giant Rock Avalanche LV.1 Shatters the ground, shoots rock fragments towards the enemy, causing damage to the enemy, cooling time is 3 minutes. Skill 5. Big Earthquake LV.1 Severely shakes the ground, cracks the earth, causing huge damage to the enemy. If the enemy falls into the crack, he will be killed instantly, cooling time is 10 minutes. Skill 6. Power of the Earth LV.1 Absorb the power of the earth, increase each attribute by 20%, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown time is 10 minutes. Skill 7. Mountain Suppression LV.1 Summon a boulder to suppress the enemy will suffer a lot of damage, and all attributes will be weakened by 50%, lasting 10 seconds. Blood Purification Conditions. Epic Earth Attribute Pet Food 5. Shu Han's eyes lit up. Xiaohu's strength has improved a lot. Let's not talk about the changes in Xiaohu's attributes and skills. The growth in size alone is very scary. Moreover, Shu Han felt it. There was a faint hint of fierceness lingering in Xiaohu's body. Weak people will be frightened to death by this ferocious aura just by getting close. Xiaohu's various attributes have also been improved by hundreds of points. Both strength and physique have exceeded 1,000 points. Almost catching up with myself. Not only that, even the skills have undergone some changes. The sandstorm turned into a sandstorm of destruction. The earthquake also evolved into a major earthquake. Shu Han was curious, how powerful were these destructive sandstorms and earthquakes? There are 2 more skills. The power of the earth and the power of the mountain. The current Xiaohu is not much inferior to himself in terms of combat effectiveness. It's just the material needed to purify blood next time. 5 epic pet food pieces. Trying to get it all together is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Epic pet food is extremely rare on the market. Each one is worth tens of millions. Most people simply can't afford it. If you want Xiaohu's bloodline to be purified again, you can only continue to work hard. Yanlong stared at Xiaohu. It felt that Xiaohu's aura was completely different from before. More than 10 times stronger than before. It let out a low growl, warning the tiger to leave. Xiaohu also growled. The fierce look in his eyes became more and more obvious. The next second, Xiaohu kicked his limbs violently. The huge body jumped high. Its claws glowed with earthy yellow light and seemed to grow in size. Boom! The claws directly hit the rock dragon's head, knocking it into the earth. Debris flew. The rock dragon's health bar dropped a little. It growled angrily. He raised his dragon claw and patted Xiaohu on the head. Boom! The two giant beasts suddenly separated. There are several claw marks on the rock dragon's head that are deep enough to show bone. The scales on the chin have also been worn away a lot, and blood is dripping. On the other hand, Xiaohu. There were just a few bloodstains on his head. However, it had no impact at all, but instead added a bit more fierceness to it. The rock dragon roared. The ground beside Xiaohu shattered. Several rock walls rose up and blocked Xiaohu, tightly surrounding him. The rock prison is narrow and small. The little tiger couldn't move. It growled lowly and slapped its paw against the rock wall. Boom! A large hole opened in the rock wall. But he soon made up for it. The next second, a rock gun more than 10 meters long pierced out of the rock wall and stabbed Xiaohu in the eye. The little tiger raised his paw and smashed the rock gun into 2 pieces with one paw. Shu Han said, "Xiaohu, don't hold back, go all out to solve it." Xiaohu nodded. Tiger palm stomped violently. The khaki power poured into Xiaohu's body crazily. Xiaohu's size unexpectedly expanded again, filling the entire rock prison to the brim. Rumble. The ground shook wildly. The cracks spread like giant pythons towards the rock dragon. The ground beneath the rock dragon shattered. One of its legs stepped on the air, and its body lost its center of gravity and fell towards the crack. Immediately afterwards, another huge boulder fell from the sky and hit the rock dragon directly on the head. Boom! The rock dragon was knocked dizzy. Shu Han's figure came to the top of the rock dragon like a ghost. The ice blue edge suddenly stabbed into the rock dragon's eyes. Blood spurted out. The rock dragon wailed and waved its claws. Shu Han raised his hand. A fireball about the size of a rock dragon's head appeared in the palm of his hand. Boom! The exploding fireball went straight into the rock dragon's eyes. The rock dragon's head exploded. Blood splattered. Shu Han landed firmly on the ground and watched Yanlong's body fall next to him. He glanced at the experience bar. Upgraded. Level 22. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiaohu was fighting frontally to hold off the rock dragon. Only then could he seize the opportunity to kill the rock dragon instantly. Walk to the rock dragon and check it out. Rock dragon exploded 2 pieces of equipment. A piece of heavy armor and a pair of wrist guards. He checked the properties of the heavy armor. Rock dragon heavy armor. Quality. Gold level. Strength plus 100. Physique plus 500. Life recovery plus 10%. Skill 1. Dragon Scale Guardian reduces all damage by 20% after turning on. Duration 10 seconds, cooling time 5 minutes. Introduction. Has a powerful defense comparable to a rock dragon, and will become stronger after wearing it. Equipment requirements. Level 35. Shu Han let out a long sigh. Level 35 gold level heavy armor. Although it is good, it can only be sold for money. He looked at the bracers. Heavy rock bracers. Quality. Gold level. Strength plus 150. Physique plus 100. Casting speed plus 10%. Skill 1. Powerful passive skill, increases the wearer's strength by 20%. Introduction. A wristband with earth attribute power will give the wearer powerful strength. Equipment requirements. Level 20. Shu Han nodded slightly. This wristband is good. Level 20 gold level weapon. You can put it on now. He put on the wristband and felt that his whole body was filled with surging power. Open the properties panel to view. Name. Shu Han. Race. Human. Occupation. SSS level gourmet. Level. 22. Power. 2270. Physique. 1439. Agility, 1030. Spirit, 359. Shu Han's eyes widened. This heavy rock wristband directly allowed his strength to break through the 2000 mark. Shu Han was sure that no one at the 3rd level could achieve this attribute. Even many 4th level experts don't have such terrifying attributes. Then he opened the ranking list. A full 531 points. He beat 2nd place Wang Mo by more than 300 points. Shu Han was relieved a lot. At least they won't be able to catch up in a short period of time. He waved the ice blue edge and easily cut off a large piece of rock dragon meat. Then he took out all the meat of other exotic animals from the space ring and prepared for a big barbecue. It can be regarded as a good reward for Xiaohu and Xiaoying. Without them, it would have been a lot of effort to kill the rock dragon. Soon, he set up the barbecue grill and started grilling meat. And at this time, the deans sitting on the rostrum were not calm anymore. Zheng Gang frowned and said, "This boy actually killed the rock dragon." Huang Junction sighed. "This kid is really a monster. A single person actually killed a level 35 gold level leader. If word of this spreads, other colleges and universities will probably go crazy. They're probably going to do whatever it takes to rob people." Zhang Zhen smiled. "What are you afraid of? Who has more resources than our Longguo University?" Yeti held her chin up with interest and looked at Shu Han. "This little guy is interesting. We at the Alien Beast Research Institute want it." Zheng Gang was dissatisfied and said, "Senior, it's not the time to choose someone yet, right? Who knows where he is going? He is good at close combat. He can get the best training at our warrior academy." Shui Tianluo said dissatisfied. "He can also use magic. I think he should join our magic academy." Yi Dai glanced at the two of them. "Let's have a fight. Whoever wins will listen." Faced with Yeti's simple and crude method, Zheng Gang and Shui Tianluo wisely chose to keep their mouths shut. Even if the two of them work together, they are no match for Yi Dai. Yeti only needs one skill to defeat them easily. However, Zheng Gang and Shui Tianluo secretly decided in their hearts, "We must capture Shu Han, even if there is a little more blood." At this time, Shu Han didn't know about the rostrum. He stared at the grill. Many barbecues are already giving off a charming aroma. Xiaohu and Xiaoying squatted beside him, staring closely at the barbecue. Soon, all the barbecue was done. Shu Han cut off a piece of each piece of barbecue. Then he threw the rest to Xiaoying and Xiaohu. Xiaoying and Xiaohu have been through so many battles, and their stomachs have long been empty. They devoured the barbecue. Shu Han first stuffed the rock dragon meat into his mouth. The taste of rock dragon meat is somewhat similar to beef. After being sprinkled with barbecue ingredients, the flavor is fragrant. The meat is just a bit hard to bite. It took a long time to swallow the rock dragon meat into his stomach. A system prompt sounded. The host takes the 2nd level rock dragon meat for the first time and gains 100 points of strength and 150 points of constitution. The host acquires the rock dragon skill, the rock prison. Shu Han felt happy. This rock dragon gives quite a lot of attribute points. He opened the skill panel and took a look. Rock Cage LV.1. Summon rocks into a cage to trap the enemy, then summon a rock gun to pierce the enemy. Cooling time is 9 minutes. This is a good control skill. Shu Han still remembers it. The rock dragon summoned a rock prison and trapped Xiaohu inside. The solidity of this rock prison is definitely very strong. He stuffed the remaining rock dragon meat into his mouth and chewed it. The rich aroma of meat spreads between the lips and teeth. Evocative. At this time, the system beep sounded again. The rock prison is mutating. Shu Han's eyes lit up. The rock prison has actually mutated. Is there such a good thing? My character really exploded today. First, get the earth dragon flower to purify Xiaohu's bloodline again. Then comes the skill mutation. He waited a few minutes. A system prompt sounded. The rock prison successfully mutated into a meteorite falling from the sky. Shu Han immediately opened the skill panel. Meteor falling from the sky LV.1 summons an extraterrestrial meteorite to attack the enemy. The meteorite carries high temperature and impact, causing horrific damage to the enemy. The cooldown time is 10 hours. Shu Han was stunned. This skill is so mutated that it is simply invincible. Directly summon meteorites to smash them. So handsome. He couldn't wait to try the power of this meteorite falling from the sky. However, the cooldown time of this skill is also long enough. A full 10 hours. It was the skill with the longest cooldown time he had ever seen. Close the skills panel. Then Shu Han picked up the meat of the Vajra centipede and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat of King Kong centipede is like crab meat, very soft, but also very fragrant. A system prompt sounded. The host takes the second level Vajra centipede meat for the first time and gains 100 points of strength and 50 points of constitution. This time I have no skills. But Shu Han was not surprised. The harvest this time has been big enough. He continued to eat all the remaining exotic animal meat. Pat your belly comfortably and open the properties panel. Name: Shu Han. Race: human. Occupation: SSS level gourmet. Level: 22. Power: 2790. Physique: 1939. Agility: 1370. Spirit: 509. All attributes have been greatly improved. Especially physical fitness, increased by more than 500 points. It's almost 2000. The strength is close to 3000. This is already comparable to the average 5th level powerhouse. Shu Han is confident. Now he meets the rock dragon just now. You can definitely press it on the ground with one hand and rub it. He opened the gourmet illustrated book and took a look. The achievement on the right has reached 75/75. The collection of achievements has been completed, but I don't know what good things I can get. Shu Han rubbed his hands and pointed at achievements. A system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the gourmet illustrated achievement and obtaining the Great Gourmet Ring. Shu Han was stunned. The Great Foodie Ring. What is this? He felt as if there was something extra in his pocket. He reached into his pocket and took a look. Take out a ring. The ring is completely black, with a ferocious animal head on it. Just take a look. You can all feel the terrifying aura contained in the beast's head. Shu Han was stunned. Why does this animal head look so familiar? It's the legendary beast, Teoti. He checks the properties of the ring. Ring of the Great Gourmet upgradable. Quality: Gold level. Strength plus 100. Physique plus 100. Agility plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Skill 1. Teoti passive skill. Eating delicious food can quickly recover injuries and increase the probability of obtaining attributes and skills. Skill 2. Great Gourmet Space can connect to the Great Gourmet Secret Realm. Cooling time: none. Great Gourmet Set 1/7. Get all the Great Gourmet equipment to summon the mythical beast Teoti. Introduction: the legendary gourmet suit, which can only be worn by gourmets. Equipment requirements: Level 0. Occupation used: Great Gourmet. When Shu Han saw this terrifying attribute, he was stunned for a moment. Is this really just gold level equipment? Just increase all attributes by 100 points. That's enough to go platinum. Plus the special skill of Teoti. The value of this ring to him is no less than that of epic equipment. This is also upgradable. Shu Han rubbed his chin. This ring can actually be upgraded. It's just that the method of upgrading is still unclear. When he saw the effect of the big gourmand suit, I was even more shocked. Get the big foodie set together. It can also summon the mythical beast Teoti. Although I don't know how strong Teoti is, but it can be imagined that the strength will never be weak. Shu Han put the ring on. All attributes have improved again. He looked at the achievement again. It has become 75/100. Next is the reward for the 100th floor. I wonder what the mysterious grand prize will be. He put out the fire and glanced at Xiaohu and Xiaoying. The two of them also looked satisfied after eating. The little tiger was lying on the ground digesting. The little eagle leaned next to the little tiger, lowered his head, and dozed off. Shu Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Being able to barbecue and rest so freely within the black area. I'm afraid it's just him. For another person, let alone the black area. Even if it's an ordinary blue area, don't dare to take it lightly. If you are not careful, you will be attacked by strange beasts. That can be fatal. So before setting off, everyone brought dry food. If you are hungry, you can only take out some dry food and eat a few mouthfuls to fill your stomach. At this time, in the grass on the side, a strong man carrying a giant axe walked out slowly. He stared at Shu Han with gloomy eyes and said, "Shu Han, right. I want your points. Shu Han glanced at the man. Who are you? Cao Cao's eyes turned cold. This guy doesn't actually know himself. He smashed the giant axe to the ground. The top of the axe head was deeply embedded in the soil. He raised his finger and pointed at Shu Han and said coldly, "Do you dare to fight with me?" At this time, on the rostrum, all the deans frowned. Huang Junction frowned and said, "Cao Cao is too conceited. He actually took the initiative to trouble Shu Han." Zheng Gang held his forehead and whispered, "Zongyuan, look at this, can you be accommodating? This little guy Cao Cao is pretty good, but he met a pervert like Shu Han." Zhang Zhen groaned and nodded slightly. "Yes, but we can only reserve the quota. As for the credits and other preferential treatment," Zheng Gang hurriedly said, "it is enough to reserve the quota." "Thank you Zongyuan." Zhang Zhen stared at the big screen and said with some curiosity, "I really don't know how big the gap is between Cao Cao and Shu Han." Shu Han looked Cao Cao up and down. "I'm not interested in abusing food, so you can leave." Xiaohu raised his head and glanced at Cao Cao. He yawned and continued to rest on the ground, not paying attention to Cao Cao at all. Cao Cao's eyes flashed with a cold luster. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the giant axe. "Since you don't want to fight, then I will fight with you." Destroying charge. He held up the giant axe, and his huge body rushed towards Shu Han like a high-speed train. However, Shu Han just sat on the ground, squinting his eyes, as if he was taking a nap. The anger in Cao Cao's eyes was even worse. "This fool! How dare you not take yourself seriously? Then let him see how powerful his giant axe is." A few breaths. Cao Cao had already arrived in front of Shu Han. The giant axe was raised high, and with an indomitable and terrifying momentum, it slammed down on Shu Han's head. Outside the field, everyone watching the battle widened their eyes when they saw this. Isn't this guy Shu Han hiding? If this axe strikes, he will die. This guy just finished killing the leader-level alien beast, and now he's starting to pretend. HMPH, even a lion uses his full strength to fight a rabbit. Shu Han doesn't understand this at all. All these points belong to Cao Cao. Boom. The giant axe crashed to the ground. It left a deep ravine in the ground. Shu Han has disappeared long ago. Cao Cao's expression changed. He turned back sharply, but he saw an icy blue light expanding in front of his eyes. "It's too slow." The cold voice was like the death sentence. "Laugh." He only felt a chill on his neck. Then his eyes were shrouded in darkness. When he regained his sight, he was already on the playground. He was holding a huge axe in his hand and breathing heavily. He just felt it clearly. "Death is so close to me. If it weren't for the protection of the secret realm. He is now a corpse." Several medical staff quickly walked to Cao Cao and took him down for a physical examination. The whole place was silent, and everyone looked confused. After a while, someone broke the silence. "What the? Cao Cao was killed by a knife. Really or not? With Cao Cao's strength, he can't even take a blow from Shu Han. His speed was so fast that I didn't even see him clearly just now. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Cao Cao." Everyone was talking a lot. Shu Han wiped off the blood on the ice blue front and took it back casually. Cao Cao was no match for him, the gap was too big. He glanced at his watch. The score has reached 718 points. Cao Cao contributed nearly 200 points to him. He invited Xiaohu and Xiaoying to continue hunting the leader-level beasts. At this time, somewhere in the swamp in the red zone, Wang Mo, holding a pair of swords, was moving forward step by step. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to look at the grass beside him. His calm eyes instantly turned cold, like a blade. "Come out. Hee, you are quite vigilant." A figure quietly jumped out and stood in front of Wang Mo. Wang Mo stared at the woman in front of him. The woman was wearing a fiery red hanfu with two playful ponytails. There was a smile on her face and she looked harmless. Wang Mo frowned. "Hua Piaowu. What are you doing here?" Hua Piaowu covered her mouth and smiled. "Of course I admire brother Wang Mo." Wang Mo frowned slightly. "I don't have time to waste time with you." After that, he turned around and planned to leave. Hua Piaowu still had a smile on her face. "Brother Wang Mo, are you planning to leave now? Don't you want to cause trouble for Shu Han?" Wang Mo stopped and said slowly, "Cao Cao is dead. Killed by Shu Han. Hua Piaowu nodded slightly and came to Wang Mo with brisk steps, as if dancing. Those cunning eyes looked at Wang Mo like a little fox. I know, but are you willing? If this Shu Han were here, none of us would be able to compete for first place. Aren't you interested in that epic equipment? Wang Mo held the handle of the knife. He shook his head silently. Hua Piaowu shook her head slightly. It seems that I got the wrong person. The son of the dignified Qishan General Palace is so cowardly. Forget it, then I'll find someone else. Wait. Wang Mo frowned and said coldly, how do you know my identity? Hua Piaowu said with a smile, hee, keep it a secret. Wang Mo gritted his teeth and his eyes were dazed for a moment, then became firm. Do you have a way to deal with Shu Han? Hua Piaowu's index finger lightly touched her red lips, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and her voice became erratic, of course. There is a level 40 platinum level leader hidden in the center of the secret realm. If we can induce it to deal with Shu Han. Wang Mo understood instantly. Are you trying to borrow a knife to kill someone? Hua Piaowu smiled and nodded. That's right. No matter how powerful Shu Han is, he can't be a match for the platinum level leader. As long as you find a way to provoke it, Shu Han will definitely die. Wang Mo frowned and said, but, what if Shu Han escapes? Just the two of us can't stop him. Of course it's not just you two, but also us. Two voices came from the woods. The two people slowly walked out of the woods. One of them was wearing a large black robe and a hood, and his face could not be seen clearly. The other one was holding a staff with a smile on his lips, looking very friendly. Hua Piaowu smiled and said, let me introduce you. The one in black robe is Do Wenel, an A-level curse wizard, 5th on the ranking list. The other one is Dong Yan, 7th on the list. With the four of us here, we will definitely have no problem dealing with Shu Han. So, are you joining us? Wang Mo nodded slightly. Hua Piaowu nodded with satisfaction. Yes, I announce that the Cold War Alliance has been officially established. The goal is to deal with Shu Han. Knock him out of the top position. The center of the secret realm is a lake surrounded by big trees. The surface of the lake is like a mirror, reflecting the blue sky. A huge tree soaring into the sky stood beside the lake, with branches and leaves spreading. Boom, boom. The ground shook slightly. A gorilla dozens of meters tall walked step by step from a distance. It stood by the lake, stretched out its hand and gently scooped up a handful of water. There were ripples on the lake. And in the woods not far from the lake. Two men wearing black robes and white hoods were hiding inside. The young-looking man among them raised his head, glanced at the gorilla, and whispered. Master Protector, is this the Beast King in the secret realm? Another man with an old face and gray hair nodded. Yes, this is the strongest leader-level beast in the freshman secret realm of Dragon Kingdom University, the Titan Ape King. Platinum-level alien beast leader. The young man's eyes were full of shock. This is a platinum-level leader. Ordinary people may not see it a few times in their lifetime. Each platinum-level boss possesses extremely terrifying power and can easily destroy a squad of 1,000 people. Even some thermal weapons such as artillery are ineffective against them. Only powerful professionals can deal with it. A fierce look flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. This time, the church let us sneak into the secret realm at great cost just to inject the rage potion into this big guy. Let this guy go berserk and deal with those geniuses from Longguo University. The pain of death will accompany them throughout their lives. As a result, many geniuses will stop here. This mission can only succeed, not fail. You just need to get close to the Titan Ape King and put the potion in. Get ready to take action. Yes, the man next to him nodded solemnly. He dug in his pocket. A glass syringe appeared in the palm of my hand. The syringe was filled with a red liquid that looked like blood. He hunched over and quietly approached the Titan Ape King step by step. The Titan Ape King was drinking water and didn't notice anyone approaching from behind. The young man was delighted. Very good. The Titan Ape King didn't notice. Just stick the syringe in at once and that's it. However, when he was 50 meters away from the Titan Ape King, the Titan Ape King suddenly turned around. Those scarlet eyes stared intently at the young man. The young man froze. Although he is a third-level powerhouse. But facing the Titan Ape King, it was completely inadequate. He gritted his teeth and stamped his feet violently. The body rushed towards the Titan Ape King like a cannonball. Roar! The Titan Ape King let out an angry roar. Someone actually dares to intrude into his territory. It's very angry. He raised his arm and slapped the young man. The young man looked at the huge palm that covered the sky and the sun, and his expression changed. If this could be captured with a slap, I will definitely be photographed like a meatloaf. He gritted his teeth and quickly dodged to the left. Boom! That slap hit the ground. The ground shook violently. A huge palm print more than 10 centimeters deep was filmed on the hard rock ground. It turned its head sharply. I saw the man falling from midair. It had a ferocious face, and its other hand suddenly grabbed at the young man. Boom! In midair, the man couldn't dodge at all, and was caught by the Titan Ape King. Click! The Titan Ape King's palm suddenly exerted force. With a crisp sound, sawdust fell from his palms one after another. What it grabbed was actually a wooden stand-in. At this time, the young man had already circled behind the Titan Ape King. A smile appeared on his face. Alien beasts or alien beasts. The brain is not flexible enough. He tossed it casually. The syringe then stabbed the Titan Ape King in the neck. Laugh. The sharp needle pierced the Titan King's neck. All the blood-like liquid was poured into its body. The Titan Ape King stiffened. Then his eyes were shrouded in a layer of blood-red light. Roar! It looked up to the sky and roared. A terrifying murderous aura spread from it. It suddenly turned its head to look at the young man behind it. The young man's expression changed. Not good. He was being targeted. He used all his strength to withdraw in the direction of his companions. However, a fist larger than an adult's body was already chasing behind him. Bang! The young man flew out like a kite with its string broken and hit the trunk of a big tree. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The limbs were twisted strangely, and they had all been broken. The health bar is almost bottomed out. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. It's done. Next, let those geniuses have a taste of the strength of this platinum-level alien beast leader. He picked up the young man and suddenly crushed a red ball. The red ball explodes and smoke surrounds it. Roar! The Titan Ape King was furious. The huge body was like a high-speed train, crashing into the red mist. Boom! A dozen large trees around collapsed. However, there was no figure in the red mist. Roar! The Titan Ape King, in a rage, beat his chest. Its nose sniffed. Human taste. And it smells like humans. It turned to look to the left, and its huge body rushed away. Among the woods, Hua Piaowu and the others were walking forward. Hua Piaowu, what is the strength of the strange beast in the deepest part of the secret realm? Dong Yan asked curiously. Hua Piaowu walked forward with brisk steps, a smile on her face, as if on a spring outing. Platinum level leader, Titan Ape King. Everyone stopped. Do Wenel frowned. Platinum level leader. Are we going to provoke an existence of this level? What if it turns against us? Hua Piaowu said with a smile. Don't worry, that big guy has strong fighting ability, but his IQ is not high. It only takes a little temptation to deal with Shu Han. As long as Shu Han is seriously injured, we can just take away his wristband. Hear the words. The tension in Do Wenli's heart relaxed slightly. Rumble. At this time, the ground suddenly trembled. It was like an earthquake. What's going on? Is there another earthquake? Dong Yan's expression changed, and he quickly held on to the big tree next to him to prevent him from falling. Wang Mo suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of vigilance. Something is coming this way. Everyone took out their weapons and prepared for battle. Boom! A huge figure tens of meters tall suddenly rushed out of the woods and hit the ground. The ground shook violently, sending smoke and dust into the sky. Everyone stared at the giant beast in front of them with wide eyes. The giant beast's eyes were red, and it was breathing heavily. Terrifying murderous aura spread from it. A mountain of pressure fell on several people's hearts. Several people stared at the giant ape in front of them in stunned silence. Hua Piaowu lost her voice and said, "It's the Titan Ape King." Several people's expressions changed drastically. Do Wenel frowned and asked in a low voice, "Hua Piaowu, didn't you say that this guy is clinging to his territory and won't come out easily?" Hua Piaowu was also frightened. She said blankly, "It must be true, the news my mother gave me is not wrong. How could it be? Why is this guy here? Wang Mo held two swords in his hands and said in a deep voice, "We're here just in time. Hua Piaowu, you find a way to lure him to Shu Han." Hua Piaowu nodded. She waved her hand. Two spirit puppets holding long swords rushed towards the Titan Ape King, one on the left and one on the right. Roar! The Titan Ape King punched one of the spirit puppets. Boom! Just one punch. The spirit puppet was smashed into the ground and turned into flesh. Puff! Hua Piaowu spurted out a mouthful of blood. She stared at the Titan Ape King with wide eyes in horror. This spiritual puppet of mine was made by spending a lot of money to buy the corpses of second-level alien beasts. However, facing the fist of the Titan Ape King, I can't even bear it. No, the plan has changed, let's go. Hua Piaowu pulled with her fingers. The spirit puppet quickly retreated and returned to her side. Then she turned around and ran away in the direction she came from. What the hell? The other three looked at each other. They didn't expect Hua Piaowu to run away so easily. Wang Mo gritted his teeth, put away his swords, and quickly retreated towards the rear. Do Wenel and Dong Yan were in dire straits. Both of them are from the legal profession. Agility is too low. Just took 2 steps. Do Wenel then saw a black shadow above his head that was rapidly enlarging. Boom! Do Wenli's vision went dark and he felt severe pain all over his body. When he regained his sight again, he found himself standing on the playground. He was shaking all over and his eyes were full of fear. The death just now was too real. Then, there was a flash of light next to him. Dong Yan was also sent out. In the audience, seeing these two people, there was a lot of discussion. Strange, isn't this Do Wenel ranked 5th and Dong Yan ranked 7th? Why did they come out together? Did the two of them provoke some powerful being? It shouldn't be. The most powerful ones in the secret realm are the Rock Dragon and the Titan Ape King. The Rock Dragon has been killed by Shu Han. The Titan Ape King has been stationed in his territory all year round and will never leave rashly. I see that these two people were still in the black area just now. They have not reached the territory of the Titan Ape King at all. It is impossible to encounter the Titan Ape King. If it's other strange beasts, they can still escape even if they are invincible. Everyone agreed very much. Zhang Zhen and others also noticed something strange here. Why did these two little guys come out at the same time? Look at where they were just now and see what happened. The big screen changes. Among the dense woods, the Titan Ape King, which was tens of meters tall, had red eyes and was rushing forward like crazy. Wherever it goes, big trees fell down one after another. There was no road in the woods before, but it was forced to create a thoroughfare. The expressions of all the deans changed. Zheng Gang frowned and said, "How did this guy escape? Isn't it guarding Jumu Lake?" Gao Zhengguo adjusted his glasses and frowned. Something's wrong, the Titan Ape King seems different from usual. It seems even crazier than usual. As far as I know, the Titan Ape King is quite docile in nature and would never do such a crazy thing. Zhang Zhen nodded slightly. It seems that there is something fishy about this matter. But the first priority is to keep the students away from the Titan Ape King's path to avoid being harmed. I'll make the announcement, Shui Tianluo said. She picked up a microphone and said, "Attention all students in the secret realm. The Titan Ape King in the secret realm ran out of the core territory and is heading southeast. The Titan Ape King is in a crazy mood, please be careful to avoid it in time." Within the secret realm, many students heard the announcement. Everyone's expressions changed. No way, Titan Ape King, what level of leader will this guy be? Don't think about it, even if all our students in the secret realm unite, we can't deal with that big guy. It's better to retreat quickly. If you are killed by the Titan Ape King, just exit the secret realm and you won't get anything. Everyone avoided the path of the Titan Ape King. At this time, Shu Han also heard the notice. He raised his eyebrows. Platinum level leader. This is the strongest leader level beast he has encountered so far. If you kill it, you might be able to reveal an epic piece of equipment. Anyway, I have Xiaoying here. Even if you can't beat him, it's still okay to run away. He glanced at the map and confirmed the direction. Then he waved his hand. The little eagle flew up to him. Shu Han stood on Xiaoying's back, pointed to the southeast and said, "In this direction, let's go." Bah! The little eagle chirped. The wings flapped violently. He rose into the sky and flew toward the southeast. Zhang Zhen and others looked at the global map with solemn expressions. The map shows the locations of all new students. Most of the new students in the southeast direction have avoided it. There are not many freshmen left. It won't take long for them all to be evacuated. He also breathed a sigh of relief. If the Titan Ape King caused a large number of student casualties, it would be a major teaching accident. Although death in the secret realm is not real death, but the pain and fear caused by death will remain with the students. There used to be some students who were unable to break through due to sequelae. Zhang Gang suddenly pointed at a fast-moving dot on the screen. This is Shu Han, this guy is moving in the direction of the Titan Ape King. The expressions of several other deans changed slightly. They all looked at the dot on the big screen. In just a few moments, the dot moved from the black area to the red area and was flying straight towards the location of the Titan Ape King. Why is Shu Han moving so fast? Huang Junction said in surprise. It should be his pet eagle. Shui Tianluo guessed. Zongyuan, do you want to stop Shu Han? Zhang Zhen's expression suddenly changed. Then he shook his head. No, just let him go. Everyone was stunned. But, Zhang Zhen waved his hand. How can you create a peerless magic weapon without going through countless trials and tribulations? No matter whether it succeeds or fails this time, it is a good experience for this little guy. As for what we have to do, is to investigate clearly what happened in this matter. Find out why the Titan Ape King suddenly went berserk. I don't believe that the Titan Ape King can go berserk at will. It was because of its peaceful character that I placed it deep in the secret realm. Huang Junction rubbed his chin, with a cold light in his eyes. I understand what you mean, Zongyuan, are you saying that the Abyss Church did this? Zhang Zhen nodded slightly and said with cold eyes, what can't those rats hiding in the sewers do? Since they dare to come, they should be prepared to die. Xiaoling and others are hunting strange beasts in the woods. Let's go first. This place is also the place where the Titan Ape King must pass. Shui Lingyao frowned and said. The other women nodded. Xiaoling casually picked up the equipment of the alien beast. At this time, the ground suddenly trembled. What happened? Shui Lingyao looked around cautiously. Boom, a huge body crashed out of the woods. It hit the ground hard, sending up smoke and dust. Looking at the giant beast that was more than 20 meters high in front of them, the women were stunned. A terrifying murderous aura permeated the surroundings. It was like a big mountain, pressing on them. Could this be the Titan Ape King? Xiaoling murmured. Roar! The Titan Ape King roared angrily. He punched Su Li, who was closest to him. Su Li hadn't come back to his senses yet. He stood there blankly, watching the shadow above his head quickly grow bigger. Boom! Fists hit the ground. Suddenly, a big hole was made in the ground. Xiaoling, on the other hand, held Su Li's hand and stood aside wearing a rough outfit. Her back was soaked with cold sweat. Thrilling. It's so thrilling. If you were a little slower, you and Su Li would be smashed into meat pies. Su Li said softly, thank you. Xiaoling looked at Shui Lingyao and the others. You guys leave first, I'll stay behind. Shui Lingyao shook her head firmly. No. Let's go together. Xiaoling gritted her silver teeth and said, it's too late. I have the highest agility points and am the only one who can hold back the Titan Ape King. You guys will only get in the way if you stay here. Shui Lingyao clenched her fists and gritted her teeth and said, then don't die. We are waiting for you in front. After saying that, she turned around and ran away. Qin Xuanyi and Shui Shuilin also followed. Su Li glanced at Xiaoling worriedly. Finally, he ran away into the distance. At this time, everyone in the audience was seeing this scene. Hey, these beauties are also unlucky to meet the Titan Ape King. I think this female swordsman is quite good. I would rather be the queen. The actions of the other few are also very rational, and they have no brains to stay here. If they stay here, it will distract the female swordsman and the danger will be greatly increased. Everyone was talking a lot. On the podium, the deans also looked solemn. This girl is also very tough-minded. She can voluntarily terminate her marriage. This is not something ordinary people can do. Zhang Gang praised. Huang Junction also nodded. This kind of character is really rare. Shui Tianluo shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, relying on speed to delay it won't last long. While talking, the Titan Ape King roared angrily. Punch Xiaoling. Xiaoling Dai frowned. tapped her toes, her body floated up, and landed steadily on a big tree nearby. Boom! The fist once again made a big hole in the ground. Xiaoling's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Her nerves were tense, and her eyes were fixed on the Titan Ape King's every move. She knew it. The gap between him and the Titan Ape King is too big. If you are not careful, you will be killed instantly. At this moment, there is no longer any defense. Only attack. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Everything around seemed to become quiet. She slowly opened her eyes. He met the scarlet eyes of the Titan Ape King. Boom. The next second, another punch hit the tree trunk where she was. Boom. The big tree as thick as a bucket was broken in half with one punch and crashed to the ground. And a white silhouette, like a ghost, followed the Titan Ape King's arm and rushed straight towards his head. The crowd watching the battle instantly became excited. She's not dead yet. She actually dares to think about attacking. She's so courageous. It's so crazy. The students in this class are so crazy. Are they all crazy? Are they still thinking about attacking at this time? The sword shone with silver light. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Titan Ape King. Laugh. A sword mark nearly 1 meter long was left on the Titan Ape King's face. Blood slid down the skin. Xiaoling felt happy. Done. Roar. The Titan Ape King became even more angry. It reached out and grabbed Xiaoling, wanting to crush the human who hurt it to death. Xiaoling's expression changed. She held the long sword and quickly dodged to the other side. The Titan Ape King failed to catch Xiaoling several times in a row. It suddenly became even more irritated. This time it didn't catch it. He slapped Xiaoling directly with his hand. Bang bang bang. Xiaoling gritted her silver teeth and ran forward with all her strength. However, that big hand was like the scythe of death, following closely behind. Looking at the palm close at hand, Xiaoling has no way to retreat. She jumped towards the big tree in the distance. A big black hand followed. However, everyone in the audience looked horrified. Behind. Look behind. It's over. She's dead. Sure enough, the gap is huge. It's a world of difference. It's great that she can sustain it for so long. Bang. The big hand swatted Xiaoling like a fly. Xiaoling's body hit the ground like a cannonball, sending up smoke and dust all over the sky. The smoke gradually dispersed. I saw Xiaoling lying on the ground, covered in blood. There is only the last trace of blood left. The originally elegant white clothes were now somewhat tattered. Her eyes were filled with despair as she looked at the approaching Titan Ape King. In the audience, many girls turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch the next scene. Zhang Zhen clenched his fists and frowned. Being trampled to death. This leaves students with a lifelong fear. It will greatly reduce her upper limit. But what can he do? It's too late. The Titan Ape King stomped toward Xiaoling with his kick, carrying a roaring wind. Boom! A dark purple thunder fell from the sky and hit the Titan Ape King accurately. The Titan Ape King was shocked and took a step back. A lot of the hair on his body was burnt by electricity, and bursts of white smoke came out of his body. It looked up angrily. All I saw was the sky. An eagle spreads its wings and comes. Above the eagle's head stood a young man. The young man clasped his hands on his chest, looking calm and composed. It's Shu Han. Everyone in the audience suddenly burst into exclamations. Wow, it's Junior Shu Han. He's so handsome. He actually flew over on the back of an eagle. I'll get one someday too. If I can be saved by Junior Shu Han like this once, it will be worth dying. On the podium, Zhang Zhen and the others also smiled bitterly and shook their heads. This kid is so pretentious. I really want to beat him. Why didn't you come earlier? If you came earlier, how much less would my student suffer? Why are you the only student? You are obviously my student. Roll roll roll. Zhang Zhen stared at Shu Han above the eagle, a trace of expectation flashing in his eyes. I wonder if this little guy can solve this crisis. Shu Han jumped up and landed firmly on the ground. He turned to look at Xiaoling. A wave of his hand. An earthy yellow magic circle appeared beside him. A tiger tens of meters long appeared in the magic circle. Little eagle, take her to a safe place. Shu Han said in a deep voice. Kitty nodded. It gently picked up Xiaoling's clothes, put it on its back, then spread its wings and flew away. Shu Han opened the Eye of Delirium and took a look at the attributes of the Titan Ape King. Name: Titan Ape King Platinum Level Leader. Race: Ape. Level: 40. Skill 1. Destroy LV.10 Passive Skill. When a target whose strength is smaller than the Titan Ape King is attacked, the defense will be destroyed. Skill 2. Heavy Punch LV.10. Swing your fist and hit the target, ignoring 50% of the target's defense. Skill 3. Rock Creation LV.7. You can change the rock into any desired shape until it is destroyed. Cooling time is 5 minutes. Skill 4. Taishan Pressure LV.4. Jump high, then press hard against the enemy, and form a spreading shock wave. The enemy in the center will receive double damage. Cooling time is 10 minutes. Skill 5. Command the Beasts LV.3. Make a roar and call the surrounding beasts to come to help. Cooling time is 5 minutes. Skill 6. Stone Throwing LV.4. Grab a boulder, crush it, turn it into countless small stones, and throw it at the opponent. Cooling time is 2 minutes. Shu Han grinned. He is indeed a Platinum level leader. And he is also a level 40 Platinum leader. You have to go all out to deal with this big guy. The Titan Ape King stared at Shu Han. It felt a terrifying aura in this human being. We need to deal with this human quickly. Its huge body crashed towards Shu Han. Shu Han dodged and easily avoided the opponent's attack. A twirl of fingers. Ice blue edge has appeared in the palm of my hand. He waved the ice blue edge and brushed through the Titan Ape King's fur. Open a wound easily. Frost covered that piece of fur. Shu Han didn't stop there. He turned into an afterimage and flashed over the Titan Ape King. Every time it flashed, it left a hideous and terrifying wound on its body. Soon, the hair of the Titan Ape King was covered with a layer of white frost. Roar. The Titan Ape King could only roar angrily, but could not touch Shu Han's clothes. Everyone in the audience widened their eyes in shock. No way. Is Shu Han so strong? He can actually defeat a Platinum level leader. My dear, this is a Platinum level leader at level 40. He hasn't even been touched. His agility points are definitely very high. It's useless. The Titan Ape King's health bar has barely moved. Everything he did was in vain. The cold wind is coming. The howling cold wind blew towards the Titan Ape King. The ice on the Titan Ape King is getting thicker and thicker. Xiaohu roared. The huge body rushed towards the Titan Ape King. Its claws have turned khaki. Clap with one paw. He tore open several hideous wounds. Roar. The Titan Ape King is furious. It swung its fists towards Shu Han and Xiaohu. Shu Han dodged several times and managed to avoid all the punches. But the tiger cub is too big. The Titan Ape King's fists were all eaten by it. The little tiger was in pain and quickly jumped 100 meters away from the Titan Ape King. Its blood volume has dropped by half. Shu Han frowned slightly. This guy is indeed very powerful. Even Xiaohu's physique couldn't bear it. He raised his hand and growled, "Wind blade." Several wind blades shot out from his palms and struck at the Titan Ape King's wounds. Laugh. The wind blade passed by. The Titan Ape King had a few more wounds on his body. It clenched its fists, looking up to the sky and roaring. The long roar spread throughout the forest. A moment of effort. There was a rustling sound from the surrounding woods. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of strange beasts walked out of the woods, staring at Shu Han and Xiaohu with unkind expressions. Shu Han glanced at it. Most of them are first-order exotic beasts. But there are also many second-level exotic beasts. There are even 2 or 3 leader-level beasts. Shu Han wondered if all the strange beasts in the forest had gathered here. The Titan Ape King gave a very human smile. Then it pressed its palms to the ground. The rock on the ground rumbled and changed, turning into a giant axe. It grabbed the giant axe and pulled it out of the ground. There was murderous intent in his scarlet eyes. Everyone in the audience looked shocked. This guy can actually use weapons. It has also summoned so many strange beasts. How are we going to fight this time? We'd better retreat quickly. This is the absolute strength gap. No matter how strong Shu Han's fighting skills are, he still can't fight against such a powerful beast. Fortunately, if he wants to leave, the Titan Ape King may not be able to keep him. Shu Han turned his head and looked at the alien beasts that were approaching. Since you choose to shake people, I won't be polite to you. He patted Xiaohu on the head. You go back to heal your injuries first. Put the little tiger into the pet space. Then, he slowly raised his hands. The Titan Ape King looked at Shu Han doubtfully. It didn't know what Shu Han was doing. But there was a flash of uneasiness in my heart. It held the giant rock axe and walked quickly towards Shu Han. Shu Han grinned. You want to stop me now? It's too late. The sky darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed like a dark cloud was hanging overhead. The Titan Ape King looked up to the sky, his eyes widening suddenly. Meteorite. A meteorite dragging a long tail flame was hitting its body. Boom. The meteorite hit the ground with a bang. The terrifying shock wave spread in all directions along with the heat wave, and then the screen went black. The big screen actually broke. The audience was silent. After a while, someone finally said, "Is that a meteorite?" The person next to him nodded. Probably. Could it be that this meteorite was summoned by Shu Han? Why is this guy so awesome? He can actually summon meteorites. This move is so powerful that even the live broadcast footage was destroyed. This class of freshmen is so perverted. On the podium, Zhang Zhen and others also fell into silence. After a while, Zheng just spoke slowly. Who can tell me what level of magic this is? Everyone's eyes were turned to Shui Tianluo. Shui Shenluo held his forehead, and was also very confused. There is a 7th level magic in the fire magic, meteorite fire rain. Can summon meteorites to attack enemies. But that's a 7th level magic, and you can only learn it after reaching the 7th level. I can't figure it out. How on earth did this little guy do it? Zhang Zhen groaned and said, this freshman trial has ended early, and a notice has been issued to open the secret realm door. The scores will be calculated as before. You can arrange the rest by yourself. I'm going to report this matter to the principal. Chapter 91. Looking at Zhang Zhen, who left in a hurry. Everyone looked at each other. Zhang Gang whispered, is Zhang Yuan really here this time? He actually wants to report this matter to the principal. Shui Tianluo curled his lips. Of course. He has broken all the school's records. Not only that, he can use powerful magic that can only be used at this level, at least level 7. Do you know what this means? This can no longer be described as genius. Okay, let's issue a notice, open the door to the secret realm, and let the students come out. Pack up and prepare for the next item. All the deans stood up one after another and started to get busy. The smoke gradually dispersed. Only then did Shu Han see the surrounding scene clearly. The originally dense woods were suddenly smashed into a large clearing by meteorites. In the center of the clearing is the Titan Ape King. Its hair was burnt black and white smoke was coming out of its body. The wounds have been blackened by the high temperature. And around, many of the strange beasts that were close by had been turned into ashes. The exotic beasts a little further away were also cooked by the heat wave. Shu Han took a breath of cold air. The power of this meteorite falling from the sky far exceeded his imagination. Not only did he smash a platinum level leader to death alive, he even killed so many strange beasts under the meteorite. He opened the properties panel and took a look. Name, Shu Han. Race, human. Occupation, SSS level gourmet. Level, 24. Power, 2930. Physique, 2079. Agility, 1510. Spirit, 649. He actually upgraded 2 levels in a row. Reached level 24 directly. Shu Han excitedly closed the attribute panel and walked towards the body of the Titan Ape King. The body of the Titan Ape King was crushed under the meteorite. 3 pieces of equipment dropped next to the corpse. A giant axe, a pair of combat boots, and a pair of wrist guards. He picked up the giant axe first. This huge axe appears to be carved out of one piece of rock. The axe head is not sharp, but it gives people a heavy feeling of strength. He looked at the properties of the great axe. Rock battle axe. Quality, platinum level. Strength plus 700. Physique plus 800. Physical penetration plus 10%. Skill 1. Defense destruction passive skill. Equipment damaged by the giant rock battle axe will suffer varying degrees of damage, depending on the level of the equipment. Skill 2. King Kong power after use. Increase own strength by 50%. Duration 10 seconds. Cooling time 10 hours. Introduction. The giant axe that collects the essence of the earth has unparalleled power. Equipment requirements. Level 40. A platinum level battle axe with very powerful skills. If you throw it on the market, it can sell for about 50 million. Then he looked at the pair of combat boots. The boots were wrapped in an unknown metal and felt cold to the touch. It feels like a big stone in your hand, heavy and powerful. King Kong boots. Quality: Platinum level. Strength plus 600. Agility plus 500. Cooldown reduction plus 5%. Skill 1. Flying sand. Raising flying sand, blocking the enemy's sight, lasting 5 seconds, cooling time 2 minutes. Skill 2. Trample enemies on the ground, causing a lot of damage, cooldown time is 5 minutes. Introduction. Boots with the power of King Kong, not available to non-Hercules. Equipment requirements. Level 40. It is also platinum level equipment. If you throw it on the market, you can probably sell it for 10 or 20 million. After all, compared to the axe, combat boots are still inferior. Depend on. Your hands won't be that dark, right? 2 pieces of platinum level equipment. Platinum level boss beasts have a chance to explode with epic level equipment. If you don't even have an epic piece of equipment, wouldn't you be at a big loss? He looked at the last pair of bracers. He reached out and held the wrist guard in his palm. These bracers are like 2 big mouths with sharp fangs inlaid on them. Just by holding it in his hand, Shu Han could feel a fierce aura coming towards his face. He checked the properties of the bracers. Ape King wristband. Quality: Epic. Strength plus 1200. Physique plus 1000. Cooldown reduction plus 10%. Casting speed plus 10%. Skill 1. Call of the Wild. Can call the surrounding animals to help. Cooling time is 5 hours. Introduction. A wrist guard made of the sharp teeth of the Ape King. Wearing it, you can become the king of beasts. Equipment requirements. Level 40. Shu Han rubbed his chin. You said he didn't produce epic equipment, right? He really came out. But when it comes to epic equipment, it doesn't seem like it's fully available. Requires level 40 to wear it. What a scam. Shu Han was speechless. I wonder if I can ask the school leaders to change. If the epic level is changed to the epic level, the school will not lose. Shu Han stood up and collected the uneaten meat of exotic animals around him. At this time, the announcement sounded again. Dear students, please note that due to emergencies, the Secret Realm assessment has ended early. Everyone should go to the nearest Secret Realm gate immediately and leave the Secret Realm. The Secret Realm will be closed in an hour. The announcement ends. Suddenly there were dense red dots on the map. Shu Han reacted. These should be the exits of the Secret Realm. He found an exit closest to him. The exit is a vortex with a milky white halo. Stepping into the vortex, a dazzling light struck. Regaining sight again. I have returned to the playground. He turned around and looked around. A dense whirlpool of portals appeared on the playground. People kept coming out of the portal. They had wounds on their bodies, their clothes and armor were badly damaged, and they looked very miserable. Everyone looked at the podium with blank expressions. I don't know why, but the trial ended early. Huang Junction, dressed in military uniform, walked to the front of the podium. He said with a serious look, "Next, the prizes will be distributed according to the rankings on the leaderboard. First of all, the champion, Shu Han. Get epic equipment. Student Shu Han is invited to come to the podium to receive the award." Everyone's eyes turned to Shu Han. Shu Han walked to the podium expressionlessly. Under everyone's gaze, a hostess wearing a cheongsam came up with a tray. The tray was large, with a piece of light armor-like armor placed on it. This light armor is completely black, as if all light has been absorbed by it. Shu Han couldn't wait to check the attributes of the light armor. Shadow. Quality: Epic. Agility plus 500. Physique plus 600. Skill 1. Stealth in the dark. Enter stealth state after turning on. Lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Skill 2. Spectre Flame. Summons a ball of Spectre Flame to attach to the weapon, causing continuous damage to the enemy, lasting 30 seconds, cooling time 5 minutes. Skill 3. Dark Night. Turns a 10-meter radius into darkness, duration 3 seconds, cooling time 10 minutes. Introduction. Light armor made from the skin of the advanced alien beast Night Demon, which can perfectly hide in the darkness. Equipment requirements. Level 20. Shu Han's eyes lit up. It's truly an epic piece of equipment. The added attributes are simply too exaggerated. No matter who it is, as long as they have an epic piece of equipment, they can beat 90% of the people of the same level. This is really not a lie. Huang Junction said with a smile. Classmate Shu Han, congratulations on winning first place in the trial. I am Huang Junction, the dean of the Zan College. If you are interested in joining our Zan College, I will assign you the best mentor. Shu Han was stunned and said with a smile, thank you, Dean Huang. Huang Junction was not in a hurry and asked Shu Han to come down. Shu Han returned to the stage amidst the envious eyes of everyone. Zheng Gang and the others behind him were so angry that their teeth started to itch. This guy, Lao Huang, actually seeks personal gain. That's right, how despicable, this guy must bleed. Huang Junction put away his smile, turned to look at the people in the audience, and continued to announce. Second to fourth place, soon, all the rewards for the top 10 have been distributed. Huang Junction continued. Next, you can choose your own mentor. All the instructors are in the audience. Each college has already been clearly distinguished. I don't need to say more. The time to choose a mentor is 1 hour. Those who do not find a mentor within an hour will be randomly assigned based on your occupation. Okay, let's start now. The words fell. Many people ran towards the auditorium. Shu Han was not anxious at all. He plans to see which mentor others choose first. After all, he didn't have information about Longguo University, and he didn't know what the specialties of each college and instructor were. If you choose a mentor randomly, you would be very irresponsible to yourself. Sitting in the first area of the auditorium is the instructor of the Warrior Academy. All of them are muscular men like iron towers. Some are holding giant axes, and some are holding heavy swords. Some were even wrapped in iron armor, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Next to him is the instructor of the Zan Academy. Almost all instructors at the Zan Academy wear military uniforms, and almost all of them are men. Only the Magic Academy has many female instructors. Many boys stared at the female instructors and almost had nosebleeds. However, they were not in the legal profession, so they had no choice but to stare at the Magic Academy. Behind it is the Assassin Academy. The instructors of the Assassin Academy are evenly divided between men and women. All of them were well proportioned and wearing close-fitting night clothes, sitting silently in the audience. Their presence is not strong. In the Assassin Academy, everyone wears white coats and is full of academic atmosphere. They are the people from the Institute of Science and Technology. There are only a few people in the last area. When Shu Han saw one of the women, he was stunned. The woman was wearing fiery red light armor. The red hair hangs casually on the shoulders. The whole person is like a ball of flame, eye-catching. Isn't this woman wearing light armor the same person I met that day? She is actually a mentor. Just when Shu Han looked at the woman's eyes also fell on Shu Han. She jumped up, easily jumped down from the rostrum more than 10 meters high, and rushed towards Shu Han quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the woman came to Shu Han. Hee, I found you. This time, don't even think about running away. Be my student. The woman put her hands on her hips and said proudly. Shu Han frowned and said, I have no interest in studying strange beasts. Although I know a little bit about all skills. But what suits me best is still close combat. Went to the Warrior Academy and found a mentor who was good at melee combat to learn from him. By integrating all the skills you know, your combat effectiveness will definitely rise to a new level. Feng Qingyu hurriedly said, don't be anxious yet. You don't know enough about the Alien Beast Research Institute, that's why you say that. First, just when she wanted to say something, a woman wearing a dark blue robe came in style. She smiled and said, Feng Qingyu, please don't fool this new classmate. The Alien Beast Research Institute is also called a lunatic asylum. Those gathered inside are a group of lunatics. It's better to join our Magic Academy. I just saw that you can use magic. In this world, magic is the only right way. By the way, let me tell you a secret. The Academy of Science and Technology is jointly developing magic technology with our Academy of Magic. Once magic technology takes shape, everything in existence will be based on magic. By then, our Magic Academy will become the #1 academy in Dragon Kingdom University. Feng Qingyu frowned. Zhongling, what do you mean? The data developed by the Alien Beast Research Institute are of no use to you. Isn't it useful for you to hunt exotic beasts? Zhang Ling covered her mouth and smiled. It's useful. Haha, what a joke. As long as you learn a detection technique, you can understand the basic information about strange beasts. What's the use of all this research? Feng Qingyu snorted. You also said that it was just ordinary information. But if we want to deal with strange beasts, is this information enough? Do you understand the living habits and weaknesses of alien beasts? No matter how powerful magic is, it has its limits, but when we understand the alien beasts, we can leapfrog them and deal with them. And what should you do when the detection technique fails one day? Zhang Ling smiled disdainfully and said, Impossible, the detection technique will never fail. There were several students wearing magician robes surrounding him. They all came to see Zhang Ling. Curious eyes looked back and forth at Shu Han. They were all curious, what kind of genius was Shu Han? It actually caused the two mentors to start fighting over each other regardless of their status. At this time, a young man in military uniform came over and said with a smile, Classmate Shu Han, I am here to invite you to join on behalf of the Zanzan College. Dean Huang said that as long as you are willing to join the Zanzan Academy, you will be rewarded with 1,000 credits, and he will also take time to teach you one-on-one. The students around him all took a deep breath. Zanzan College is such a big deal. Each new student only has 100 credits. You can earn credits by performing tasks. If you want to earn 1,000 credits, you have to work hard for a whole year. However, Shu Han only needs to join the Zanzan Academy to obtain it. This is so unfair. Not only that, can you also get one-on-one guidance from the dean? This course alone costs 500 points per session, and each session lasts half an hour. And it's limited edition, so you won't be able to grab it even if you want. But now, it was promised directly to Shu Han. Zhang Ling and Feng Qingyu also frowned. Zhang Ling said angrily, Abbot, your Zanzan College is really generous. It's 1,000 points for taking action. You are really going to any lengths to grab a student. Aren't you afraid that Zhang Yuan and the others will blame you? The abbot's name is Feng Wen, a tutor at the Zanzan Academy. Just because my husband and Wen were too similar, I was accidentally called by Zhang Zhen by the wrong name. The nickname, Abbot, has been passed down. Feng Wen's face darkened. As for the nickname Abbot, he hates it most when others call him Abbot. Dean Huang said it himself, he will be responsible for all the consequences. Besides, no effort should be spared in cultivating geniuses. Let alone Zhang Yuan, even if the principal comes in person, he will think so. The students around him were speechless when they heard this. Shu Han is the only genius who co-authored. Aren't we the same people? This is too different. Zhang Ling gritted her silver teeth and said as if she had made up her mind, if you join our magic academy, we will not only give you 1,000 credits but also a piece of gold-level equipment. After saying that, she raised her eyebrows at Feng Wen to demonstrate. Feng Wen frowned. This is the maximum amount Dean Huang gave him. If you want to add more, you have to ask Dean Huang. Your magic academy is really generous and generous. A hearty laugh sounded. Everyone turned to look. When they saw the person coming, they were stunned. It's actually Zheng Gang, the dean of the Warrior Academy. Feng Wen asked doubtfully. Dean Zheng, what are you? Zheng Gang said with a smile, of course I'm here to recruit people. He looked at Shu Han and said, boy, I think you are good at melee combat. The Magic Academy is not suitable for you. You should come to our Warrior Academy. I promise, if you join our Warrior Academy, I will arrange the best mentor for you. Also, how about I teach in person for 1 hour every week? The students around looked at Zheng Gang in stunned silence. The dean teaches for 1 hour every week. Doesn't this mean giving away 1,000 credits for free every week? With the dean's personal guidance, combat skills will definitely improve rapidly. This is definitely unmatched by ordinary tutors. Shu Han was a little moved. Just when he was about to make a choice, came a voice. Old Zheng, it's not ethical for you to come and rob someone yourself. A man in military uniform strode over. It's Huang Junction. Huang Junction looked at Shu Han with a smile. My conditions are the same as his. In addition, I can also guarantee that after you graduate, you will obtain the rank of second lieutenant recognized by the Dragon Kingdom's military department. If you join the military and develop steadily, you can be promoted to major within 5 years. Everyone gasped. What a generous act. Directly give the rank of second lieutenant. It takes at least 10 years for ordinary people to join the military before they have the chance to be promoted to second lieutenant. If you want to be promoted to colonel, don't even think about it if you don't have 20 years. This condition is really too generous. The people around him couldn't wait to agree on Shu Han's behalf. Huang Zhongshan glanced at Zheng Gang with a hint of pride. Zheng Gang was so angry that his teeth itched, he snorted coldly and stopped talking. Huang Zhongshan is not only the dean, but also a military general. It is easy to arrange a second lieutenant rank. He doesn't have the ability. Shu Han frowned. Originally, he had already made his decision. Now I'm in trouble again. Although he has little interest in joining the army. But if you can obtain the rank of second lieutenant and be promoted to major within 5 years, your status will skyrocket. At this time, a little girl walked over slowly. You guys moved very quickly, and you've already caught up with me. Zheng Gang and Huang Zhongshan looked back at the little girl, and their expressions suddenly became stern. He shouted respectfully, "Senior Yi Dai." Many students stood aside and looked at the little girl in front of them curiously. They still couldn't believe it. Such a young girl could actually be the dean of a college. Yeti put her hands behind her back and walked towards Shu Han like a little adult. Yeti stared at Shu Han and slowly said, "I'm interested in you. Join the Alien Beast Research Institute and I will accept you as my direct disciple. How about that?" Hear this. Everyone present widened their eyes. Many students looked at each other. What the hell? Isn't this too outrageous? The dean actually accepts students. Isn't Shu Han very lucky? He was actually appreciated by the dean. What kind of bad luck did Shu Han get? Feng Qingyu opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. If the teacher accepts Shu Han as his direct disciple, then Shu Han has become his junior brother. However, doesn't the dean not be able to accept students? I was still a student who became the teacher before the teacher became the dean. Zheng Gang frowned and said, "Senior Yi Dai, is this unreasonable? The school has regulations that only tutors can accept students. Deans can only instruct students in specific courses." Yeti dragged her chin. "Really?" Huang Zhongshan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Senior Yeti. This is a rule, don't break it, otherwise Zongyuan will talk to you." Yeti waved her hands indifferently. "Let him come to me." Zheng Gang and Huang Zhongshan turned pale. This senior doesn't take Zhang Zhen seriously at all. But yes, it is said that this senior is a little older than Zhang Zhen. I'm afraid only the principal can suppress her. Yi Dai looked at Shu Han. "How is it? Do you agree?" Shu Han hesitated for a moment and asked, "I would like to ask, what are the benefits of being a direct disciple?" Everyone looked at Shu Han with admiration. Great guy. Even when the dean personally came to collect him, this kid still looked calm. Instead, I asked, what are the benefits? Aren't you afraid of offending the dean? Faced with Shu Han's inquiry, instead of being angry, Yeti showed a rare smile of satisfaction. Not bad. Everyone was stunned. What? Is this a compliment to him? Yi Dai continued. You are the first person to face me and still be so calm. Then let me explain it to you. As my personal disciple, you can access the information of the entire Alien Beast Research Institute, including some confidential information. Moreover, you can also use some materials in the institute, such as the limbs of alien beasts, etc. Not only that, but there are 2 hours of one-on-one lessons every week. In addition, there are many privileges, such as a 20% discount on exchange items, and if you want to study courses from other colleges, I can also help you apply. Even if it's the dean's course. And no points are required. After saying that, she turned to look at Zheng Gang and Huang Zhongshan. The two people's hearts tightened, and they looked at each other and thought of some bad things. Shu Han's eyes lit up. Being a direct disciple of the dean, you actually have so many privileges. No wonder everyone wants to be the dean's direct disciple. And laboratory materials are freely available. If there was high-grade exotic animal meat, wouldn't it mean that we wouldn't have to hunt the exotic animals ourselves? He nodded. I am willing to join the Alien Beast Research Institute. Zheng Gang and Huang Zhongshan sighed. No way. Who makes Yeti's status so much higher than his own? People can just do whatever they want. Everyone dispersed. Yi Dai took out a token and handed it to Shu Han. Shu Han took the token. The token was cold in hand, with a dark purple butterfly engraved on it. But around the butterfly, there are stars in the sky. This is my identity token. With it, you can enter the Alien Beast Research Institute. In addition, you are now a trainee researcher. Let your senior sister tell you the specific details. If you have any questions, please contact me anytime. I will attend the first class tomorrow in the first research room. After saying that, Yi Dai turned around, stood with his hands behind his back and left. But it does look a little cute when a little girl pretends to be an adult. Shu Han turned to look at Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu curled her lips. Why did you become my junior brother? Shu Han asked curiously. Senior sister, what does trainee researcher mean? Feng Qingyu explained. In the Alien Beast Research Institute, all students are graduate students, and only teachers can be called researchers. For example, I am a first-level researcher, and the next level is a second-level researcher. Then it's a third-level researcher, and finally it's a special-level researcher. Currently, our college only has 2 special-level researchers and 5 first-level researchers. Shu Han suddenly nodded. Then what does this researcher need to do? Of course it's about studying exotic beasts. Actually, most of the researchers are distributed across the country, conducting research on strange beasts. Only a handful of fellows remain at the school to teach students. Feng Qingyu explained. Shu Han nodded slightly. Then, do senior researchers have any privileges? Feng Qingyu nodded. Of course, senior researchers can obtain the corpses of high-level alien beasts for research. The highest I can get right now is the corpse of a third-level alien beast. A second-level researcher can get the corpse of a fifth-level alien beast, and a third-level researcher can get the corpse of a seventh-level alien beast. As for the special researchers, theoretically, they can obtain the corpses of ninth-level alien beasts for research, but there are too few corpses of ninth-level alien beasts. Shu Han's eyes lit up slightly. If you can be promoted to a special researcher, you can have access to the corpses of high-level alien beasts. If you eat it, your strength will definitely increase a lot. He continued to ask, then how can I improve my level? As long as you submit 20 complete information on exotic beasts, you can become a regular. But the premise is that what you submit is not currently in the record. Shu Han rubbed his chin. This is not difficult. The gourmet illustrated book contains detailed information on exotic beasts. Just can't take it out all at once. Otherwise, everyone at the Alien Beast Research Institute may come to study you. Thank you, senior sister. Shu Han thanked him. Feng Qingyu waved her hand. She looked Shu Han up and down, and said with a smile, I hope one day, I can go investigate strange beasts with you. Shu Han's scalp was numb from Feng Qingyu's eyes. Seeing that it was getting late, he went back to his dormitory to rest. The next day, Shu Han woke up and went straight to the Alien Beast Research Institute. The Alien Beast Research Institute is located on the east side of Longguo University. There are 3 20-story buildings. Behind the tall building, there is a vast field. This vast site is modeled after nature. There are mountains, woods, swamps, lawns, and even a large man-made lake. The area of this site alone is almost 1/3 of that of Longguo University. There are many strange beasts living here. When Shu Han saw these strange beasts, there was a trace of shock in his eyes. The Alien Beast Research Institute is really a big deal. They actually created a place where exotic animals are kept in captivity. Not to mention the strange beasts in it, this site alone is worth at least tens of billions. Arrive at the entrance of the Alien Beast Research Institute building. After showing the token, he entered the building smoothly. Inside the building is a long and narrow corridor. Inside the corridor is a huge laboratory. Through the large glass in the corridor, you can clearly see everything in the laboratory. Many students are studying the corpses of strange beasts. Shu Han walked straight towards the elevator at the end of the corridor. He looked at the map. The first laboratory is on the top floor. Take the elevator directly to the top floor. Stepping out of the elevator is a huge laboratory. There are huge glass jars standing in the laboratory. The glass jar is filled with dark green liquid. And in this liquid, there were corpses of some strange beasts soaked in it. Although these strange beasts have long since died. But Shu Han could still feel some ominous energy on the corpse. Obviously, the strength of these strange beasts in life was definitely not weak. You came. A cold voice sounded next to him. Shu Han turned around and looked. I saw a little girl wearing a dark purple princess dress arriving beside me at some point. Teacher, face this cute little girl. Shu Han always felt that calling him teacher was weird. Yi Dai nodded slightly. Fortunately, you are not late, otherwise I will throw you into the alien beast tower for 3 days. Shu Han asked curiously, Teacher, where is this strange beast tower? He remembered that if he won the first place, he could enter the beast tower at will. Since it was regarded as a reward, then this beast tower should be a good place, right? Yi Dai explained casually, the beast tower is a mythical equipment. Shu Han's eyes widened suddenly. Mythical equipment? Yi Dai glanced at him. What a fuss. Shu Han was speechless. This is a mythical equipment. So far, he has only heard of it, but never seen it. Yi Dai continued. The beast tower is divided into 1 to 9 floors. Each floor is a secret realm. The level of the beast is equivalent to the number of floors. But there is one thing, when you use skills in it, you will get double proficiency and double experience. Shu Han was shocked again. It really deserves to be a mythical equipment. This effect is simply too awesome. If you can keep the double experience, the speed of level increase can be described as riding a rocket. Yi Dai seemed to see through Shu Han's thoughts and said, don't dream. It's impossible for you to level up in there all the time. The Beast Tower can only accommodate 100 people for training every week, and each training time is 12 hours. Too many people will affect the power of the Beast Tower and cause damage. Shu Han asked in confusion. Teacher, since the Beast Tower is a good place, why do you say that if I am late, you will lock me up in the Beast Tower? Yi Dai's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a lovely smile. If you die in the Beast Tower, you will be resurrected. If I just lock you up in the 7th floor. Shu Han suddenly felt his hair stand on end. The 7th floor is full of 7th level beasts. If you are locked up in there, won't you be killed over and over again? And facing a 7th level beast, you don't even have the ability to fight back. It's simply hell on earth. My teacher looks harmless. He's as vicious as a snake. Let's go and take you around the first laboratory. After that, she turned around and walked into the laboratory. Shu Han followed behind and asked, Teacher, will all future courses be conducted in the laboratory? Yi Dai shook his head. No, the others are not strong enough. They study in school and improve their strength, and then they can go out to search for strange beasts in the wild under the leadership of researchers. But you are stronger than them all, so I gave you the status of a trainee researcher. You can take on the tasks in the hospital and complete them alone, and get credits. When you complete 20 primary tasks, you can become a first-level researcher. Shu Han nodded suddenly. That's just right. If you lock yourself in the laboratory every day, you will probably go crazy. It is more suitable for me to hunt exotic animals in the wild. By the way, I remember you have 2 pets, right? Yi Dai turned around and stared at Shu Han and asked. Shu Han felt that Yi Dai's eyes seemed to see through all his details. He nodded slightly. Summon them out and let me see them. Yi Dai said. Shu Han didn't know why. However, he still activated the magic circle. Summoned both Xiaohu and Xiaoying. The tiger cubs and eaglets have shrunk in size, like kittens and birds. As soon as they came out, they leaned against Shu Han intimately. Yeti looked at Xiaohu and Xiaoying, her eyes brightening slightly. I feel that your pet contains the blood of a mythical beast. And it's very rich. How did you purify it? Shu Han was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Dai to know about purifying the blood of alien beasts. But what to say? The methods are all provided by the system, how can I know them myself? But the system is your own trump card and must not be exposed. Not even Night Butterfly. Shu Han was silent. Yi Dai continued. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Everyone has their own secrets. But if possible, I still hope you can tell me how to purify your pet's bloodline. After all, humanity's time is running out. Shu Han frowned slightly. What do you mean? Have you heard of Void Rift? Yi Dai said. Shu Han shook his head blankly. Yi Dai stared forward with his eyes, and his expression became solemn. That is the passage connecting the human world and other worlds. The other world is also called the Void World. There are some powerful monsters living in the Void World, which we call Void Demons. Recently, void rifts have appeared more and more frequently, and they have gradually begun to affect some places. The alien beasts in those places have begun to mutate. Shu Han looked stern. Unexpectedly, the strange beast changed again. Then are there any void rifts in our dragon kingdom? Shu Han asked. Not yet. Every void rift has a strong person responsible for closing it. But the speed at which void rifts appear is accelerating. 10 years ago, they appeared every 6 months, and most of them were first order. 5 years ago, it was about once every 3 months. In the past year, one has appeared almost every month. Moreover, there is a third order void crack appearing in the old Copper Mountain of Beautiful Country. So, we also need to beware of possible third order void rifts. Shu Han nodded slightly. When the sky falls, a tall man holds it up. It's not his turn to worry yet. In addition, in 1 month there will be a freshman competition between various colleges. Behave yourself then. Shu Han was stunned. Freshman competition. Yeti nodded slightly. It's a competition between various colleges. Those with higher rankings can get credit rewards. First place is worth 300 credits, second place is worth 200 credits, and third place is worth 100 credits. As for the rest, there are no credits. If you don't get first place, you have to figure it out yourself. Shu Han looked bitter. My teacher really likes to threaten people. I followed Yi Dai around the laboratory. Then Yi Dai left alone. Shu Han planned to go to the credit exchange office first to see if there were any good things he could redeem. He currently has 400 credits. 300 of the credits were given by Zheng Zukai. There are also 100 credits that are given to freshmen for free by the school. The credit exchange office is about 2 kilometers away from the Alien Beast Research Institute. 10 minutes later, Shu Han came to the gate of the credit exchange office. The credit exchange office covers an area of several thousand square meters, divided into 2 floors. The first floor is the mission release area. It was crowded inside. Many people stood in front of the task release panel, looking for suitable tasks. There were also several people fighting over a task. Shu Han squeezed in and took a look. It's not just the school's mission. There are also tasks issued by individuals and even the Dragon Kingdom's military department. It can be as small as looking for a certain item, or as large as hunting a boss-level exotic beast. There are even missions to track down spies from other countries. All tasks are divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. The points for primary tasks are only in single digits. The points for intermediate tasks are only a few dozen. There are hundreds of points for advanced tasks. However, the more advanced the task, the greater the restrictions. Anyway, with Shu Han's current strength, he can only take on elementary tasks. After wandering around the mission release area for a while, he came to the second floor. On the second floor are machines similar to computers. Shu Han came to the machine and entered his student ID and password. His information was displayed on the screen. He clicked on the mall option. There are many categories in the mall: equipment, skill books, materials, etc. Shu Han ordered equipment first. A series of equipment jumped out. The lowest level is bronze level equipment. The highest level is epic equipment. Shu Han clicked on the epic equipment and was suddenly stunned. An epic piece of equipment requires at least 10,000 credits. The expensive ones are as high as hundreds of thousands of credits. Who can afford this? Then he opened the skill book page. I closed it immediately after taking one look. Any bronze level skill book costs 1,000 credits. If it is a more advanced skill book, it will directly cost tens of thousands. After all, compared to equipment, skills learned last a lifetime and are naturally quite expensive. Then, he opened the material mall. There are many common materials in the material mall. They are all low-level exotic beast materials, and most of them can be exchanged for only 1 or 2 points. However, these materials were of little use to Shu Han. He scrolled straight down. I turned to the 4th level exotic beast materials. Fiery lion's teeth, 300 points. Tentacles of the deep sea octopus, 300 points. Shu Han was a little moved. If you exchange it for a 4th level exotic beast material and eat it, your strength may be improved a lot. He continued to scroll down. I found the materials for 5th level exotic beasts. Claws of the black armored dragon, 500 points. Eagle's beak, 500 points. The points required to exchange for 5th level exotic beasts are all 500. But I have the privilege to get a 20% discount. In other words, with only 400 points, you can get one of the exotic beast meats. Shu Han thought for a moment and then focused on the sharp claws of the black armored dragon. The black armored dragon is a dragon. There is a trace of dragon blood in his body. He was somewhat moved. If you can acquire another dragon-related skill, the improvement in combat effectiveness will definitely be huge. He reached out and tapped on the screen. A prompt pops up on the screen. Do you want to exchange for the claws of the black armored dragon? Shu Han said yes without hesitation. A dialog box pops up on the screen. The redemption is successful. Please go to the front desk to collect it. Shu Han logged out of his account and then came to the front desk. The person at the front desk was a woman wearing light makeup and a cheongsam. There was a faint smile on the woman's face. Hello, please enter your student ID and password. After Shu Han entered his student ID and password, the woman then handed Shu Han a black dragon claw as thick as an adult's thigh. This dragon's claws are covered with a layer of pitch-black dragon scales. The claws are like daggers. Sharp, pointed. Shu Han put the dragon claw into the space ring. Then he asked, I use epic equipment, can I exchange it with the school's epic equipment? The woman was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened in shock. Do you have epic equipment? She looked Shu Han up and down. Judging from the student number, this is clearly a new student. How could a new student have epic equipment? Shu Han nodded, took out the Ape King's wristband and handed it over. The woman took the Ape King's wristband and took a look at it. It is indeed an epic piece of equipment. Her tone of voice became stuttering. Well, I have to ask the supervisor for instructions, okay. Shu Han nodded. The woman put down the Ape King's wrist guards and left in a hurry. After a while, a man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses hurried over. He smiled and nodded at Shu Han. Hello, I am the supervisor here. My name is Zhu Yuanming. Please come to my office to talk. Shu Han followed Zhu Yuanming to the office. Zhu Yuanming stretched out his hand and said, please show me the epic equipment. Shu Han handed over the Ape King's wristband. Zhu Yuanming carefully checked the attributes, nodded slightly and said, this Ape King's wristband is of good quality among epic level equipment. In addition to epic weapons, you can choose any piece of epic equipment in exchange. After saying that, he took out a tablet and placed it in front of Shu Han. All shown above are epic level equipment. Shu Han clicked on a pair of boots to view its attributes. Wind Shadow Boots. Quality: Epic. Physique plus 400. Agility plus 700. Moving speed plus 20%. Skill release speed plus 10%. Skill 1. Wind Shadow Clone summons 2 clones. The clones have no attack power, duration is 1 minute, cooling time is 10 minutes. Skill 2. Chasing the wind. Mark the target. The opponent's position can be felt within a range of 5 kilometers, duration is 10 minutes, cooling time is 1 hour. Windrunner Set 1/3. A 2-piece set can increase basic attributes by 50%, and a 3-piece set can increase basic attributes by 100%. Introduction. The boots that hide the power of the wind are the equipment of the legendary hero, Windrunner. Equipment requirements. Level 20. Shu Han nodded slightly. These boots have good attributes. You can also summon clones to confuse your opponents. It can definitely play a big role at critical moments. However, he was not in a hurry to choose, but looked at other epic equipment. He shifted his gaze to a pair of wrist guards. This pair of wrist guards is covered with long black hair, just like a pair of bear paws. He checked the properties of the bracer. Bear wristband. Quality: Epic. Strength plus 800. Skill 1. Heavy attack. After use, the next attack will cause 200% damage, cooling time is 5 minutes. Skill 2. Brutal Strength. Passive skill, you can wear equipment no higher than level 5. Skill 3. Crush. Passive skill, attack has a 0.1% probability of crushing the enemy's defense. Skill 4. Bear Spirit. Summons a wild bear spirit to possess you, increasing your strength and physique by 50%, lasting 1 minute, cooling time 20 hours. Introduction. A wristband made of bear fur, with a bear spirit hidden inside. The bear spirit can help you fight when needed. Equipment requirements. Level 25. This bear bracer comes with many skills. But for Shu Han, it is not very attractive. His eyes wandered over several other pieces of epic equipment for a while. Then it stopped at a mask. The mask looks very ordinary, with only 2 holes showing for the eyes. He looked at the properties of the mask. 1,000 faces. Quality: epic. Strength plus 500. Spirit plus 500. Cooldown reduction plus 10%. Skill 1. Phantom face can transform into any face you have seen before, no cooling time. Skill 2. Imitation after use, you can imitate a skill on the target, cooling time is 1 hour. Introduction. The mask worn by the legendary mysterious man, the thousand-faced man. After wearing it, you can become anyone. Equipment requirements. Level 20. This piece of equipment is good. Can become anyone. Can work wonders at critical moments. Shu Han pointed at Qinmian and said, "That's it." Zhu Yuanming was stunned for a moment. "Are you sure? This piece of equipment does little to improve combat effectiveness and is not suitable for a newcomer like you." Shu Han smiled and said, "I'm sure, this is it." For him, combat effectiveness improvement is secondary. This kind of functional equipment is extremely rare. See, Shu Han insisted. Zhu Yuanming didn't say anything. He picked up the pager and said a few words. Soon, a woman walked in with a tray. An unassuming mask lay on the tray. Zhu Yuanming said, "This is 1,000 faces. Take a look at it. After confirmation, I will put the Ape King's wristband into the warehouse." Shu Han picked up Qinmian and looked at its properties. Then he nodded. "No problem." Zhu Yuanming placed the Ape King bracer on the tray, stood up and said, "Happy cooperation, classmate Shu Han. If you have any good things in the future, you are welcome to redeem them. Here, I can guarantee you a better price." Shu Han nodded. Then he left the office. Wear the 1,000 faces on your face. Although it is a mask. But it's as thin as skin. There is almost no feeling when worn on the face. He had a thought in his mind. 1,000 faces gradually disappeared, revealing his appearance. Shu Han nodded with satisfaction. Found a treasure. Next, go back and eat the meat of the black ankylosaurus and see what new skills you can get. He left the exchange office and returned directly to his dormitory. And at this time, in an office in a certain building of the school, Lei Hongguang was sitting at his desk, looking at the video on the screen with a gloomy expression. The content of the video is exactly what Shu Han did in the secret realm. I didn't expect that the person I met that day was actually Shu Han. Lei Hongguang murmured. It seems that this kid is doing very well in school. I heard that he has been accepted as a disciple by the director of the Alien Beast Research Institute. It's going to take a lot of effort to get rid of him. You can build a relationship with this kid first, and then you can find a way to deal with him after you get close. Think of this. A cold light flashed in Lei Hongguang's eyes, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In a manor in the south of the capital city, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face was standing in the room, looking out at the garden. A dark bird stood on his shoulder. Blood-red eyes were also looking out the window. If Shu Han were here, he would definitely recognize him immediately. This is exactly the thunder that escaped before. Just when Lei Ming was stunned, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. Immediately afterwards, a man wrapped in a black robe slowly walked in. Lei Ming turned around, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, "See the bishop." This man in black robe is the shadow of one of the 4 great bishops of the Church of the Abyss: Wind, Fire, Thunder and Shadow. Except for the leader, no one has seen his true face, and no one knows his true strength. Ying nodded slightly, and a deep voice sounded, "Get up." Lei Ming stood up, lowered his head, and stood aside respectfully. What? The mission failed. Failed to kill that Shu Han. A trace of resentment flashed in Lei Ming's eyes, and he nodded slightly, yes. Then, he told Ying everything about what happened. A cold light flashed in Ying's eyes. It seems that this little guy named Shu Han still has some abilities. The plan we arranged in the secret realm for freshmen at Longguo University was also ruined by this person named Shu Han. We also lost 2 of our men. Lei Ming said in a deep voice, "Master Bishop, I think we must find a way to deal with Shu Han. If he is allowed to develop further, there will be endless troubles." Ying nodded slightly. "I know. But he is in Longguo University now. We have to find a way to lure him out." He is now a student of that woman Yi Dai, and he cannot act rashly in the school. Otherwise, once Yeti is angered, it will be a big trouble. Lei Ming nodded. Yes, as long as he leaves Longguo University, there will be 100 ways to deal with him. Shadow slowly raised his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, I already have a solution. It's not difficult to deal with an incompetent little guy. I will assign you a new task to deal with Shu Han, so please don't get involved. Lei Ming nodded. Yes, Lord Bishop. Shu Han returned to the dormitory. Immediately take out the black armored dragon's claws and place them on the table. The claws of the black ankylosaurus are somewhat similar to those of a crocodile. Shu Han couldn't think of any good cooking methods. Still the same. Barbecue. He took out his dagger and quickly removed the scales of the black armored dragon, revealing the bright red dragon flesh. Then he put the dragon meat on the barbecue grill and started grilling it. Soon, the aroma of barbecued meat filled the air. Shu Han's mouth watered with greed. Even though I have eaten barbecue so many times. But the taste of roasted dragon meat is still fragrant. Sprinkled with barbecue ingredients, he then took the whole dragon claw and gnawed it. Just took a bite. The system prompt sounds. The host takes the 5th level black armored dragon meat for the first time and gains 200 points of strength and 200 points of constitution. Shu Han felt a surging power filling his body. It feels good to increase your strength just by eating. Then, the system prompt sounded again. Dragon claw is mutating. Shu Han felt happy. No new skills gained though. But it's also a good thing that dragon claw mutates again. He waited patiently. Soon, the system prompt sounded again. The dragon claws successfully mutated into a dragon body. Shu Han opened the skill panel. The dragon claws have turned into dragon bodies. Skill effects have also undergone earth-shaking changes. Dragon body LV.2. Cover the whole body with dragon scales and turn into the body of a black dragon. The attack power is doubled, the defense power is doubled, and the magic resistance is increased by 90%. The duration is 1 minute and the cooling time is 5 hours. Shu Han's eyes widened suddenly. The effect of this dragon body is far greater than that of the dragon claws. The dragon's claw only covers one arm. But the dragon body is covered with dragon scales all over its body. Both attack and defense have been greatly improved. Not only that, but it also has 90% magic resistance. In this way, almost all magic would do almost no harm to him. If there is no magic penetration, the mage's damage is just an itch for him. This skill is really abnormal. Later, Shu Han put on the shadow again. The attributes suddenly improved a lot. He opens his properties panel. Name, Shu Han. Race, human. Occupation, SSS level gourmet. Level, 24. Power, 3430. Physique, 2579. Agility, 2010. Spirit, 1149. The power reached a terrifying 3000. All other attributes have exceeded 1000. With his current strength, he can still stand firm among the 5th level experts. The next thing to do is to raise the level. After taking a short rest, he returned to the task release center and planned to pick some tasks. Just walked into the task release hall. The noise reached his ears. There were people checking out the missions all around. Almost all are sophomores or juniors. As for first-year students, almost all are still in class and have no time to take on tasks. Shu Han also squeezed into the crowd to watch the mission. Elementary mission. Collect 100 desert wolf fangs. Mission introduction. Go to the western suburbs of the city to hunt the desert wolf, obtain the teeth, and hand them over to the forging department. Award. 5 credits. Access conditions. None. Desert wolves are level 25 exotic beasts with strong combat capabilities and often appear in groups. To deal with the desert wolf, at least a few professionals are needed. Otherwise, they will only be used as food by a group of desert wolves. And such a task only rewards 5 points. One can imagine how difficult it is to obtain this credit. Basic task. Looking for lost pets. Task introduction. Taylor Zhang's pet shadow cat in the north of the city is lost, help him find it. Award. 1 credit. Access conditions. None. There are also tasks to help find things. It's only 1 credit, so stingy. He looked towards the other primary tasks. either collecting materials or helping to find lost pets, or running errands to deliver things. There is really no value for money at all. However, there are many people who assist in professional dressing to take on these tasks. Shu Han understood. After all, people in these auxiliary professions don't have much combat ability. You can only do these tasks such as finding pets or running errands. Slowly accumulate credits in exchange for some things. Shu Han shook his head helplessly and planned to check out the intermediate mission. At this time, he suddenly heard a noise coming from beside him. Turn around and look. I saw 3 boys wearing light armor and holding weapons surrounding a girl. The girl is still an acquaintance. It was Qin Xuanyi. Qin Xuanyi frowned and said dissatisfiedly, I chose this primary task first. Why are you trying to rob? One of the boys carrying a long sword smiled obscenely and said, Little sister, this errand task is so boring. It doesn't even have many credits. How about this, you help us as support, and we go to do intermediate tasks outside the city together, and you can earn more, how about that? An archer next to him had a smirk on his face. Yes, you can get at least 5 credits for doing an intermediate mission. If you are willing to play with your brothers, you can get more. It depends on whether you are willing or not. When the people around him saw this, they shook their heads and whispered. This schoolgirl is so unlucky to meet this third brother. Those 3 guys, Zhe Zhen, stick to beautiful women like candy. They are really thick-skinned. There is no other way. Who dares to attack them? These 3 are from the Thunder God Society. With the Thunder God Society as their backers, who would dare to provoke them? The people around him shook their heads helplessly. This cute schoolgirl may not be able to escape the clutches of Zhe Zhen and the others. Qin Xuanyi said with a cold face, No need, I'm not used to teaming up with others. After saying that, she turned to look at the other primary tasks. The swordsman Zhe Zhen was rejected, but he was not annoyed at all. He walked to Qin Xuanyi and said with a smile, Little sister, don't refuse in a hurry. I promise, my brother's work is very good. I guarantee you will be satisfied. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to grab Qin Xuanyi's shoulder. Qin Xuanyi's expression changed and he was about to fight back. But a big hand took the lead and grabbed Zhe Zhen's wrist. Zhe Zhen was stunned and turned to look. I saw a boy with a cold face standing next to him. It's Shu Han. Are you okay? Shu Han turned his head to look at Qin Xuanyi and said. Qin Xuanyi felt happy and quickly shook his head. Zhe Zhen's expression changed, and his arms tightened suddenly. He wanted to pull his arm out of Shu Han's palm. However, Shu Han's palm was like an iron pliers, tightly clamping Zhe Zhen's arm. No matter how hard he tried, nothing moved. The clamps became tighter and tighter, and the bones seemed to be broken. Zhe Zhen gritted his teeth and did not dare to cry out in pain for the sake of face, so he could only stare at Shu Han. Boy, let go. However, Shu Han remained unmoved at all. Zhe Zhen's face turned livid, and he roared, I want you to let go. After saying that, he pulled out the long sword behind him and slashed at Shu Han's arm. The people around him suddenly exclaimed, What the hell? This guy Zhe Zhen actually dares to do something. Isn't he afraid of the school inspection team? What else are they afraid of? There are also people from the Thor Society at the top of the inspection team. That's right. Hey, this guy is so brave. He dares to heroically save a beautiful girl. This time he has to lose his hand. Qin Xuanyi turned pale with fright and exclaimed, Shu Han, be careful. The smile on Zhe Zhen's face became more ferocious. It's too late. The long sword came to Shu Han in the blink of an eye. Just when he was about to cut Shu Han's arm, fine black scales instantly covered Shu Han's entire arm. The black scales reflected an icy sheen, like steel. Ding! The long sword landed on the scales, making a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing. The next second, the long sword was instantly bounced away and fell to the ground with a clang. But there was not a trace of scar left on the black scales. Still as bright as new. The people around him suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Shu Han in shock. What kind of skill is this? Is the defense so strong? Zhe Zhen is also a second-level swordsman after all, but he can't even break through this man's defense. This little brother is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I don't think Zhe Zhen used his full strength. Once he goes all out, this kid will definitely not be his opponent. Everyone was talking a lot. Qin Shuani also stared at Shu Han with wide eyes in surprise. She didn't expect that. Shu Han actually blocked Zhe Zhen's sword so easily. His strength is actually so strong. Zhe Zhen has not yet recovered from the shock. Then a crisp sound of click was heard. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He looked back sharply at his arms. Turn your arms outward at 90 degrees. It was broken abruptly by Shu Han. Ah! Zhe Zhen let out a wail like a slaughtering pig, and sat on his knees on the ground, his eyes almost spitting fire. He stared at Shu Han and said through gritted teeth, "You fool, how dare you hurt me?" Shu Han let go of his hand lightly. "I want to find a place to accompany you at any time." Zhe Zhen nodded repeatedly. "Okay. I will remember you. Next time, I will definitely cut off all your hands and feet. Let you taste my pain." Shu Han smiled. "Let's wait until you have the ability." The two people next to Zhe Zhen carried Zhe Zhen and hurried out to find a doctor. The people watching around also dispersed. Qin Shuani said worriedly, "Thank you for helping me. But those three people seem to be members of the Thor Society, and they may take revenge." Shu Han waved his hands indifferently. "Don't worry, it will be the same even if they find someone to take revenge." After hearing what Shu Han said, Qin Shuani nodded slightly and said no more. "By the way, why are you taking the mission here? Shouldn't you be in class?" Qin Shuani said helplessly. "Our teacher just briefly introduced the situation in the school. Let us each go level up. Is this what Longguo University is like? If the teacher doesn't teach, what's the difference between Longguo University and other universities?" Shu Han said, "Actually, the purpose of our coming to Longguo University is not to take more classes, but to get more resources and opportunities. In Longguo University, there are many skill books and advanced equipment. There's even a chance to compete. We can get stronger equipment through competitions, which is much easier than killing monsters and exploding equipment ourselves. Besides, there are so many teachers in the university. If you have any questions, you can ask them. You can practice freely in normal times. I think this is what a university is really like." Qin Shuani nodded slightly. At present, it seems that only this statement is more reliable. She looked at the pile of primary tasks and sighed slightly. It seems that we can only continue the mission. But it's really cheaper to exchange credits for equipment. A piece of gold equipment costs at least several million to sell outside, but in school, I think it's basically 100 to 200 points. It's only 1 or 2 million in money, which is a lot cheaper. I hope I can collect a complete set of gold-level equipment before graduation." While the two were chatting, Shu Han suddenly heard a commotion in front of him. Did something happen over there? Shu Han walked straight towards the direction from which the sound came. I saw a large group of people surrounding the task release panel. A new task appears on the task panel. Intermediate mission. Hunting the blizzard bear. Mission introduction. Go to the snowfield in the northern suburbs of Beijing to hunt down the bronze-level leader blizzard bear and bring back the head. Award. 300 credits. Admission requirements. B-level students or above. Shu Han was stunned. 300 credits. This mission gives so much. An intermediate task can actually give you 300 credits. Other intermediate tasks basically only have 100 to 200 credits. The gap is too big. When people around saw this mission, they also started talking about it. "Let me go, this mission gives you so many credits." "Yeah, an intermediate task, giving 300 credits. Which rich man issued this task? I guess it's most likely from the Alien Beast Research Institute. They are the only ones with so much money. The Alien Beast Research Institute used to send its own people to hunt the alien beasts, but now it's better to issue missions and let others do it. The blizzard bear is a level 50 silver leader, so it's not easy to deal with. What's the point? This is 300 credits. Forget it, look at the acceptance requirements. At least B-level students are required to accept it. We have no chance." Everyone sighed helplessly. For B-level students, most people need at least a third year of college to reach it. There are currently no B-level students here. However, Shu Han was a little moved. He is an A-level student. "You can take this task." He went straight forward and clicked the task button. When the people around him saw this, they immediately started talking. "What is this kid doing? Does he want to take on this mission? This guy looks like a freshman. He still wants to take on this task. Are you too distracted by the credits? This guy wants to take on a mission that only B-level students can take on. He's just dreaming. Young people are eager for quick success and quick gains. When they see a high-credit task, they will grab it. Look at us, we are very calm. Shu Han walked straight to the task panel and reached out to click on that task. An electronic synthesized sound sounded. Facial authentication in progress. Welcome, Shu Han, would you like to accept the intermediate mission to hunt down the blizzard bear? Hearing this, the people around him were stunned. Shu Han, this guy is Shu Han, the #1 scholar in the country. Is he the one who defeated the Ape King in the new secret realm, Shu Han? This kid has something, no wonder he dares to take on this intermediate task. Wait a minute, has he already become a B-level student? Impossible, how can a new student be a B-level student? Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Shu Han said directly, take it. The electronic synthesized voice sounded again, the reception was successful. I wish you good luck in your mission. Afterwards, the mission on the mission board to hunt down the blizzard bear disappeared. Everyone looked at Shu Han in confusion. They never dreamed of it. A new student is actually a B-level student. Even old students like them are not B-level students yet. In the eyes of everyone with envy and hatred, Shu Han walked straight outside. Qin Xuanyi followed Shu Han and asked worriedly, Shu Han, are you really going to hunt the blizzard bear? Shu Han nodded. Of course, it is rare to have an intermediate task that is comparable to a high-level task. If we don't do this, wouldn't we just watch the fat slip away? Qin Xuanyi bit his teeth lightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, then, can I go with you? It seems that he is afraid that Shu Han will misunderstand. She immediately explained, I'm not doing it for the credits, I just want to find someone to team up with and level up together. I can assist you. Shu Han hesitated for a moment. The monsters in the snowfield in the northern suburbs are of higher levels, so I don't have time to take care of you. Qin Xuanyi quickly shook his head. I can take care of myself. Shu Han nodded. Then go buy some things and let's go. I think you need a guide to go to the snowfields in the northern suburbs. A voice with a hint of playfulness sounded. Shu Han turned around and looked. I saw a woman wearing bright red hanfu walking over with a smile. Who are you? Shu Han looked the woman up and down and asked doubtfully. He felt that this person seemed familiar. The woman in bright red hanfu smiled. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Hua Piaowu. The terrain of the snowfield in the northern suburbs is complex. Without a suitable guide, it is easy to get lost in the snowfield. Besides, there are many powerful alien beasts in the snowfield. Once you take the wrong path and enter the alien beast's lair, it will be very dangerous. It just so happens that I'm a local in the capital and I'm familiar with the snowfields in the northern suburbs. I can be your guide. How about that? Shu Han frowned slightly. This person has a point. I currently have too little information about the snowfields in the northern suburbs. It is indeed easy to get lost if there is no one to guide you. Shu Han stared at Hua Piaowu and asked, then what do you want? Hua Piaowu smiled slightly. I don't need anything, I just want to make friends with you. Shu Han frowned slightly. Make friends. Hua Piaowu nodded. That's right. I'm just curious, how powerful is the person who is #1 in the country and defeats the Titan Ape King? Shu Han nodded slightly. Okay. But first let's talk about it. You are responsible for your own safety. Is that okay? Hua Piaowu nodded. Of course. When are you going to leave? Shu Han glanced at the time. Let's go early. Hua Piaowu nodded. In that case, let's buy some necessities first and follow me. The three of them took the sky rail to the trading market. They went straight to the necessities counter and bought 3 red flame beads and a cold-resistant tent. The temperature in the snowfield in the northern suburbs is -20 degrees. If there is a snowstorm, it can even drop to -70 degrees. This red flame bead is something that can maintain body temperature. However, the energy in the red flame pearl can only last for 3 days. In other words, in 3 days, they would have to leave the snowfield in the northern suburbs. After buying supplies, the 3 of them took the skyrail again and headed straight to the snowy fields of the northern suburbs. The empty rail slowly climbed into the air and quickly moved forward. After driving for a full hour, we officially left the capital. Through the glass window, you can see the white snow in the distance at a glance. And one after another, endless snow-capped mountains. Hua Piaowu introduced. The snowfield in the northern suburbs is about 200 kilometers away from the capital. The extent of the snowfield is 2,000 kilometers. After the snowfield, we reach the range of the extremely cold snow-capped mountains. The alien beasts there start at least level 80, and we can't deal with them. Shu Han nodded slightly. When he came to the capital, he hadn't had time to understand this yet. It seems good to have a local as a guide. The empty rail drove for a while and then began to decrease in height. Finally, it slowly stopped at a platform. Shu Han glanced at the temperature displayed on the screen. The temperature inside the train is 23 degrees. The outside temperature is minus 24 degrees. The temperature difference is too big. The train door slowly opened. The howling cold wind quickly blew into the train. The temperature inside the train dropped rapidly. Just a few seconds, the temperature displayed on the screen reached minus 10 degrees. And it's still falling. Almost instantly, a layer of frost enveloped the train. The radio sounded. Passengers, please get off the train as soon as possible. The train door will close in 1 minute. Everyone walked out in one fell swoop. Shu Han walked out of the carriage. The howling cold wind came. The skin instantly became cold, and the limbs seemed to become stiff. Qin Xuanyi on the side was even shivering with cold and her face was pale. Snowflakes fell on her hair and clothes. Soon it became snow white. Hua Piaowu said, quickly take out the red flame pearl. Shu Han took out the red flame pearl from the space ring. The red flame bead appeared, and a warm current instantly surged throughout the body. The coldness and stiffness disappeared immediately. The snowflakes falling on my body also melted quickly. Shu Han breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are red flame beads, otherwise it would be troublesome to even move around in the snowfield in the northern suburbs. He looked around, surrounded by a small village. There were about a dozen cabins. Steam billows from the chimney of the log cabin. There were many professionals coming in and out of the house, which was quite lively. Far away from the village, there stood a somewhat decayed wooden sign. There are 3 big characters written on the wooden sign. Snowfield Village. Hua Piaowu introduced. This is the Snowfield Village, the last supply station to the snowfield. Everyone who goes to the snowfields or extremely cold snowy mountains will make their final supplies here. But the price here is very expensive, 10 times that of the capital. So if you can't buy it here, then don't buy it here. Shu Han nodded slightly. This place is somewhat similar to Maple Leaf Town. It's just that the environment in the snowfield is even harsher, so there are fewer people opening stores here. Where is the blizzard bear? Shu Han asked. Hua Piaowu pointed to the depths of the snowfield. It's an underground cave in the snowfield. It takes about 3 hours to walk. Shu Han nodded slightly. Flowers fluttering lead the way. Shu Han and Qin Xuanyi followed behind, walking towards the depths of the snowfield together. Arriving at the entrance of the village, some professionals were holding signs looking for teammates. Just when Shu Han and the others were planning to enter the snowfield directly, a man wearing a swordsman's uniform with a sinister look came over and said with a smile, "You 3, from the looks of it, is this your first time in the snowfield? Do you want to team up with us? The terrain of the snowfield is very complicated. If you come here for the first time, it is easy to get lost. Don't worry. Our fee is not expensive, 100,000 per person. Of course, there is also VIP service, 500,000 per person, to ensure your safety. How about it? Isn't it a very good deal?" Hua Piaowu frowned and said, "No, we know the way." The man was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "You know the way? Beauty, you think too highly of yourself. You are no joke inside. Furthermore, once we encounter a blizzard, even a veteran like me may lose our way, let alone you. How about I give you a discount of 450,000 per person to ensure your safety?" Hua Piaowu suddenly became impatient. I said no, are you annoyed? After that, she walked towards the snowfield without looking back. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a lewd smile. Yes, this girl has a strong temper, she will definitely be fun to play with in bed. Wait, if you dare to talk to me like this, I will definitely let you know the consequences of offending me. Half a day passed by in a flash. 3 figures walked on the vast snowfield. It was Shu Han and the other 3. The snow here is about 30 centimeters thick. When I stepped on it, it almost reached my calf. Looking at the vast snowfield, Shu Han asked, "Where is the underground cave you mentioned? Didn't you say you could walk there in 3 hours? I've been walking for at least 5 hours now, and there's no trace of the underground cave at all." It was getting dark. There was no light on the snowfield. Shu Han said, "Let's set up a tent here tonight." Hua Piaowu and the two nodded. Soon, the tent was set up. The outer layer of this cold-proof tent is made of exotic animal fur, which has a very good thermal insulation effect. Shu Han found some branches and lit them with exploding fireballs to create a fire. Then he took out a large piece of exotic animal meat and roasted it on the fire. After roasting for a while, the aroma of barbecue gradually spreads. Sitting aside, Hua Piaowu swallowed hard and looked at the barbecue with green eyes. "It smells so good." Shu Han cut off a piece of barbecue and handed it to Hua Piaowu. Hua Piaowu took it and started to bite into it without caring about her own image. Shu Han gave Qin Shuani another piece of meat, and he also cut off a piece of barbecue and ate it. He asked casually, "How far is it from the underground cave where the blizzard bear is?" Hua Piaowu ate the meat at a fast pace, with some hesitation. "Should go ahead, there are still 2 kilometers, no, maybe 4 kilometers. Shu Han's face suddenly darkened. "You don't know. Didn't you say that you are familiar with the snowfield?" Hua Piaowu lowered her head and whispered, "It's familiar. I often heard the teacher say." Shu Han was stunned. "Listen to the teacher. Have you never been here before?" Hua Piaowu shook her head slightly. Shu Han looked helpless. "Have to. I was tricked by this woman. I looked for a guide, but found someone who had never been to a snowfield before." Hua Piaowu hurriedly explained. "Don't worry, I can help you find it." Shu Han said angrily, "Just don't get lost in the snowfield." "Fortunately I brought a map." After that, he took out a map from the space ring. "Before departure, in order to get lost after getting separated, I bought a map specially. I didn't expect it to come in handy now." Opened the map and took a look. It's very clearly marked on the map. Almost all the areas where strange beasts are distributed are marked. The area we are currently in is the territory of the snow direwolf, and going further is the territory of the snowstorm ape. If you want to go to the underground cave, you have to walk 5 kilometers to the west. The more Shu Han watched, the more speechless he became. This location is too exaggerated. Hua Piaowu's pretty face was red, and she didn't know whether it was from the fire or from embarrassment. "Let's rest here tonight and leave for the underground cave tomorrow." Shu Han put away the map and said. The other 2 people nodded. "Leave the vigil to me." Hua Piaowu took the initiative to say. Shu Han asked doubtfully, "Are you alone all night?" Although his mental strength has improved, there won't be much of a problem even if he doesn't sleep all night. "But I still feel a little sleepy." A confident smile appeared on Hua Piaowu's face. "Of course. Tell me about my profession, spiritual puppet master." "Spirit puppet master?" Shu Han looked confused. Hua Piaowu nodded. "I can use the corpses of strange beasts to make various puppets. Currently I have 5 spirit puppets." After that, she made a casual move. A magic circle lit up. Then a man who looked like a bird and had wings appeared beside her. Shu Han looked at it curiously. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.